If you'll know, I'm actually on a strict coffee, not diet, but I'll tell you why. Last night I got off stream. I'm not shouting or nothing, and like I'm on Discord, just like chopping it up still, and ooh, and I thought I lost my voice, so I've been, I've been like literally like this a whole night. Pause. Like trying to make sure I didn't lose my voice because if I lost my voice, can't stream, right? Happy to tell y'all, still got a voice. Oh my God, Cardi's going off. Cardi B goes off on Offset on X. All right, bet. It's like clockwork with Cardi B, man. It's like mad predictable. Like, all right. Anyway, what y'all up to? We're gonna catch up on a Diddy trial today. Feeling good today. Today's a good day. Today's a good day. Minnesota on the check-in. I see y'all. Hey, Nikki. I see you, girl. Gilbert Arenas says he gonna do his best big act impression. When? Who he going off on? Wait, Gilbert Arenas beefing? Is Gilbert Arenas beefing? Wait, what? What? Tell me he's beefing. Gilbert Arenas. Who you got beef with? Big Gil? Okay. What's good? What's good? What's good? Sacktown in the building. Atlanta in the building. Omens, then what up with you? Say, W Thickademics. What? We don't care about Cardi drama. Man, I love drama anywhere. Wherever I get the drama, I'm still loving it. You feel what I'm saying? You know the thing about drama? This is why, like, I don't want, oh, my bad. I don't want to act like I'm above anybody because as soon as you start elevating, they drag you back down. But I am proud of myself, there was times that, well, from time to time, I always reserve the right to look like a hypocrite. But I'll be commenting on no motherfuckers like situation or relationship, like, yeah, man, I should keep that shit offline. All of a sudden you look up and be like, what the fuck? Didn't you say? It happens, bro. It happens. But, whatever. The thing about anytime you bring some shit online, it's like you give people a peek into behind the curtain, and it's, never ends well, but entertaining, I guess. Okay. So, there's some Tory fallout. There's some Tory fallout? There's some Tory fallout. There's some, wait, I wrote some shit down. Hold up. Give me 1 second. Oh my God. I'm always fucking up my thing. Pause. All right. My bad, chat. We're going to get in court shortly. Y'all like how we refer to it like we're actually walking into court? I need help. All right. Yeah, I'm in a goofy mood today. I haven't even drank today. Okay, I haven't drank. I thought I was losing my voice, but I didn't. Did y'all want me to like do the Tory update right now or wait a little bit? Because we're kind of behind schedule when it comes to like the trial. So I could get you caught up on that. Or I could touch up on this Tory shit. I really want to. See, I love y'all, but come on. Drama is like adrenaline for me. I got to see what Cardi be going off about. Let's hear. I posted it, but I didn't hear it. And yes, I do post shit sometimes without hearing it, so that's why I got to hear it. Let me hear. Remember, Offset requested, what do you call it again? Spousal support. You know what I mean? Shit, you know what I mean? This is, I don't know why niggas mad at Offset. Offset trying to go through his soft boy era. He can't go through his soft boy era where he get pampered and taken care of by his ex-wife. What's the problem? I keep telling you about these double standards, man. Anytime, that's a new trigger word for me. I'm texting somebody, bitch started telling me I'm in my soft girl era now. I'm like, what the fuck that mean? Bitch, you used to be tough? What the fuck going on? You know what that means? Spoil me. Fuck out of here. Shout out to Offset, man. He just trying to go through his soft boy era. Okay? Pause. Anyway, let me hear what Cardi's saying.
Crash out and I don't give a fuck. Word to my mother, I don't give a fuck. You a bitch. Nigga, you a fucking bitch. And I don't give a fuck. And I don't want nobody calling me. I don't want nobody fucking calling me. Alright, let's start. Let's motherfucking start. Now you a bitch. And now I'ma state my shit. Listen up, right? Listen up, y'all listening? Listen up. The fact that I'm waking up right now, right? The fact that I'm waking up right now to see that this fuck nigga and his fuck ass team, I know it's not his team. I know it's his bitch ass. Gonna tell the Breakfast Club the only reason crash out and I don't give a fuck. Word to my mother, I don't give a fuck. You a bitch. Nigga, you a fucking bitch. And I don't give a fuck. And I don't want nobody calling me. I don't want nobody fucking calling me.
All right, is she saying anything?
All right, let's start. Let's motherfucking start. Now you a bitch. And now I'ma state my shit. Listen up, right? Listen up, y'all listening?
Is it me or she ain't say nothing at all? Hold on. Did this shit loop?
Listen up. The fact that I'm waking up right now, right? The fact that I'm waking up right now to see that this fuck nigga and his fuck ass team, I know it's not his team. I know it's his bitch ass. Gonna tell the Breakfast Club the only reason crash out and I don't give a
Oh, okay.
about it myself. So you're not getting shit from my house that I work my ass off. I don't even ask you for anything for the kids. All I ask is for you to spend time with them, and you haven't spent no time with them, bro. You're a bitch. And and you know I don't fuck with your family, but I even be calling your family like, yo, I don't know what's going on with you. You are mentally disturbed right now. And then when I don't be with my kids, where I be at, Offset? Where I'm at? I'm in Atlanta right now working. You
What's Stephon Diggs?
think I want to be in fucking Atlanta in this small ass hotel room? I don't have not one friend, not one family member out here. I don't have nobody out here. Y'all don't even be knowing that I be in Atlanta because I don't even go out in Atlanta. I don't know nobody out here. And when I fly out on the weekends, I fly out to my house in New York. And I spend times with my kids and I spend time with my man. I bought it myself, so you're not getting shit. Oh, she hates you. You was looking for an excuse to be mad. You was looking for an excuse to be mad. And you know why the reason why you was looking for an excuse to be mad? It all makes sense now. Because you know this filing was coming. So you had to make up an excuse like it's about the kids. It's never about the fucking kids. If it's about the kids, nigga, send me some breach.
Oh,
Send me some breach. Or if it's about the kids, go see them. When's the last time you seen Blasi? Huh? When's the last time you seen Blossom? That baby probably don't even fucking know you. And it's such a shame. And now you trying to make it seem like I even let you go see them in my house. Just because I want you to see them. Because I know my kids love you. But you are she hates you.
Okay. All right. I think we've asked about 10 times to be kept out of group chat. They gonna still leave us in there, man. All right. Let me see. What Offset say on the Breakfast Club? Did he do the Breakfast Club? Breakfast Club. We about to get in court in a second, chat. Let me see. Oh, this is it right here?
Well, first, before we
go ahead.
Speaking of rappers,
Using the money for if you had
when he can see the kids, he also alleges that Cardi B is asking for everything, like the properties and the cars. Now, when these reports came out, you know, I like to reach out and figure out what is going on. I reached out to both sides. We heard back from Offset's team. Offset team says that he does not need the money, that this was filed because he alleges that Cardi B was trying to come at him on things that were not fair. He alleges that she wants to decide when he can see the kids. He also alleges that Cardi...
Yeah, kind of what I said yesterday. Supposedly, this is supposedly Offset saying he don't need the bread, but he's asking for bread, but he's only doing it to get leverage because now if Cardi doesn't want to play fair on other things, he could be like, all right, bet, let's go through finances, and if you got more than me, I need some of the money. You get what I'm saying? So usually people be like, all right, we'll give you these things because I don't want you, because usually people are really tight with their bread. So, I'll give you more time with the kids. I'll give you summers. I'll give you whatever, you know?
Cardi B is asking for everything, like the properties and the car.
Now, that's supposedly Offset's side.
So his attorneys did this. And he also alleges, and this is a big allegation, he also alleges that he did this because Cardi B is barely ever with their kids.
You know what? Yo, this should be entertaining. I'm sorry. That's because that nigga seen Stephon Diggs on the boat. Yeah. Who's watching the baby? Offset in the DR. Cardi B on the boat. I don't know if y'all seen it. Cardi B turned up on the boat. They both really trying to turn up to the max. Look right here. They trying to turn up to the max to make each other look crazy. And then you're like, but who watching the baby though? Who watching the baby? Everybody know, man, the grandparents are probably watching the baby, man. Anyway, whatever. Okay.
Yeah. So that's playing out in court, and I'm sure there'll be an update.
I wonder. I mean, listen, I don't. If it's available, I guess you should pursue it. But I don't understand why men need spousal support. Because what are you using the money for? If the man had primary custody of the kids, then I would understand. But then in that case, it would just be child support. But I don't understand what do you need spousal support for?
So you don't think a man?
Okay, all right, whatever. Alrighty then. Okay. I also do got to make a call. I got an important email. So good. All right. I think we should probably jump into this goddamn case, right? What else is going on? Bossman D-Lo, we don't got nothing more to talk about with that. Oh, we could talk about the Tory Lanez shit, I guess. Should we talk about that? Sorry. By the way, shout out to everybody on Kick. Shout out to everybody on Rumble. My bad, I was a little bit distracted. I was like going through emails and a bunch of BS while I was doing the intro. Usually I'm a little bit more engaged, so I apologize if I seem distracted. Apologize. Okay. Y'all want the Tory Lanez shit? Okay. Speak on who? What? The Tory. All right, bet. All right. So let's do a real quick Tory update. Obviously, we went over this whole website. It's called 36hourslater.com. You guys can go check it out if you want to. It basically kind of like pretty much really breaks down a lot of what we could see as inconsistencies that's not only in the case against Tory Lanez that he was found guilty and convicted of, and then subsequently sentenced to 10 years. The entire process of how his conviction was gotten seems a little shady, okay? They point out inconsistencies between the statement of the victim. Hey, I got cut by glass. Now I got shot. Hey, I never fucked him. Yeah, we did fuck. Like the statements of not only the victim changed, but even the initial investigation by the police, they didn't believe it was a gunshot wound. Apparently, the first doctor in the ER didn't believe it either. Subsequently, and I'm keep saying I'm not one of the deniers that she got shot. I do believe she got injured as a result of a bullet. Did the bullet go in her foot? I don't think so. Or like a whole bullet? No, I think a shrapnel. So it shot near her and something splintered. Whatever. Doesn't matter. She could still claim she got shot. We saw new footage. This is her in the hospital. We saw even a video or a slight footage. By the way, there's a picture of her in the ambulance. Remember, this was around quarantine time. That's why she has on a mask. We see Kelsey Harris, she has her feet right here. Her feet looks a little, I don't know if this is blood or it looks like it's sliced up almost, okay? Keep in mind, according to one of the witnesses, Sean Kelly, what he said that night, he said he seen a woman hop out around. She was in the front. She came to the passenger side, opened the door, and looked like she was trying to beat on the girl, and the girl was trying to kick her to get her off. We have to imagine that was Meg trying to beat on Kelsey. Kelsey was trying to kick her to get off, okay? There's a lot of other, body cam footages and inconsistencies that, even the court case, you could see people's statements kind of just, again, pretty much showing that this is not really a obvious situation. Be like, nigga, you did it. It's, if anything, it has a bunch of holes in all the stories over time. And even in the court case, looks like there should be reasonable doubt. So the conviction is confusing. All right. Again, obviously, this is part of Tory's, plan, and obviously his current movement to try to get free. We also seen a change.org petition, but he's doing all these things. Hopefully that, he could further try to assure the public that, yo, bruv, I ain't shoot this chick. This chick is just, capping. Okay, so now they also have screenshots of messages where supposedly it was altered, where one message is actually deleted in a thing that they supposedly use in court. It's very interesting. Okay, let me see. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. We got body cam. We even have a short video of Tory supposedly, not even supposedly, he's in the interrogation room. All that culminated in a guilty verdict, but he is fighting still for his freedom. Now, what happened was that Tory Lanez lawyer has now responded. Not Tory Lanez lawyer. I mean the lawyer that is representing the interest of Roc Nation and also Meg Thee Stallion. Now, the reason why I put Roc Nation's name in it is because we know this lawyer because of his association with Roc Nation. His name is Alex Spiro. Alex Spiro did offer up a statement, and his statement says Tory's legal team can't keep a story straight. Last week, they argued that Kelsey Harris shot Meg. Now they're claiming that Meg only stepped on glass. They continue to rehash old evidence from trial and repackage that new information to desperately sway public opinion. There was no new evidence displayed today. Simply a sad attempt from Tory's team to copy our presentation format to peddle misinformation. It's embarrassing that the Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is integrating herself into the California criminal justice system for clickbait. Instead, she should be focused on serving her own constituents in Florida rather than chasing celebrities. Okay? Now, I believe as well, Alex Spiro did an interview, right? I believe he did an interview. Let me look it up. Alex Spiro, I believe he did an interview on Chris Cuomo's show. By the way, I'll give you my thoughts on what he said. He says Tory's team can't keep a story straight. I will agree that presentation that Tory's team put out on 36 Hours Later, it's not necessarily having a straight story. It's just trying to show you there's a million different ways that you could see doubt in this case, and if there was doubt, he should not be convicted. I don't think they're trying to argue the case. I don't think they're trying to tell you what happened. I think, if I do have any criticisms of Tory, I get it, he's a street nigga, whatever. One of my criticisms of him has been, you should have just told people what happened. This is a domestic violence situation or something of the sort. It involves women. Nobody's going to call you a snitch if you say, hey, this is what happened. I tried to stop somebody from shooting somebody else. The gun went off. That's it. You get what I'm saying? But not saying anything, and then they point the finger at you, I don't think you get any street points for that. So I do think Tory should have spoke up for himself. Now, here's the thing. Because Tory has never given a actual side to the story, whether you want to call it street or not, it allows people to then think what happened. So then you get the theories. And even when he was fighting the case, then it's like you're attacking the multiple things. Well, it's like, first of all, it's say somebody dies, but you can't find the body. The first thing a good lawyer is going to say, how do you know the person is dead? Right? They're not going to be like, oh, no, this guy just didn't do it. No. The first thing they're going to attack, how do you know the person's dead? So, of course, the first thing any good lawyer is going to say, how do you know she was shot? Now, I believe she was shot. And again, I keep saying, bullet hit the ground, shrapnel went through her foot. Okay? Because there's not a direct bullet wound at all. So, yes, it's not the job of the defense attorney to tell us what happened. It's his job to say, whatever the prosecutor claimed happened, there's a lot of holes in the story which don't make sense. Let him off, okay? Okay, so it's not about keeping a story straight. And again, if it was about keeping a story straight, we would just have to hear it from Tory himself, which he still ain't say shit, right? Last week, they continued to rehash old evidence. Yes, it was pretty much a lot of things that, it was old evidence. It was presented in the trial, okay? Or it was available at the time of trial, except for the new affidavits, I will say. Okay. Cool. It's a sad attempt from Tory's team to copy our presentation. No, I think this is a attempt from Tory's team to put together what's going to be called a pardon package. This is how you kind of get it done. You got to get the public to fuck with you. Like, by the way, they've been trying to do it for Joe Exotic. You got to get the public to believe that you're innocent, right? You got to get people to believe that this is a case that needs to be looked at. And I think he's done a good job with that, and I think that's why they're using these strategies, okay? Otherwise, he would just get lost in the system, whether you think he's convicted fairly or unfairly, because nobody would give it a second eye, all right? Okay, and the Anna Paulina person, I do think she clout chasing. I ain't gonna cap. All right, now, let's listen to Alex Spiro, and this is what he talks about. Wait, they're on Facebook with this shit? Let's see. How do I watch on Facebook? So the video isn't available anymore. What? Huh? How do I get to the video? Meg Thee Stallion's attorney. Okay. Megan Thee Stallion attorney. Overwhelming evidence. So Alex Spiro did take, oh my God, I can't find it nowhere. Alex Spiro did actually, fuck, it's just bringing me to the same thing and saying it's not available. Okay. Is it here? Cool. Why is it not on the News Nation YouTube? But yeah, Alex Spiro not only did he write a statement, he also did get on Chris Cuomo's program to speak about this. So let's see if we could pull that up. Where are we? Okay. That's search Megan. No, it's not there. Maybe it was a Facebook exclusive. This came after, a lot of people, and I'll tell you about some of the growing support. I'm waiting for this ad. Hopefully this goes. Thank you guys for the donations. We are kicking on Kick today. Shout out to all the people. I know some people have been hitting me up, really worried about why I'm not streaming on the King Academics channel. I did say this week we are pushing for the growth of a new platform. The new platform is Kick. We've just gotten over there. They've been treating us pretty good. We got a good situation there. So I would love for you guys to make an account there. We are going to be back on King Academics probably in a day or two, okay? So if you're wondering why, we just kind of want to, we usually have about like 15, 16,000 people that's watching at all times. So we're just kind of trying to shuffle the audience a little bit to grow that platform. Then we'll get back to regular. You'll be able to watch wherever you want to watch, okay? All right. Cool. Let me play this. Come on.
He and Megan Thee Stallion.
Oh, shoot. Here we go.
Reminder about the Tory Lanez story, right? He and Megan Thee Stallion are at a party together. They get into an argument. Reportedly, or not reportedly, Megan says Lanez got out and shot at her feet and hit her. Lanez was convicted, sentenced to 10 years in prison. Now, Tory's team says it didn't happen that way, never happened that way. He was railroaded. Now, he did not testify in his own defense, but he does maintain his innocence. Now, the most interesting evidence is what has just come out, which was somebody saying, I witnessed it, and it was a female who fired the weapon. Listen to this.
You see the girl doing the shooting?
I see what appears to be the girl standing here and shooting into the car. That's what it looked like to me. But it was dark, and I'm above. So.
By the way, that is the voice of Sean Kelly.
But Then the guy gets out again from the back.
Now, the guy testified, though, so why wasn't it enough for the jury? But it does corroborate.
He switches the story. So that's another thing. The jury actually weighted his story 2 years later on the stand more than they weighted the story the night of. Riddle me that as well.
What a bodyguard who did not, who wasn't part of the incident there, but was with Megan Thee Stallion's friend afterwards when she was going to court, and he says in an affidavit that he heard her say, I don't want to tell on myself, but that he believes he heard her say it was her. Now, it's not what Megan Thee Stallion said. It's not what that friend said at trial, and he was convicted. So, what is the other side of the story? I want to bring in Megan Thee Stallion's lawyer, Alex Spiro. Alex, counsel, it's good to have you. Thank you for joining us. What do you make of this now very public campaign to say Tory Lanez was framed?
Yeah, Chris, I'm reluctant to give any attention or oxygen to this nonsense. It's gotten to the point where I felt I needed to clear this up. And given the history of domestic violence against women in this country and across the world, and given what's happening here, I think I have an obligation to Meg and others. The reality is he was convicted by a jury of his peers based on overwhelming evidence. The evidence in this case is basically as strong as it could possibly be. He was found at the scene with the firearm that shot her. The shell casings matched the gun. He confessed. She says he did it. The eyewitness says he did it. There was never any dispute or doubt in this case, which is why he was convicted so quickly. So the rest of this is nonsense, but, I deal with it in turn.
Okay, why is that clip so short? But this is after there's a lot of actual, rappers and celebrities. They're really vocal now about Tory and his innocence, and they want him to be free. For example, like I seen Lil TJ had messaged me about it. He said, "Yo, I think he watched the video." He said, he always be chatting, but like, yo, whatever. He's like, you be breaking shit down, and he basically. So I said, "What did you see? Well, what clip did you see?" He said, "Yeah, I was watching some shit about Meg," and then I look up on the story. He posted some shit. I didn't ask him to do it because I could care. I could care either here or there. If he posts some shit, he just comes out publicly and supports Tory. It's like, I know some of y'all probably passionately believe Shorty, but that's the scary part. He says, Tory, I would have crashed out for real. Not gonna lie. And he puts a laughing emoji, horse, and a cap. Anyway, the point is this. It just looks like rappers now, or just really entertainers, are becoming more comfortable feeling like they could support Tory Lanez. And, despite what Alex Spiro said, I actually disagree with him. And I don't know if I have to play that clip again, but I disagree with him that it was so open and shut. I mean, there's a lot of, factors that are a bit inconsistent with what I would necessarily be comfortable with saying, take 10 years away from this guy's life, right? There's multiple change statements. I don't think that's normal. It's multiple change statements from the victim, the witness. Everybody who Alex Spiro is talking about changed their statement at some point or another, and it's documented. So, again, do you call somebody a liar, or would you believe someone the last thing they said if the first thing they said was very different from the last thing? I don't know. But again, I'm just only here pointing out that I definitely disagree with Alex Spiro on that one particular thing. I'll play actually again what he said, and then we could kind of break that down. But yeah, honestly, when you start seeing the big guns come out, and I'm talking about Alex Spiro because, as I said, that's their lawyer. They're starting to realize that this noise is getting louder and louder, and obviously they want to kind of quell it. Here we go.
Heard her say it was her. Now, it's not what Megan Thee Stallion said. It's not what that friend said at trial, and he was convicted. So, what is the other side of the story? I want to bring in Megan Thee Stallion's lawyer, Alex Spiro. Alex, counsel, it's good to have you. Thank you for joining us. What do you make of this now very public campaign to say Tory Lanez was framed?
Yeah, Chris, I'm reluctant to give any attention or oxygen to this nonsense. It's gotten to the point where I felt I needed to clear this up. And given the history of domestic violence against women in this country and across the world, and given what's happening here, I think I have an obligation to Meg and others. The reality is he was convicted by a jury of his peers based on overwhelming.
Yeah, I think I should ask Alex Spiro to come on here. I don't know if I get too close to the, it might burn my hand. Like, I don't want to, like, sometimes I'll be like, I hope they don't know too much about me because I don't want the rock on my ass. Pause. Pause. That sounded crazy. Right?
Evidence. The evidence in this case is basically as strong as it could possibly be.
I think that's false.
He was found at the scene with the firearm that shot her.
Okay. And I seen someone sent in a donation about this. I'll try to see if I could, bring it up. Someone said, here we go. They said, if the gun was in Kelsey bags, I've always wondered how Tory got the gun so fast. The gun was shot by someone who knew exactly where it was. See, that's another thing, right? Supposedly the stylist, EJ, said, hey, I remember seeing something that looked like a gun when I was packing their bags. Okay? They can't prove that Tory brought that gun. That was never really proved in court that, oh, no, here's other pictures of Tory with that gun. Oh, no, Tory's always had that gun. So it appears that the gun was probably in the possession of the women. And the stylist actually seems to corroborate that. So I agree with you. How the hell would Tory just know? Now, granted, you could be like, oh, well, he knew that she always had a gun in the back. I don't know. Or somebody could be like, well, nah, he put his gun in there. I don't know.
The shell casings matched the gun.
Okay, yeah, I think that's true.
He confessed.
He didn't confess. Yo, Alex Spiro is a great lawyer, man. he says it so confidently that you're like, yeah, Tory did confess. Wait, no, he didn't. No, what the fuck? No, he didn't. Yo, he just tried to pull a fast one on us. Yo, he's just trying to pull a fast one on us, bro. He literally said it so confidently that I was like, yeah, he did confess. Whoa, no, he didn't. Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Chat, should I invite Alex Spiro here? I would love to have a conversation with him. The only thing is, I think if the conversation gets into any place beyond Tory, I think him and The Rock gonna try to get at me. Somebody said what? Because Tory Lanez always carried a gun. That's why. Well, is that his gun? Is that his gun? We don't know if that's his gun.
The gun, he confessed. No. She says he did it.
Yeah, well, at first she didn't say he did it. She actually said, no one did it. I didn't get shot. Then she said, he shot me.
The eyewitness says he did it.
Well, the eyewitness also didn't say that at first. The eyewitness changed his story.
There was never any dispute or doubt in this case, which is what.
That's exactly what dispute and doubt is. Just changing your story up.
Why he was convicted so quickly. So the rest of this is nonsense, but, I deal with it in turn.
All right. So we will see. Anyway, Amber Rose did speak about this. Let's see what Amber Rose said. And again, I'm telling you, man, it's a lot of people are now speaking up. And I think the goal, I don't even think Tory's necessarily asking these people. I think people are looking at it like, yo, this was a huge case, one of the biggest cases in hip hop history, right? shit up there with the YSL case and probably just falls below this Diddy case. And I think people were just like, yo, you know, I knew of most of this evidence. I don't know if you guys knew of it. And that's why yesterday I told you, I said, yeah, it's not necessarily new evidence, but I'm wondering how you get a conviction with that evidence out there. Anyway, listen to Amber Rose.
Sir, TV personality, musical muse, Amber Rose, and now social justice advocate. Amber, thank you. I'm sorry about the technical difficulties. What do you want people to know about why you are advocating for Tory Lanez?
I'm advocating for Tory Lanez because the evidence shows that he's innocent. And he deserves to be pardoned by Governor Gavin Newsom. You know, he's 100% exonerated from the gun, and for that alone, he should be home with his family.
Well, the DNA showed that it could have been any of 4 people, but he sent the text apologizing, and Megan Thee Stallion and her friend Kelsey there that night said it.
Now here's the thing, and this is why I don't like when non-hip-hop outlets cover cases and stuff, and this is why we do as much as we do in trying to make sure we get every small detail, even in the Diddy case, because he's wrong. The DNA evidence does not show as 1 of 4 people. No, it's just 4 people in the car. Actually, the way how DNA evidence is actually broken down, right? When you analyze DNA evidence, it usually gives you, hey, listen, it will be 1 out of 1 million or 10 million or 100 million. So that's why you know it's him. Right? It's never be like, oh, yeah, it's going to be 1 of 4. He has a 25%. No. It's only 25% chance because there was only 4 people in the fucking car. You get what I'm saying? But the DNA did not suggest, I think, you know, there's a, do I have the fucking document? I could probably pull it up. The DNA evidence that Tory, really the DA did the DNA evidence on the gun. It basically said it's just inconclusive. There was a few things wrong with it. They had incomplete DNA samples, right? And then in the DNA sample that they did have that they took from the gun, right? Because they couldn't find his fingerprints. Usually they'll try to figure out, you know, they could also help prove possession by, if you don't, you guys know how a gun is. When you put the fucking magazine into the gun, they could get fingerprints from there. Tory's fingerprint isn't there, which suggests he never loaded the gun, which also suggests if you didn't load the gun, it's probably not your gun, right? If your fingerprints ain't on loading the cartridge or loading the magazine into the gun, that probably means it ain't your gun because you ain't loaded, right? Okay, so let's say even if it's the girl's gun, whatever. Okay, did he touch the gun? Did he hold the gun? Did he fire the gun? Now, he does have GSR on him, but Kelsey did too, right? Now, the DNA on the gun that they found, all they said that because it wasn't complete DNA, they ran it against Tory, and they said it's not a direct match, and the results are actually inconclusive, right? Which means they can't rule him out, and they can't say it's him, all right? Later, Tory, which, you know, definitely a grave mistake by his team, they did not get their own DNA specialist to look at it. Their own specialist looked at it later. And by the way, that's a big mistake. That's a cost cut measure. Tory's rich as fuck. I think Tory's team took that to think, oh, they're telling us something that's going to help us. The prosecutor used inconclusive to their benefit. They were like, yeah, we don't have his DNA on there, but the reports say we can't rule him out either. So he could have touched it. Tory should have hired his own expert to do a qualitative analyzation of the gun, which he did later in the appellate process. And they said, oh, actually, in us analyzing this DNA data, we could rule Tory out. So his DNA is not found on the gun. But Tory's team or his lawyers went with the DA. It's like, would you go with the cops test of your shit? Pause. Like the cops testing of the evidence, or would you bring your own person to go test the evidence? Tory's team went with the cops testing of the evidence. They're trying to make a case. Duh. So obviously they're not trying to, and all the experts they have, right? They know the cops want probably a positive result. It's like when they bring out a dog. You ever see when they bring out a dog to the fucking car? They know how to get that positive. Like, come on, just jump right there that we can go search this motherfucking car. Yeah. The dog comes out, the dog comes out to give probable cause, not to fucking sniff around and nothing and just go back in the truck. No, kind of comes out. You kind of get this. It's a little bit biased. That's what I'm trying to say. So Tory should have got his own thing, which he later got in the appellate process. But here's the thing: they penalize him for that. They can't consider that in. They can't consider that. Well, they can because they're calling it new info. But anything that Tory failed to do, as per negligence, right, of his team, the only way he would have to file a motion for retrial claiming he had ineffective counsel. So he has to then say, hey, I'm not muted, right? He has to say, I got fucked over because my lawyers were trash. They didn't do A, B, C, and D, and E, which, by the way, that's a part of what he's about to, well, it's one of the steps that he's tried to take, but he also included Sean Hawley. It was mostly at Sean Hawley because Sean Hawley handled the case up until I think a few weeks or whatever before trial. And by the way, Sean Hawley supposedly has a documentary that's named after every one of Jay-Z's, every episode is named after a Jay-Z song. Okay. You think, and she was defending Tory? Okay. Anyway, the ineffective counsel shit, he filed, or I don't know if it's a lawsuit or whatever, but he did file some documents, but he was aiming towards her. He got to aim it at his trial lawyer too, because that dude, and again, the court don't give you excuses like, oh, yeah, you fired your lawyer late, and then you started with this new lawyer late, so he didn't have time to do A, B, C, and D. You could have pushed the case back. I think that's what the lawyer that did the trial, I think that's was his excuse. Yeah, I took over the case late. I had to get up to speed. I was defending Tory. We didn't have time to go get our own analysis of the DNA, which fatal error. We didn't have a real chance to go find Jaquan Smith, which was the driver, who's the only sober person that night. Which, by the way, just common sense to me. How do three drunk people who all change up their story, at least two of them, their stories is changing left, right, and center. They were all supposedly blacked out. One was supposedly throwing up hours before. They were, I don't know if, I know she went to the hospital, Meg. I wonder what Meg's blood alcohol level was that night. If her blood alcohol level, they say you can't drive over 0.08, right? Her shit probably was 0.72. So now, if that person could even operate a vehicle, could we trust them 3 years later to now have an accurate depiction of what happened that night? How many times have y'all been lit and you call your homie and be like, nigga, I was lit last night. What happened? 2 years later, she got to come in court and we're like, we believe her, even though her story doesn't change. The night of the scene, 2 interviews or 1 interview with Gayle King and also on live. Then she come to court, she got a new story again. Story done changed 5 times. 5 times. Damn near. You know what I'm saying? So, again, I hate to seem like I'm a Tory defender, but I'm like, bruv, if we believe in the justice system and we think that for you to send somebody to jail, it should be without, it should be no fucking doubt. Everything we talking about here is saying this is pretty doubtful. I think that's fair. I just think that's fair. Now, this other part of Tory should have took the stand, I don't blame him for that at all. Number one, there was a legal thing, and it's going to happen with the Diddy case too. If Tory taking the stand, a lot of other things come into play. So, for example, they could talk about his tattoos, his history with guns, his history of violence, and those things were barred in pretrial if he did not take the stand. So they believed, okay, based on all the doubt we presented, we're kind of doing good. We don't need Tory to take the stand. Obviously, I'm telling you the fatal errors now. We're playing Monday morning quarterback. They should have had the driver, the only sober person, testify because he showed up the last day. But Tory doesn't take the stand, right? Gets found guilty. Now, if he takes the stand, would his testimony be compelling enough to say no? I don't know. Because here's the thing. Tory, even up till now, ain't never say Kelsey shot the bitch. I tried to stop Kelsey from shooting her. And I'm not saying the B word to be disrespectful to Meg. So, yeah. Anyway, let me keep playing.
It was him. What do you do with that?
Well, I heard the whole story from Tory's mouth. He called me personally from prison, and I now understand why he said sorry, and it's not for any shooting at all. So I'll let him tell that story when he comes home, but the sorry was not for what people think it was for.
Amber, I got to invite you back on the show because we got screwed up with time, so we'll make it work for you whenever you want. I want to talk to you about Diddy and your experience there and what you think about what's happening with him and what people should know. But I don't want to choke you on time. But do you think that they're going to make the case against him or no?
I think it's just the beginning. I think right now they're just they're trying to paint a picture, but I think there's more to come.
All right. Well, I'd love to have you back. Thank you.
Okay, cool. By the way, thank you. He says, Tory should know he's a black man. The justice system is against black men. That man should be on the stand singing, but he's too arrogant, trying to do a documentary and please fans. Yeah, it was reported, and supposedly Tory was working on a documentary as he thought he was going to beat the case. There is a little bit of culpability on Tory's behalf. I think there was some arrogance. I think he thought, yo, ain't no way I'm going to jail off of this shit. You know that little porn star was saying Tory was planning a party. I can imagine he's thinking, yeah, I'm going to spank this. You get what I'm saying? Also, if the rumors are true that he was offered supposedly 4 years, he's probably thinking, yo, they know they ain't got a case. They're not trying to get embarrassed. So I'm going to take him to court, or I'm not going to take the plea because obviously he doesn't want to get deported. Remember, he's still a Canadian citizen. And he's like, yo, I'm going to beat the case, and he didn't beat the case. Now, when you say he should be on the stand singing, I agree. If I was him, nigga, the ironic part about it, Tory Lanez got a song called Say It. Nigga, I would have been on the stand saying everything. I would have been on the stand saying everything. I don't know what's up with Tory. But again, we come from different backgrounds, right? Someone said that's why you should be talking to Como, not Amber. What? Pause. So yeah. No, what I was saying about Chris Cuomo, like sometimes they don't know the facts of the case. They're just reading from a sheet. Okay. By the way, thank you guys. Somebody said Tory's in prison because of his lawyers. Yeah, well, and here's the thing though. We have already seen with Sean Hawley. She says, "Well, it ain't me. It's your fault." So the lawyers are gonna do the finger pointing game. Yeah, we might have fucked up. But we gave you choices, and you made your choices. So we did what you wanted us to do. Because I'm pretty sure, they had taken a recess when the Jaquan thing happened. And I would imagine Tory and his lawyer would have to speak and discuss, hey, Tory, I know it's about to be the holidays. We could get a verdict right before the holidays. But if we want to put Jaquan on the stand, it's going to go beyond the holidays. What do you want us to do? I would imagine, now they might give him a suggestion. Now, I think we got this in the bag. We don't even need him. Or they might have been like, while we have him here, let's not open up some more can of worms or put up start another fire we got to put out. Let's get to the verdict immediately. Who knows what they suggested to him? Who knows what he said to them and said, nah, fuck that. I'm overruling you because I'm paying you. We don't know. All I know is that I feel like if I was a damn attorney, given the facts that we know, given the inconsistencies in statements, given all of the change in the stories, the bullshit that we know in this case, if you're telling me all I got to do is get reasonable doubt up in that courtroom for the jurors to then find this man innocent, I just don't know how I feel like I could have done the job, much less an attorney who is trained to be a litigator and supposed to be a reputable criminal defense attorney, okay? I don't even think have we even heard from the guy since? Jord Mejdeshin. Like, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Tory should have knew something was up. Nobody even noticed, nigga. He should have got Taco Pina. Oh, yeah. Oh, this guy's named an elite lawyer now, huh?
The Elite Lawyer Award recognizes the most outstanding and experienced attorneys in their fields. After considering the qualifications of attorneys to determine whether they meet our demanding criteria, Elite Lawyer acknowledges legal practitioners who have the
Nigga gets Tory sent to jail and gets called an elite lawyer.
Skills and experience needed to meet their clients' expectations and provide high-quality legal services. We are honored to present this attorney with the Elite Lawyer Award. By demonstrating legal proficiency, achieving recognition from their peers, and upholding the highest ethical standard.
Okay, all right. Did he ever do an interview about what happened with the Tory thing?
No comment?
I don't know if he did an interview. Oh, here we go. He did do, or he spoke a little bit. Here we go.
George Mdessian, Tory Lanez lawyer continues. I spoke with Tory's father. I have to have a transcript reader and according to Mdessian, the fact that the jury pondered for 2 days suggests there was something there. There was reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I don't think that guy ever did an interview. I don't think he ever did an interview. Interesting, because I think after he took that loss, I don't think nobody in hip hop is running to him for any type of I don't think anybody's running to him for any type of representation. But whatever. Okay, cool. All right, are we good? Are we good with that? I see there's some Rock Nation, Desiree Perez shit. I'm going to save that for now. I'll get to it after I get through this trial a little bit. It should be around lunchtime. And if you guys don't know, we are covering the Diddy trial. Today's day 13. I'm going to give you the updates as we get them here. Okay, so if you guys don't know where we left off yesterday with the idea, or not the idea, but we had someone named Mia, who we all now have identified as, her full name is, what was her name? Sarah Schnedker, right? Sarah Schnedker, right? Oh my God, her name just fucks me up every single time. Okay.
Diddy's former personal assistant, who they are calling Mia.
Okay. Anyway.
Took the state.
So it's Sarah Schnedker. If you don't know, she is pictured, supposedly she had lunch. She had lunch with Cassie very shortly right after Diddy got arrested. This is her pictured here with Diddy. And here is Cassie the day when she met up with her. This was spotted right after Diddy's arrest. She met up with this woman and they both had lunch together in a public place. This is both of them together. Obviously I'm wondering if on cross-examination, which cross-examination is supposed to start today, they're going to bring up the fact that, hey, you and Cassie, like, are y'all just friends or maybe y'all colluded to fucking make up a story to get this guy to go to jail? Obviously Cassie got some money and this was the picture of them having dinner or lunch or whatever you want to call it, or drinks, right after, like immediately after Diddy got arrested, they linked up. So now Sarah has taken a stand, and I would imagine that not only to protect herself because she lists herself or identifies herself as a victim because she accused Sean Combs of sexually assaulting her as well. I think because she had some type of career in the entertainment business, sometimes it could have dire consequences if you're the woman who's coming out to say, yo, he did something to me. So I think for her, maybe that's why she's using the moniker Mia, but Sarah Schnedker is not using a real name. She's using a pseudonym, which is called Mia, okay? So yesterday she detailed, really being involved and seeing a lot of the abuse of Cassie, but then she said she got abused herself. She got hit, pushed, things were thrown at her. And then she later said Diddy raped her on a private jet. And she also pretty much admitted that she never told Cassie about this. And, she broke down in tears multiple times, crying profusely, saying that she basically couldn't believe she wanted to take this to her grave. Okay, that's what she basically said. Okay, can I see this? No, I can't. That's not right. So, yes, sir. Okay. Okay. So, I think this is an updated picture of how she looks. All right. Now, let me just play my man Matthew Russell. Let's see what he got going on.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Now, day 13 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. It's Friday. It's the end of week 3. And I'll say right from the top, we're going to have another ebook out about week 3. It's already well underway, but there's still some testimony to go. Yesterday, the victim, known as Mia, people have figured out her name, and we're not reporting it even in this format. She testified all on direct about her going to work for Combs Enterprises, her 5 days in a row without sleeping when they first hired her. Sounds kind of like a cult in a way. And then several incidents of sexual assault in the closet of Diddy's place of residence, in various places, jumping on, apparent drugging with 2 shots of vodka that made her feel totally out of it, and she woke up on a chair many hours later. This is an echo, actually, of the many civil cases we've been covering here for some time. There's case after case, many of them brought by Tony Busby, showing with a stock photograph of a date rape drug that was apparently poured into these things. So this one has legs, and so for that reason, apparently, they've decided to deploy Brian Steele on the cross. He said it'll only be an hour and a half or 2 hours this afternoon. So look for some. We're going to be live tweeting it. You can.
Oh wow, Brian Steele is going to be doing the cross. I keep telling you, he's a pit bull. Yesterday was an emotional testimony. It was an emotional testimony by Mia, aka Sarah Schnecker, and I had said, would they bring back Maria Estavo, who did, I think, a pretty good job with Cassie. She did a really good cross and a good recross, because by the time Cassie got off the stand, Cassie almost admitted that, number one, she collected $30 million from this. She still loves Diddy. She admitted some of the stuff that she was doing. She was cheating on her current guy with Diddy. And, she honestly was kind of into some of this stuff, right? Now, that's as much as you're going to get as trying to throw some mud in the water of the star witness, which was Cassie Ventura, who they had on a time crunch because she had to give birth. She was pregnant at the time, by the way. She did give birth. And, I think they created some doubt there, right? Some doubt. And, again, the defense, they're playing defense right now. This is the offense or the prosecutor's time to lay out the case, and the defense in cross-examining, they're just trying to create some doubt, credibility issues. This motherfucker might be lying. They got a reason to lie. They want to make some money. They want to do this. And I think Estavio did a good job with that. I'm actually surprised that Brian Steele is going to be deployed in this manner against the victim. And again, don't let me and my bias kind of like make you think I'm talking down these attorneys. Brian Steele is one of the best attorneys, right? And he definitely knows how to, have an iron fist and a velvet glove and deal with a victim who is supposedly a victim of sexual assault. So he's not just, I know I call him a pit bull, but it's just because we've just seen him stand his ground. And, whether it's a witness, but specifically when it's a witness that's claiming that they are a victim, you don't want to badger them. You don't want to be like, okay, we caught you in this lie. Like, these people, they're crying, they're stopping, you know what I mean? And that might look bad in front of a jury. Anyway, so we're going to have Brian Steele, who's going to be doing this cross, right? Let me see what else. All right, let's kind of go there. And look like they might be trying to take a look into this drugging angle, that maybe Diddy was drugging people. By the way, here's the thing too, and I just thought about Sarah, who's Mia. I believe that Sarah has filed a civil suit, and this is going to come out on direct. Not direct, redirect. Basically, I don't think they asked her on direct. Did they ask her if she has any litigations against Sean Combs currently, or if she plans one? Because if she's going by pretty much a pseudonym, so she's damn near Jane Doe. If she's going by a pseudonym in court, she would probably be a Jane Doe in a civil suit, right? She has, at least from her story, actual claims against Diddy. And keep in mind, 100 people have filed lawsuits against Diddy. Seems right now the government's only using 2 as victims of sexual assault, that is. So, it gives a good amount of credence to what she would be saying. And the mere fact she could say, hey, the same guy I'm suing civilly, I was in his case criminally as a victim, that's going to make the civil case be bolstered up a little bit. Or maybe Diddy already settled with her. Who knows? We will see. Let me just keep listening to this intro.
They've decided to deploy Brian Steele on the cross. He said it'll only be an hour and a half or 2 hours this afternoon. So look for we're going to be live tweeting it. You can find it. It's going to be something else. Yesterday, just to finish that up, there was the other witness was Deontay Nash, who was in finer form than usual. First question, Donaldson, how are you, Deontay? Answer, blessed. And he went from there. But he finally did get off the stand, and Mia began. I don't mean to make it's something. I think that this is a worse witness for Combs than Cassie in a way, because you're really talking about violent, non-consensual. His defense is going to be, she kept working for me. That's going to be the defense. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, and again, it appears that Mia, even though there's messages that appear where she is maybe, I don't want to necessarily say flirting with Diddy, or, might be in favor of Diddy, nothing suggests that she was ever in a relationship with him or had at any point consented to sexual activity with him. It's not one of those things like, oh yeah, they used to fuck consensually all the time, and that one time she wasn't with it. She's saying, I was just working for the nigga. I never wanted to fuck the nigga. Okay? One of the times she brings up that Diddy, she was sleeping, she wakes up, Diddy's on top of her. And she was, I don't know why she was sleeping in a bunk bed style type of situation. She says Diddy forced his penis inside of her. The next time it was on a private jet where she was copping a plea to him saying, yo, come on, let's not do this here. People could see. And Diddy was like, nigga, come on up in this room. You getting his dick. So supposedly he fucked her on the plane. You get what I'm saying?
Now, there are other cases in SDNY. There's even other rap-related, hip-hop-related cases that nobody cares about anymore. Wow. Remember Tekashi 6ix9ine? I know he's still out there making music. Well, the guy who carjacked him, famously, is still about to be sentenced for something else. We're going to go by a leaf blower here, and I'm sorry about that. And I'm sorry for these other cases for that reason. Now, there's another musician, Jeezy Mullah, also known as Deshaun McBean. He's in a murder for hire trial, and his co-defendant is going to be getting a delay in the trial. Will it delay his trial? There's going to be a hearing next week, and we're going to have to cover it, and we will cover it. There's K-Flock, who is a much more recent case, a drill rapper from the Bronx who's was convicted at trial with Inner City Press, I believe the only media covering it daily, and it was really something. It had cooperators. It was what I'm calling real RICO. Not to say this other thing is not terrible, but RICO with shot people and
violence. People usually associate it with violence, even though really RICO, some of the early uses was like fraud with organizations.
Drug dealing, and even the new crimes such as unemployment fraud, and of the Arizona Department of COVID things. They did it from the Bronx. So there are those cases. Now there's also a UN case that we're
okay. All right, cool. So bet looks like we are good. All right, people. And so let me ask y'all a question. Well, nah, I won't even ask the question. So they're at lunch now. Should I go to the summary or just read through all the tweets, right? Read through all the tweets. We're going to be here anyway, right? All right, cool. Chat, I'm only on coffee right now. Thank you guys for being here. Love you guys. You got listen, you got to tell a friend to tell a friend. We're streaming over the Academy channel. Some people feel like we have taken a break from covering the trial. We have not. King Academics will be back on trial coverage on Monday, okay? So this was a week to kind of get kicked looking a little good, all right? But on Monday, absolutely, we'll be back on all channels that we normally stream on. All right? Okay, cool. So let's go. So this was the issues they brought in before the jury came in. It says, what's the issue with the charge? Shapiro says, we object to column. The column title, escort. It just says, meaning the title. It says, They're connecting up the stay with the hotel with the escorts travel to city. Shapiro then says, listen, we don't know if the escorts traveled to New York, that they actually went to London or hotel. AUSA says, we discussed. Shapiro then says, the government can make an argument that inference could be made. Say, is that fair? They agreed. Okay, so they took the title out. So looks like the government has this like really dope chart, right? They got a little chart saying, this is a RICO, this is sex trafficking, keeping people to move from here to here to here to here, and they have turned it into a chart saying, this is the escort's name, travel from blah, 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 blah. And Diddy's lawyer's like, no, that looks too crazy. Because that's not all the way true in every situation. Cool. All right. Comey then says, we have records like go to room, so-and-so in the hotel. We can remove the header. We will just show that the escort was going to the hotel where the reservation was under the name of Frank Black. And the judge says, what about this one? It says, it's an escort, Jules Theodore. Shapiro then says, we'll take what the court gives us. The judge says, anything on the summary exhibits? We're running into the jury's time. Let's get started. Can we have Mia back? Mia then gets in. Everybody all rise. Smizer then says to Mia, did you call the other employees' family? Mia says, yes, I was surrounded by them, okay? By the way, this is the finishing of the direct of yesterday. It says, and everyone referred to each other that way. It says, you dated an employee? It says, yes, Matt, the sound engineer. So apparently she was dating Matt, who was a sound engineer for Diddy. Keep in mind, Mia was a personal assistant of Diddy, if you guys don't know. She's going under a pseudonym. Her real name is Sarah Schnetker, as we have kind of deduced by, a little bit of putting two and two together, really, right? It says, were you and Matt able to hang out normally? It says, no. We had an apartment together in New York, but we rarely were there at the time. It says, why did you go to South Africa? It says, Puff told me to accompany Cassie. She was shooting a music video, or actually a movie. Sorry. AUSA says, what happened there? Mia says, well, Cass had called Puffy cheating on her with Gina. She was devastated. AUSA says, well, what were interactions with Mr. Combs? Mia says, they were on the phone. He was in Miami. Then she stopped answering the call. So it looked like she was upset because Diddy was being slick. It looked like anytime she would go out of town, if Diddy didn't go with her, Diddy would be with another woman. And what happened is Diddy's famous. People are taking pictures of Diddy with this new girl. I'm pretty sure he used to gaslight her, like, no, that's just some girl. But looked like he's either hugged up or something with the girl. And allegedly, at least from what Lauren Collins said, someone takes a picture of Diddy and Gina and sends it to Cassie and says, oh, you guys look cute. And they legitimately thought that was Cassie. And Cassie's like, what the fuck? That's not me. That's that other. He realized that Diddy's cheating. Cool. AUSA says, I'll read the blue messages. Okay, that's KK. And you could read the gray. That's yo. She said, says, I'll read the blue messages. Now, if we're thinking about an iPhone, if the messages are blue and it's Christina Karam, that means they have her phone? You get what I'm using or putting together? The AUSA said they're going to read the message in the blue. You know how iPhone is, right? The blue is you, the gray is them. If the AUSA says they're about to read the blue, are they reading from a seized or whatever copy of Christina Karam's phone? Because remember this, I told you, this name keeps coming up. But if she takes the stand against Diddy, listen, grand opening, grand closing. I'm wondering if they have her phone. We haven't heard nothing from her in a while, even though we did hear a denial of the civil stuff, okay? So you read the gray, that's you. So she wrote, P. Diddy wants to talk to you. Who's that? Mia says, Puff. Ava says, the audio call not completed. Mia says, I wasn't answering the calls, but I spoke with Puff. He threatened to kill me. AUSA says, what else did he threaten you with? Mia says, he said he was firing me. He said I had to leave and fly back. Remember, she was in South Africa. And he threatened to kill me. Ms. Karam wrote, I need to talk to her. Not sure what to do. He needs you to call him now or you don't have a job. AUSA says, how did it make you feel? Mia says, desperate. I was terrified and it was really sad. AUSA says, did you answer KK's call? Mia says, no, I texted back and that I'd been asleep. It sucks to wake up to this every morning. I'm being shot on or shit on from all sides. I'm in a fucked up spot. AUSA says, and what was KK's answer? Mia says, she wrote, can you call me when you get a chance? I wrote, I'm having anxiety and night fears. AUSA says, about who? Mia says, Puff. AUSA says, who are these WhatsApp with? Mia says, Puff. I screenshotted them. I had other phones. So what did Mr. Combs write? It says, if you don't call me in 2 minutes, I'm going to tell everything. You're fired. Fuck ABC and their lawyers. Let's go to war. He says, what do you think he meant by tell everything? Mia says, he says he'll tell Cassie about the sexual assault. Now, it appears that, and this is what I'm saying, I can't wait till Brian Steele gets up there. Remember I told you, I said, isn't it odd that Mia, who is watching Cassie get abused, supposedly, by Puff for years, gets sexually assaulted by Puff and doesn't tell Cassie, like, girl, he did the same thing to me. And why would Diddy now start threatening her? Yo, I'm about to tell Cassie that I fucked you. That's a little odd, right? Unless maybe they had a secret relationship that Mia knew she needed to keep quiet and be behind the back of Cassie. Because why would Diddy threaten to tell Cassie that he fucked her? Interesting. AUSA says, what do you think he meant by fuck ABC? He says, I had written a show based on my life. And as assistant, it hit the press. It's the most I've ever gotten. He was threatening to take that away. He said, the show ever air? No. Okay. AUSA says, what did he write now? Call me now. Call me now. Now. Then don't ever call me again. I wrote back that I've been asleep. AUSA says, is that the end of the screenshots? Mia says, yes. AUSA says, what's this? Mia says, my email to Puff, then to KK. AUSA says, what did you write? Mia says, I wrote, I'm really sorry, Puff. You know I love you, smiley face. I paid for my own flight. It will cost to change it. I'm sorry to ask for the money. I'm sorry. I want to make sure you're good. At the end of the day, regardless, I love you. Now, chat, again, I think Brian Steele is going to expose her. That nigga didn't rape you. Y'all were fucking around consensually. Y'all were just doing it behind Cassie's back. Why are you, if that's your employer, okay, maybe you're just trying to use love language because he's threatening to kill you. So you're like, no, I love you, Sean, I love you. Because he's saying he's going to kill you or beat your ass. But there's too much I love yous going on here. I don't know. It feels like maybe they were fucking. I don't know. But her story is she never fucked that nigga consensually. All right. AUSA says, why did you send this? He says, he told me to return, then he told me to stay. I couldn't afford the change fees, I told him. Cassie, says she needs me right now. But of course, I'll do whatever you want. Love you. Okay? Who is Cece? Mia says Cass. AUSA says, why did you write that? Mia says, because I worked for him. To him, that's all that mattered. AUSA says, why did you CC? Okay, just copy. Ms. Karam, because I needed an answer. I was in limbo. AUSA says, when you got back from South Africa, where did you work? Mia says, the office in L.A. AUSA says, did you have less access to Mr. Combs? Mia says, much less. Did it make your job easier or harder? It made it almost impossible. I needed his okay for everything, and I couldn't get any responses from him. How did it make you feel? She said, defeated. AUSA says, what is this? Mia says, a note from HR to me. AUSA says, what was the date? Mia says, March 31st, 2011. The judge then says, Ms. Schmeitzer, can we take that document down? I think it needs further redaction. AUSA says, what was happening? Mia says, I was suspended without pay. AUSA says, what had happened? Mia says he came in and didn't see that I've laid out all the options. He started ranting. I tried to point out other options. Who is this with? Mia says, James Cruz. He worked for Puff at the time. In like a managerial role, he asked for tickets. Mia says, I wrote back, Puff is currently firing me right now. He wrote back, LOL. I wrote back, no, seriously, sad face. AUSA says, what's this? Mia says, an email from D-Rock to me on March 25th, 2011. AUSA says, D-Rock asked, what happened? Mia says, I wrote, he went batshit crazy about his shirt. AUSA says, where was Puff? Mia says, with D-Rock. He was going to the doctor and going to run some other errands. I asked D-Rock to give me a heads up before they came back so I could be out the way. AUSA says, what did HR tell you? Puff wanted me suspended without pay, and I was. AUSA says, Mia, does this memo document the reasons? Does this memo document the reason you were suspended? So no, HR told me Puff said I was being insubordinate. So basically they wrote up like some reason that, you know, wasn't true because Puff told her directly why she was really being punished. AUSA says, did you get other documents like this from HR? Mia says, yes. How did they make you feel? So sad, like I did something wrong. AUSA said, did you continue working for Combs? Mia says, yes. AUSA says, did you feel like you could leave your job? Mia says, that wasn't a thought. I tried to run away before, but it didn't work. AUSA says, did you feel you could get other jobs? Mia says, oh no, he would have made sure. Mia says, I was scared of him. AUSA says, when did you try to run away from your job? New Year's 2010 to 2011? Where were you? She says, St. Bart's. She says, who was there? Me, Puff, Kim, the kids, some others? By the way, I think that might have been a trip Cassie didn't get invited in, right? AUSA says, where did you stay? On a yacht that Puff chartered. AUSA says, what did Mr. Combs ask you to do? He asked me to count money in the safe. He yelled, you're counting too fucking slow. He chased me out and told me, you better learn how to walk on water like Jesus, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. AUSA says, whose job was it to count money? He says, that was security's job. Mia says, I asked the crew to take me to land, but it was a hurricane or something. I hit on the 3rd floor. Damn, a yacht with 3rd floor? What type of yacht this nigga had? This nigga had a yacht with a 3rd floor? Holy shit. Let me see what type of yacht is that. Yacht with a 3rd floor. That's crazy. That nigga had a fucking cruise ship. Oh my God. Nah, Diddy rich. Holy shit. Damn, okay. All right, okay. Who spoke to you? Kim. She tried to console me and said, don't worry about it. I saw Puff coming towards me. I ran and hid in the cabin. AUSA says, did the crew take you to land in a tender boat? Mia says, yes, but when I got called, I had to come back. AUSA says, were you able to leave the country? Mia says, no, my passport was on the boat. Puff's staff had it. AUSA says, did you go back to the boat? Mia says, yes. Mia says, I was told to go get the car, to go get the plane, to go to Vegas with Puff. In the car, could you hear Puff's call? Mia says, yes. He was telling his chief of staff, Christina Karam, that I needed to be suspended. Making up a story I didn't get to finish. He yelled, shut the fuck up. AUSA says, you left Combs' company in 2017, didn't you? She said, yes. I spoke with Brian Ufford. We were editing a Bad Boy documentary. I was producing that. AUSA says, what did Brian tell you? Mia says that Mr. Combs wanted to end Revolt Films. The company was going away. So how did you feel? I think I saw snot coming out of my nose for a while. Oh my God. I was worried. I had been told Revolt Films was the only company that had made money that year. So how did you feel? Mia said that I had done something wrong. Attorney AUSA says, what did Brian Ufford say? Says that they would work out severance, but it was the holidays. Did you speak to anyone else? Christina Karam. I had a little bit of time to horrifically process what had happened. KK said, you're still working on a documentary. AUSA says, did you? She says, yes, I was doing it until March or April. AUSA says, what did you do after it? I cried myself to sleep. I ignored all the calls. Did you have a conversation with Cassie after? Bia says, I could never tell who it was with. I couldn't tell who was with or without Puff, so I didn't respond. Mia says, KK says Puff couldn't believe I would go against him. I'd gotten an employment attorney. KK says Puff couldn't believe it. Did you get paid? So yes, after 9 months, my attorney proposed a mediation. They asked for like $10 million. AUSA says, who came up with that figure? Ooh, what year was this? Okay. Okay, anyway. Who came up with that figure? My lawyers. Did you bring up violent incidents? A few of them. Okay, so it looked like she threatened to sue way back in the day too. I felt that I was doing something horrible. I was breaking the idea of confidentiality, telling secrets. I felt I was wrong and I was shameful. Did you ever bring up the sexual assaults? Oh no, I was gonna die with those trauma, right? So AUSA says, how much did you receive? I got $200,000. My lawyers got that much too. So basically $400,000. So Diddy paid out $400,000. She initially asked for $10 million. Okay. What was it for? It was for bonuses that hadn't been paid and out of pocket. AUSA says, would you return the money to never have this happen again? Brian Steele says, objection. Judge says overrule. Mia says, oh, absolutely. AUSA says, do you have any other lawsuits against Mr. Combs? She then says no. So it looked like she signed some document saying she could never sue for any of these things, but it's probably for that time period, which probably also includes sexual assault. So Diddy probably crossed his T, dot his I with whatever he's signed when he gave her the $200,000. So I know she feel fleeced because because Cassie got 20 M's and she got 200,000. And right now when the lawsuits are hot, she can't really sue, I think, right? It said, did you contact Mr. Combs again? She said, yes, when Miss Kim died, Kim Porter that is, and when Andre Harrell died. Did you tell him you loved him in these messages? Yes, that's how I would normally speak with him. AUSA says, are you aware of Cassie's lawsuit? Yes, November 2023. Have you spoken with Cassie since the suit? Yes, we talk a lot. Then not. We both hide our phones in the depression. We hide from our phones in the depression thing. Then a few days ago, just personal stuff and I love yous. Did you speak about your testimony? Oh, no, which I don't believe this at all. They met right before, well, after Diddy's arrest. They talked about possibly testifying, 100%. Right? Well, who cares? That's what she says. They didn't talk about it. AUSA says, after the suit in 2023, did anyone contact you? Yes, D-Rock. He was like my big brother. AUSA says, he said, how are you? What was your response? He says, D-Rock. AUSA says, why all the exclamation points? She says, because I love exclamation points. And D-Rock. Mia says, I understand D-Rock was no longer with Puff either. Yeah, Mia says, I understand D-Rock was no longer with Puff either. He and his wife had a restaurant in the Poconos. AUSA says, I'm about to call you. He wrote, I'm about to call you. What's that date? It's November 30th, 2023. AUSA says, did D-Rock call you? Mia says, yes. What happened on the call? Steele says, objection. Judge says, ask again. What did he say? Judge says, overruled. He started with personal stuff, then said the news is crazy. It wasn't like that. It was normal fighting. AUSA says, was it normal fighting? Mia says, absolutely not. D-Rock says, Puff misses you. Implied everyone agreed. Mia says, I immediately thought, oh my God. Steele says, objection. Grounds non-responsive. They do a sidebar and then they're back. AUSA says, what did D-Rock say he was? He said he just landed in Miami. He was going to be at Puff's. He was going to go take care of Christian. D-Rock says, maybe you could say something. How did you respond? I pretended I'd talk to Puff. Did you want to? No. I pretended I would talk to Puff. Did you want to? No, I was scared. He called me right after. So it looked like D-Rock calls when the Cassie lawsuit dropped and says, yo, I'm on my way to Puff. By the way, why did Cassie say all that bullshit? Like, this shit was mad consensual. They were just fighting like, toxic couples, huh? And she's like, and he's like, yo, I'm about to be at Puff's crib. Yo, I'm going to have you talk to Puff, all right? And she's like, yeah, okay. So she's saying she wasn't down with it, right? AUSA says, okay, so here we go. Says, did you want to know I was scared? He called me right after D-Rock. He said, how did you react? I threw my phone behind the couch and ran out. Why? It was just so triggering. Did you hear from D-Rock again? Mia says yes. AUSA says, what did D-Rock write? Mia says that your boy doesn't want you to do anything, just to talk. I didn't want to. I just wanted it to go away. AUSA says, what then did D-Rock write to you? Mia says he wrote, I can't believe you're not hitting me back. It was February 22nd, 2024. Okay? So it looked like she stops to respond to D-Rock because D-Rock is basically telling her to talk to Puff, and she didn't really want to talk to Puff. She threw the phone behind whatever and ran. Mia says, I knew he wouldn't stop, so I wrote back. I said I was scuba diving all day. I didn't have our phones on the boat. Was that true? No. I told D-Rock I called Puff, but there was no answer. I wanted to play neutral. AUSA says, D-Rock asked, how can I send you something? What did you think he meant? He says, money. I said, no. I'm always ready to help y'all out. AUSA says, I'm allowed to send my sister a gift. I said, did he? Mia says, no. AUSA says, what did you think D-Rock was trying to do? Mia says he was trying to find out for Puff if I was a threat. AUSA says, did Mr. Coleman text you in February 2024? Mia says, yes. He said, call me when you have 10 minutes, love. AUSA says, and this one in February 27th, he said, I need my memory jogged. Ooh, did you respond? No, I didn't want anything to do with him. He was the person I was traumatized by. I knew this was all a front. AUSA says, what was the last message? Mia says, I think so. I got some. Steele says objection. Judge says sustained. Wow. She is, I understand why Matthew Russell said that this might be a better witness than Cassie. Because Cassie's testimony, there's part of you that could say, yo, Cassie is kind of down with it. Or Cassie is only now having buyer's remorse. Cassie wanted to be with Diddy. She wanted to be his wife. She wanted to have his kid. And she never got that, and that's why she's filing charges, because she's now with the broke-ass nigga, right? With this woman, she's claiming she never wanted to have sex with Diddy. She never had a romantic relationship with Diddy. And basically, Diddy raped her. Diddy beat her. And basically, she was trying to do everything to get away from him. And Diddy also killed her career, but also what they're painting right here is that Diddy was trying to intimidate her or probably try to bribe her, okay? So he was trying to obstruct justice because there was an investigation that was impending into the criminal activities of Diddy. So Diddy was having people call her and be like, yo, you want a gift? And she felt like they were trying to feel her out to see if you're not down to take a gift, you might be working with the cops or something, right? Cool, let's keep it going. All right. Says, do you work now? She says, no. I suffer from complex PTSD. The judge says, sidebar. AO says, so what are your symptoms? And Mia says, misinterpreting emails. Someone calls my name from across the room and all the feelings of getting in trouble come flooding back. I triple guess myself. AUSA says, who caused it? Mia says, Puff. Judge says, break. And they take a break. They come back. Mr. Steele, can you put the binders on the jurors' chairs? Ms. Smyser, do you have any objections? Smyser says, there's an exhibit we're requesting hearsay redactions to, but we could hash it out. Judge says, put the binders on the chairs, okay? All rise. Here's a cross-examination, and YSL Steele is now checked into the game. Check it out, Chad. He says, because Mr. Combs, you suffered a great deal, right? Mia says, right. Steele says, just seen him call your number made you throw your phone, right? She says, yup. Steele says, he made you do things that are unthinkable, right? She says, yup. Steele says, making you sleep in a room with a lock. Or I think it was without a lock. I think that's was the way. Without a lock. And coming in and violating you in the most unthinkable way, right? She says, yup. He says, you said his conduct was the worst thing that's ever happened to you, right? She says, yup. Steele says, all right, well, look at this notebook. Okay, I love Steele. Steele don't play around. Like, he'll gas you up and be like, word? So it's the worst thing ever, huh? Word. I bet. Open that book real quick. He said, I moved for admission 1702 to 1710. These are exhibits. Smyser says, these are under seal. Steele says, whatever the court says. We got redacted versions anyway. Mia, this is a social media post of you in 2013. Mia says, yes. It's your personal account, right? This is what you're doing? Says, yes, that's my personal account. Steele says, you wrote, this is what we do when you're not around. I'm Diddy. Ciroc, right? She says, yes, that's me. So you tagged him years after you said he raped you. She said, yes. Okay. This is July 4th, 2013. Who answered those? Cass and me. You wrote rich as fuck and Cece. Who's Cece? Cassie. Brian Steele says, what does Cece stand for? It's just a nickname. Have you ever heard about Cassie Combs? Steele asks. Mia says, oh, that makes sense. Steele says, Here you say he got coffee for you in Forbes list. She says, yes. Steele says, so you say he made you take drugs against your will at Burning Man, but you post about it? She says, right. Steele says, you posted a picture with him here. Why would you post a picture with a man terrorizing you? So they're showing her in her Instagram, like, yo, you posed up with this nigga, like after he raped you, he's terrorizing you, he's beating you, she's like, yeah. Steele says, and this video depicting Mr. Combs as a doctor delivering your baby. Mia says, it was a funny video. I was proud to be in it. Steele says, Mr. Combs' birthday is significant to you too. You did 2 shots with him, right? Mia says, yes. Steele says, oh, I forgot. Alcohol overcame you. The 2 shots put you on it, right? She says, yes. So you think you were drugged, right? She says, I didn't say that. And to be clear, she never said she got drugged, but she implied she got drugged by saying 2 shots took her out. Steele says, a person you don't really know put his mouth on your mouth without permission, right? She says, yes. His hands was up your dress and onto your person, right? You remember that? It was paralyzing, right? She says, yes. You woke up in that chair, you told the jury. So you blacked out, he raped you, you woke up in that chair, right? She says, I did. But what about this damn message right here? You know you done fucked up, right? And this one. And then the other same day you posted something off the anniversary of you being sexually assaulted according to your testimony. So it looked like she's still posting Diddy years after. He says, I don't celebrate as the anniversary of that, but it's his birthday. Remember, Diddy wanted to fuck her or did fuck her or raped her on his birthday. So they're like, why would you celebrate the anniversary of your rape? She's like, I don't look at it like that. I just look at it as his birthday, so I celebrated it afterwards. Steele says, what did you write? Mia says, thank you for giving me an extended family for life. You're fucking funny. I love you. Steele says, you're in a tutu next to Combs, right? Mia says, yes. Is he holding his private part in his hand? She says, I guess so. Steele says, you were proud of Mr. Combs? Mia says, of course. You'd post the good times. Steele says, you wrote extended family for life. You're forever one of my great fans. This is about a man, or friend, I guess probably that was. This is about a man who traumatized you, right? She said, I did write that. Steele says, who's your mentor and brother that you're writing about with this picture right here? Puff. You did a lot of collages. A lot of them got you and Diddy. Who picked out the thumbnails? You did that, right? Yeah. What did you write here? Who let me have my hair like that? You're with Mr. Combs in this picture, right? Yup. Here you say, look, Ma, I'm in Billboard on Times Square, right? She says, it's a play on My Name is in Lights. And what about this photo right here? That's me and Cassie, where we're going to Istanbul. Steele says, did Mr. Combs have to approve of both of y'all going on that trip? Mia says, absolutely. Steele says, and this photo? So we're on the Sprinter on the way to Cass's club appearance. And what about this one? That's the W Hotel in Istanbul. Steele says, what did you write here? About Muhammad Ali's birthday with Puff. I took the photo. Oh, so you took the photo. You took one photo? I think I took multiple photos, but this was the best one. Steele says, this is November 4th, 5 years after you got sexually assaulted, right? She says, yes. Steele says, what did you write? She says, thank you for being my friend. Hashtag happy birthday Diddy. Hashtag I'm so hot. I'm throwing panties at myself. And you have Mr. Combs shirtless in two of the pictures. Two, right? Yeah, he's kind of always shirtless. So Mia, you said you were sexually assaulted so many times you can't remember, right? AUSA says objection, misstates the testimony. She never said so many times she can't remember. They sustain that. Steele says, have you met with prosecutors? Mia says, yes. Steele says, more than 27 times? She says, I don't remember the number. Do you remember telling you don't remember how many times you were sexually assaulted before? I don't know if I phrased it that way. This has ruined you though, right? You're broken, right? You're just broken. Well, the sexual abuse was part of the way he ruined me. Yeah. So you wrote, thank you for being the good kind of crazy, inspiring me every day. Yeah, I mean, I don't think people write bad stuff about their life on Instagram back then. So why did you promote it? It was my job to promote. It was kind of like cycle of ups and downs. Mia says, when he was calling me his best friend, I wasn't afraid of him. Steele says, so you weren't afraid of the man who stole your innocence? There's objection. They overrule it. Steele says, you have a family? Yes, parents and a sister. Friends? AUSA is now asking for time. They can see Brian Steele is trying to put belt to ass. He ain't trying to go. He's trying to get to it. Steele says, when you posted this, you still had a friend? She says, I had no sounding board. I had to go get permission to go to my grandfather's funeral. Says the jury has an email with D-Rock. You could express yourself though, right? She said, I reached out to him. Steele says, what's this? That's my friends at Funny or Die. I'm in the video. Steele says, what did you write? You know, you're a celebrity when you were spraying champagne at Funny or Die. Steele says, what's this? My birthday post for Justin. That's Puff's son. Steele says, and this one? That was a Ciroc promo. Hashtag. Steele says, you're in it with Mr. Combs, right? She says, yes. Steele says, did you ever say anything about Mr. Combs violating you? Mia says, never. Here? That's Puffy and Jimmy Iovine. They're legends. Steele says, he traumatized you though, right? It says, yes. Steele then says, you wrote. Mia says, watch Puff tonight on Fuse. I convinced him to make a door on his TV set and call it the Diddy door. Steele says, you post a picture of the person who's ruined your life? Mia says, Yeah, and the guy who's also my boss. Steele says, who made you post this? Mia says, no one. Steele says, how do you forget about waking up with a man on top of you having his way with you? She says, I was in fear of upsetting him. The moments other than when we were best friends. Says, how were you best friends with the man that you said raped you? I don't know. Ask my therapist. I don't know. Steele says, what did you write here? Fuck off Patron with a picture of Puff dancing with his tequila. Steele says, and in this photo, is Mr. Combs close to you? She says, yes. Says, you were producing the show, right? It's like, yeah, Funny or Die, he did it. But I was getting producer credits. He says, can we get a sidebar? I said, AUSA, yo, Steele is being, wow. The judge says, we'll give the jurors their lunch break and we'll stay and hash it out. They said the witness has not burdened to bring forth evidence to support her claims. It's our burden. The judge says, Mr. Steele, you'll have to ask, does she have texts or emails or something of the sort? Steele says, understood. Oh, my God. I got to hear how this looks in court. Brian Steele is applying belt to ass. Let's see it, chat. Belt to ass. Okay. All right, here you go.
United States versus Sean Combs, day 13, week 3. It's Friday. Yay. So we finished the direct examination this morning of Mia, Diddy's former assistant, director of development at Revolt TV. And then we started the cross-examination, which was done by Brian Steele. This morning, before the jury came in, they were discussing the fact that Diddy needs more time with his lawyers. He was saying that he doesn't have any more minutes left at MDC, so there was some back and forth about that. And Diddy was very intent on telling his lawyers, I don't have any minutes. Although the judge said that he spoke to MDC, and Diddy had only used 47 out of 300 minutes. And these minutes are to use the phone to talk to his lawyer. So they're trying to figure that out. But anyway, let's get to the finishing of the direct testimony. We saw this back and forth between basically Diddy, Mia, Christina Coram, while Mia was in South Africa with Cassie, and this whole thing went down about Michael B. Jordan and Diddy being somewhere with Gina and Cassie seeing. It really just showed that Diddy and Christina Coram called Mia over 40 times in a row at different points. Text messages, emails, and Mia just said she felt incredibly stressed and felt just incredibly overwhelmed and stuck in the middle of all of this stuff. And, I think it was just kind of highlighting this toxic work environment where she just felt trapped. We also learned about, this I felt was interesting, and this came at the very end of her testimony. So it was 20, I think she said it was 2016 or 2017. That was the last year that she worked for Diddy or for Revolt TV. And she said that, she had met with the COO of Bad Boy, and he relayed to her that Diddy didn't want to do the Revolt film anymore, which was what she was doing. And so she said she was upset, she felt betrayed, but they were going to work out severance and all this stuff. And, then she later found out they wanted her to finish with this project she was working on, a Bad Boy documentary. And after that, she could work out her severance, her pay, or whatever she was owed. So she said she was told to get an employment lawyer to help out with this. But when she brought this employment lawyer to the table, she was getting messages, I think it was from either KK or somebody on Diddy's staff, saying that Diddy felt so betrayed that she would, bring a lawyer into this and all this stuff. And so they basically sat down, had a meeting, and I think she was initially paid $400,000, but she only got $200,000 of this. She said, the other half went to her lawyers. And the government asked, would you give this all back if it meant you didn't go through what you went through? And she said, of course. And then I thought this was very important testimony. We learn that, sorry, it's very sunny. We learn that D-Rock, Diddy's bodyguard or one of his security people, reached out to her, Mia, maybe a couple days after Cassie's civil lawsuit dropped. And he just kind of said, Mia, what's up? And she was like so excited to hear from D-Rock because they were very close. And he then just says, wow, this stuff is so crazy with, Puff and Cass. Like, we all know they just fought like a normal couple. And then Mia said she felt a little bit nervous and it just didn't sound right because she's like, oh, I kind of know where this is going. And also, D-Rock was there for so much of this. How does he not, how is he saying that? And, she said that D-Rock was like, can I call you? Let's talk. And she's like, I don't want anything to do with this, basically. And he kept texting her and saying, Puff just wants to talk to you. And she was really just being very evasive. She said she was scuba diving. She didn't have good service. It was just really obvious, what she was doing. She was uncomfortable. And then she said that Puff called her. And she said she had this reaction where she like threw her phone on the couch and ran out of her house because she just had this PTSD. Oh, and by the way, I'll get there after, sorry. So she didn't answer, and then D-Rock texts her again, and, he just said, man, like, you're not responding to me. What's going on? Like, kind of getting annoyed at her. And she was like, oh gosh, I better say something. So, and then he said something like, did you ever talk to Puff? And she wrote back, oh, sorry, I don't have good service. She said, she lied, and she said, he called me, which he did, and she said I called him back, and I didn't leave a message, so I left it at that. And that's, they said, did you call him back? And she's like, no, I definitely didn't. So eventually, D-Rock kind of sends her this message saying that he wants to send her a gift. And she took that as he wanted to send her money. And she kind of noted that she was in debt at the time, but she was like, no, I would never take a gift from you. No. And he said something like, oh, I can't just send my sister a gift. And she's like, no. So she didn't get anything, made that very clear. And I can't remember if I said this. I already did another report before this, but D-Rock in 2023, she testified that he did not work for Diddy at the time, but he was in Miami doing something for Diddy's son. So I'm not sure if he was on the payroll or whatever, but I thought that was an important note. So yeah, he says, can I give you this money? And she's like, no, or this gift, sorry, not money. She took it as money. So then in February of 2024, Diddy texts her and says, hey, can we talk love? She doesn't text him. About 5 days later, at the end of Feb, she gets another text from him. And he says, hey, I just need your help jogging my memory. He said, you were my right hand for such a long time.
Oh, okay. Matthew Russell had said, you need your memory jogged. I was like, why would Diddy text that? No, I think Diddy was like, hey, I'm just trying to jog my own memory. Can we talk?
I just need you to help me remember who was around me during that time. And, he just said, I just want to talk. I hope you're well. Love, again. And she never reached out to him, and she said she hasn't heard from him since. And then she said that she can't work because she has just PTSD from Diddy and all the trauma that she experienced. So yeah, that was a moment. And a lot of you guys have been asking or commenting about juror reactions, and I wish I had more to report. They are, in my opinion, they are pretty stoic. I mean, they laugh when it's appropriate. They just have kind of blank faces on or serious faces on. I did notice two men in particular. One man seems to be really intent on reading all of the email exchanges and the text exchanges. He's always kind of looking at those messages on the screen. And another guy, he just always looks really perplexed, I noticed. But, something smells out here. Sorry. But yeah, and there's one woman who sometimes just seems to have like a resting kind of smile when she's listening, but not when it's anything traumatic or serious. So it's so hard to read these guys. And today we saw Diddy shake his head again when Mia was testifying about sexual assault. But and this is, I'll go into this a little bit later, but just briefly to touch on the cross-examination, which was started before lunch by Brian Steele. He pulled up a lot of Mia's old social media posts on Instagram, and these were actually in a binder and the binder was handed out to the jury by the defense, because I think that they're having an issue on whether or not this can be submitted as actual evidence for the jury to reference at the end when they're deliberating. So I think the fix for now was to give them these binders. So all these photos are from 2008, let's say, to 2016, and they're of Mia posting things about Diddy. She loves him. He's an inspiration. She thanks him. He's her best friend. She's so thankful that he's silly in a good way. Just a series of pictures. And what's notable is the birthday post, because she said that she was first sexually assaulted by Diddy on his birthday, November 4th, 2009, his 40th birthday. And so Brian Steele's like, this is a significant day for you because you were traumatized on that day. And she's like, yes. And he's like, but you continue to post all of these birthday pictures year after year, really thanking him, loving him, all of this stuff, even though that's a day of trauma for you. And she's like, yeah, he was my boss. He was my mentor. And her answer for a lot of this is the highs were high and the lows were low. So we saw a picture that she reposted by Meek Mill with The Game and Cassie, and Meek Mill, obviously. They're all in a hot tub with bikinis or shirtless. We saw a Burning Man picture with
too easy, right? Too easy. Yeah.
Groovy Lou, and this was when the tour bus thing, by the way, happened with the plate of cocaine or ketamine, whatever. So and she said, take me back to Burning Man. So Steele's like, take you back? So you had fun? And she's like, well, I went to multiple Burning Mans with him, trying to be like, this may not be the one. But yeah, a lot of that, and I'm sure we'll have more later. So I'll see you this afternoon.
Okay. Let me see if homie here did he drive something or no? Okay. I know Long Crown's gonna have some. Yeah, today is a very important day, if you ask me.
Until the next trial. Subpoena her.
Even people like Diddy himself, because they were essentially trying to get in touch with her to kind of talk to her and find out how Cassie's doing, where Cassie is. Because if you think about just that time frame, this was around the time frame Diddy's over in Miami. He was spotted out with Gina, and Cassie was pretty upset about this, and to the point where she just was not picking up Diddy's messages. And so Mia had explained that Cassie was devastated by getting sent this photo of Mia and Diddy together over in Miami, so she stopped answering Diddy's calls. So what did Diddy do? He had Christina Coram and other staffers try to get Cassie on the phone. We saw exhibit photos of a text message from October 26th of 2015 between Christina Coram and Mia, where Christina Coram is writing to Mia, hey, it's KK. Did you get those She wrote, hey, it's KK. Did you get these? PD wants to talk to you. Sorry, messenger, don't shoot. Mia responded, she just tried to call him, and then that she's referring to is actually Cassie. Christina Coram responded, can you call me first? Audio call not completed. Mia said, I just woke up. Did you ever explain to him being Diddy, what time it is? It's around 7:45 a.m. I have missed calls from 3:45 a.m. I will call you when we get to rehearsals. He doesn't sound in his right mind at the moment, so any reasoning should be in the a.m. your time. And Mia says around this time that Diddy had threatened to kill her and threatened her job, and even pretended to call HR on her at one point. And Christina Coram tried to intervene by saying, well, he just called me again, Mia. He just told me that if you don't call him in the next 2 minutes, you don't have a job. And Mia said she felt kind of panicked by this, and so she kind of responded back, I just woke up to 48 missed calls. I keep waking up to a million calls. I answer the phone at all times. We aren't ignoring you. I'm just most likely asleep. This is really stressful. I'm not ignoring you. And so she said, as far as returning from South Africa, that she normally worked in the LA office, but she said after this return from this trip that Diddy wasn't physically around her when she returned, and that kind of made her job impossible, because one of those job requirements is to be kind of in his side, be near him, kind of understand what's going on with him, what he needs, and that sort. And so she had explained that I wasn't allowed to make massive money decisions without his approval. She also said, like, I was letting people down, and projects were based on the relationships I formed, and she felt disappointed by this. Then we were kind of segueing into just the threats made to her job, where we saw an exhibit photo of kind of a memo informing Mia that she would be suspended for a 5-day period, to the point where she wasn't even being paid during this suspension. And so Mia said she was, again, suspended without she was suspended without pay prior to notice before, and that Diddy had asked Mia to get him a lot of options as far as workout clothes, because this was what the memo was kind of in reference to, that it was normally the stylist's job to lay out all his clothes and his different outfits for him. But Diddy just got so mad that he cursed out Mia. He got angrier and angrier, and Mia pointed out that, hey, there's other options over here if you want to look at these. But Diddy, and according to Mia, threatened her job once again. And so as far as just kind of where the direct examination sort of kind of ended, there was still a lot of stuff going in between, and I'm sure we'll get to that when we do our breakdown later today. But as far as where the direct kind of ended, they were talking again about kind of settlements and what happened, because essentially Mia was explaining that she left Revolt Films around 2016 because Diddy no longer wanted to pursue films, and this kind of left her without a job. And so she said that she was kind of encouraged to get a lawyer, so she got a lawyer to kind of pay for those overdue wages and just the bonuses that she had pretty much earned while on the job, but she didn't get paid these, and so she got a lawyer. And originally her attorneys got offered around $10 million, or they kind of pointed to this $10 million number as far as just kind of the amount this possible settlement could have. But she said the settlement actually ended up being $400,000, but she only got half of it because the other half went to her lawyers. And so she thought that she had told a couple instances of violence during these mediation talks, but she said, I thought I was doing something horrible. I thought I was breaking confidentiality. I thought I was telling his secrets. But the prosecution kind of ended that Mia didn't have any type of pending lawsuits with Diddy, but they also kind of referenced that even after Cassie's lawsuit was filed in November of 2023, all of a sudden Mia gets a text message from none other than D-Rock, and D-Rock was trying to get her in touch with Diddy. And it was interesting kind of hearing her perspective of it, because from her perspective, she said she didn't want to answer these calls. She didn't want to speak to Diddy. She felt threatened. She felt traumatized from the time that she was on the job, that she didn't want to reach out to him or message him back. So she kind of played along and tried to play dumb, according to her, just about, oh, I'm going to call him, don't worry, or I'm on a boat, I'm sorry I missed your call, just kind of trying to evade him, but also not get him too mad. But D-Rock kind of kept pushing to the point where he was even messaging her as late as February of just last year, essentially just wanting to talk to her. And it seemed interesting from her perspective, kind of that there was kind of this campaign kind of going on from the former staffers where they were trying to get in touch with her so they could kind of get, I guess, their story straight together and see how they could kind of put on a united front, as because again, around this time, Diddy's world is essentially collapsing because there are so many lawsuits being filed at this point. This was after Cassie's settled lawsuit, but still more trickling in. And so that's kind of where we ended on the direct examination. But there was still so much more even in the interim of that.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to address with our panel a little bit later is, could that be interpreted as either bribery or obstruction if they're reaching out to her after Cassie's lawsuit?
Yeah, if they know there's an
were they
investigation,
aware
right?
there was a federal investigation happening? I want to say, I seem to remember they might have gotten word that there was an investigation beginning in January of 2024. That time frame would be really interesting. So we'll put that to the side. What happened on cross? Because I'm reading it and I'm reading about these these social media posts, but it's different being in the courtroom. Are you seeing these posts? Like, what is exactly the social media posts that are being that Mia is being confronted with?
Well, the cross-examination is being conducted by none other than Brian Steele. So I was specifically wondering, how would he cross-examine her, especially after all the heavy testimony that we had heard just yesterday? And Brian Steele kind of came out on the attack. And so even before Mia is brought out, before the jury is brought in, because we kind of take a lunch break, we took a morning break in between the direct examination and the cross. So in that break, the defense is putting out a whole bunch of notebooks on the jury seats. And it's not necessarily a notebook. So I should actually say it's a binder full of just different exhibits, photographs. I believe there's text messages in this binder, but they were laying all of these binders out. Then Mia's brought in, then cross-examination comes, and Brian Steele right out of the gate is says, so because of Mr. Combs, you suffered a great deal. Mia responds, yes. You have trauma working with Sean Combs. Yes. He made you do things that are unthinkable. He was really kind of exaggerating his words here, and he violated you and he diminished you. And Mia responded true, or she responded yes. Brian Steele asked her, you wanted to kill yourself? And Mia had responded yes. And so he was coming off very kind of powerful and aggressive a little bit just right off the bat, which to me I found actually pretty surprising. And so then we start to get into the exhibits, and it's just a bunch of photographs, particularly from Mia's private Instagram account, from Mia's account. And so we're seeing photos from back in 2013 where it's an image of Mia on social media from her personal account. Her face is blurred in, so we don't see her real face necessarily. But we see a caption of what we do when you're not around. And Mia's holding just kind of some bottles of Ciroc. Obviously, Diddy used to represent Ciroc as far as brand deals is concerned, and she hashtagged it Ciroc. The defense says, well, this was 4 years ago after your employment and after years of your sexual assault. And they were really kind of trying to drive the point that you had all these different photos with these really nice captions to Diddy. But again, these were years after this sexual assault occurred. And they specifically pointed out that this exhibit from November 4th of 2013. So this would have been a few years after the first sexual assault that happened at Diddy's birthday party over at that penthouse here in New York. And we see an exhibit photo from that same day, but in 2013, where it's a photo of Mia kind of pretending to be giving birth. Diddy's in a doctor's costume. And it was like I think it was a Funny or Die video that they were doing because Andy Samberg was directing it. And Mia wrote in this caption, last non-B-Day shout out to my mentor at I Am Diddy. Thank you for letting me give birth to my dreams. And Brian Steele was like, you posed with your rapist pretending to give birth. And it was really just kind of like, whoa. And I will say this, Jesse, is that when Brian Steele was like, oh, well, you were posing with your rapist, I saw one of the jurors just look from down to just being looked.
Chat, I'm stepping out, just getting this phone call real quick. It's a really important one, all right?
Correcting these
questioning. Just keep watching.
And so we saw a whole bunch of different photos. I would essentially call it a photo dump because it was just a lot of photos from Mia's personal Instagram account where she has posed either with Cassie or she's posed with Diddy, and she's tagging Diddy in these photos and saying very nice things of either happy birthday or I'm so glad to be around you or I'm so glad you're my mentor. You continue to like kind of build me up, these types of things. And so, and that's kind of where we kind of were leaving off with, because it really was just a number of different exhibits. And I'm sure when we return from the lunch break, we'll see a whole lot more too.
By the way, we put up a poll. Do you think the jury will be impacted positively or negatively by Mia's social media posts of Diddy? 51% say positively, 48% say negatively. Very interesting. Before I let you go, Elizabeth, there's one concrete question I had outside of Mia. I don't know if you can answer it. Before she even got back on the stand, there was a back and forth regarding charts. And I think that's important. Charts with respect to the prosecution, the defense, and the judge, because I think it had something to do with whether or not maybe male escorts were transported for purposes of these freak-offs, which, by the way, we don't talk about it enough. Transportation to engage in prostitution is another series of charges Combs is facing, transporting alleged victims and sex workers for purposes of sex work. What was going on there about the charts, if you know? I'm just curious.
Yeah, it was kind of a moment that stuck out to me this morning. It was outside of the presence of the jury. And a lot of people, I will say, weren't taking notes because I don't think they realized kind of how important this possibly might be. But it was about the summary charts, specifically about the summary charts and the summary witness that is going to be kind of testifying towards the tail end of the government's case. And so the defense was kind of complaining about the government's summary charts and how they don't like that there's a category which labels the different men as escorts in this particular category when they're kind of comparing the flights as well as the hotel reservations. They said that they don't necessarily connect that this particular escort may have gone to the hotel, and they use the escort named Jules as an example of this. And so they said this is essentially, they said that this is pretty much just some travel records, and that it doesn't necessarily prove anything. However, the government said, well, we can take out this category of escorts, but we still need to keep the names in. But the summary witness will pretty much say that that there was messages sent either from Cassie or from Diddy. I'm going to a hotel on this date, and then a flight would kind of correspond with these hotel reservations. And so that was kind of the gist of those discussions that happened outside of the presence of the jury this morning.
Elizabeth Milner, great reporting as always. I know you need to jump back in there. Thank you so much for your level of detail, being our eyes and ears. Great job as always.
Thanks, Jesse.
You got it. Okay, I want to continue the conversation. We have more questions coming in from our amazing audience, so we're going to continue with Nest Dog with his super chat question. Nest Dog, thank you so much. You've been so supportive as we've been doing these lunchtime shows, so thank you so much. I'll throw it to you, Serena. Does it still show the power dynamic aspect? Cassie, Deontay Nash, CeCe, probably Cassie, and currently Mia continue to associate with Puff. What do you make of that?
Yes, I do. I think that the defense is going to want to use that to say otherwise, that it's going to show voluntariness on their part. You know, now that there's no further connection or either relationship or employment connection, they still choose to continue to be around P. Diddy. But if one believes all of the things that he did to each of these people and that each of these people still continued to associate themselves with him, then yeah, I think it's a fair argument for the prosecution to say that does go to show just how much power he has. And remember, just because somebody doesn't have a signed contract with somebody anymore, or, you know, an actual physical or emotional relationship with somebody anymore, does not necessarily mean that they lose their power over that person. This is a man with a ton of money, a ton of connections, and these are people who still operate within the same field, you know, the music business, videos, things like that. So he still could have had a ton of power over them, over their careers, and even over their safety.
There's a number of assistants who testified that they didn't get involved when they allegedly saw Combs beating up Cassandra Ventura. You had Capricorn Clark, who allegedly called Cassie's mom and said, like, I can't call. He's beating your daughter up. You can do something. And that, I think, helps explain or try to explain why Cassie, alleged victim number one, didn't do any, didn't leave him, didn't report his behavior to authorities. Because again, I go back to this, I say it so many times, but I think it's something the prosecution is going to really focus on. If the jury believes Dawn Richard's testimony that Cassie was beat up by Sean Combs in front of Usher and Neo and Jimmy Iovine and nobody does anything, and that none of the assistants do anything, it goes to the power of Sean Combs. It goes to what do you expect Cassie to do in this situation when she does not have that level of power or wealth or influence to do something. And again, the defense has a great defense here. I mean, they really are trying to strike at the credibility here, but at the same point, these are power dynamics and issues that I think the jury is going to wrestle with. Now, Tyler, I want to go to a question that I didn't get a chance to get to. This whole thing that Mia had testified to, that D-Rock reached out to her, Diddy reached out to her, February 2024, right? After Cassie filed her lawsuit. If I go to the racketeering charge and I look at all of the underlying crimes, prosecution needs to prove at least two. There is bribery of a witness and there is tampering with a witness, victim, or informant. Is that what this is?
It's not outright that, from what we can see. It could be argued by the prosecution that the attempts to contact her when they had an idea that there was possibly some federal or other criminal charges going to be coming down on Mr. Combs, that he was trying to influence her one way. But I think that the fact that they had their prior relationship, professional relationship, and other forms of relationship, that there could be excuse as to why he was reaching out to her. It crosses the line. If that was my client at that time, I would advise him definitely do not reach out to anybody who could be a witness in this case, because the last thing you want is a witness tampering charge. It could be used, but it looks like he was dancing around it carefully here, and it could distract the jury from all the underlying strong evidence I believe the prosecution has.
And we all know he was accused by the government of engaging in shenanigans while he's behind bars at the MDC, allegedly using the operating systems to contact people he shouldn't be contacting. Let me just throw another question to you, Tyler. This is from Ivan Romero. Has there been a RICO trial specifically for labor law violations? It seems like this would set a very important precedent for these types of violations, if not. So has there been a RICO trial specifically for labor law violations? If you want to answer that, but also, do you think forced labor has been proven at this point in the trial as one of the underlying crimes of RICO?
I think forced labor has been proved. I think the government has put on a strong case of it. Just listen to Mia's testimony about the calls in Australia, or for the fact that she worked for 5 days without sleep and she was raped during that time that she has testified to. That's a strong case of forced labor. And even if you're looking at the transporting of prostitutes, there's a lot that here that we see for sex trafficking and forced labor. But to answer that specific question regarding a RICO charge for forced labor, I'm not specifically aware of those, but I do know there have been cases regarding Backpage and some hotels operators who have been charged with forced labor, forced prostitution for those type of operations. And there's probably some precedent already out there on it.
I mean, even the idea of, not only the hours that they worked, but the idea of what the consequences would be. And you go back to David James' testimony, who said basically Combs blackmailed him, that he had video of him dancing around on drugs and, said, I'm going to keep this, And so this is all adds to a different narrative. Okay, I go to a question right now, Serena, that I think is why people have a lot of interest in this case. I think it's almost like Epstein. It's who's going to be named, who's going to testify. And with a sealed witness list, we don't know exactly, which is why Angelo Ignacio asks, do you think they will bring in some of Diddy's exes? Do you think they will bring in some of Diddy's exes in, like Jennifer Lopez, to see how he treated them? What do you think? Jennifer Lopez, other exes going to testify here?
I love that question. I don't think J-Lo is going to take the stand. I'd love for her to. That would be very cool. What the trial has to focus on is these exact charges. And what a prosecution is allowed to bring up has to be in relation to those charges, and they cannot be too prejudicial. What you're trying to essentially say is that you want to hear about other things that he's done in the past, prior bad acts. And there's a very fine line under the law what a judge will allow with respect to prior bad acts, because if it tips over to what we like to call propensity evidence, which is not allowed, which is evidence to say to a jury like, hey, this guy is just a really bad guy. He's done bad stuff in the past, and therefore you should just not give him the benefit of the doubt. You should assume that he's doing bad things now because he's done bad things before. That is a big no-no in the law. It's covered a lot. I know Jesse brought up the Harvey Weinstein case. That's why the Weinstein case got overturned, because they did too much of exactly that. So I don't think we're going to hear too much about his exes unless they have relevant testimony that exceeds the prejudicial value of their testimony.
Serena, I'm going to give you another question because I gave Tyler 2 questions. This is from Green Yoshi. Is there another kind of Yoshi? I thought Yoshi was always green, but I'm wrong. Okay, Green Yoshi. Can footage from Making the Band be used against him?
I love that question too. Again, it goes towards, prior acts. And so if it's relevant, if its relevance far exceeds its prejudicial value, then it's fair game. So depending on the things that were recorded, remember, there's probably a ton of tapes and a ton of recordings that we didn't see. There's a lot of stuff that gets recorded that doesn't necessarily get broadcast. So if there's information on those videos that could corroborate the charges in this case and that are relevant to the case rather than purely prejudicial against him, like, oh, he just made lewd comments or said mean things to people, it has to be directly relevant. So, if that exists, then it could potentially be an exhibit.
Yeah, this is not an indictment on his character. The defense is going to say he might have been a tough boss, he might have been mean, he might have screamed. You might even say that he assaulted people, but that doesn't necessarily prove sex trafficking or racketeering or transportation to engage in prostitution. They're going to be very, very specific about these charges. And I think, I've said it before, I've said it again, I think this entire case comes down to closing arguments. How you explain what the law is, how each side says it either matches up to the elements or not. It's a confusing case. I think if you're sitting in this jury, they're trying to take away what they have to take away. I don't think they've put all the pieces together. It's not like a murder case. We're like, okay, I see where the prosecution and defense are going, whether this person did it or not. This is complicated. I mean, racketeering has so many different parts to it. Okay, Tyler, this is a question from Nlind DK. Will anyone from HR testify? Doesn't their lack of doing their job, accountability in relation to all the complaints support RICO? It's an interesting question.
That is a good question. Most always look at HR as the underlying operation for the corporation. They are really on the side of the business, not necessarily on the side of the employee. If they had information, let's say someone who's head of an ER who knew about specific facts that are furthering the prosecution's case, I could see somebody from the prosecution and the government calling one of them as witnesses, but they may not be aware to this because it seems like Mr. Combs had his own underlying criminal operation that he was running with other folks like D-Rock or those who were closer to him, and he kind of kept some things away from Bad Boy to Business. We heard testimony early on about how some things were written off as transactions from Bad Boy, but other things were paid for with cash. So it shows that Mr. Combs was selective on how he ran his operations, some going through his business, but some he was taking care of under the table, for lack of better words.
I mean, David James testified that when he started the job, a member of HR told him, this is Sean Combs' kingdom. We're all here to serve it. So, you know, if that person testifies and says that, that would be important. Again, racketeering, criminal enterprise, common purpose, everybody, you know, agreement to further criminal activity. That would be helpful, I would imagine. Okay, you mentioned pay. So now I go to Serena. We got a question from Patty D. Since they're bringing up pay, do you think the prosecution will submit any kinds of payroll information to support how little they were paid versus hours?
I think that would be a great idea. I think obviously part of the argument, as we've been discussing, is the fact that it's labor relation issue, right? They're working, them to the bone. They're not sleeping. They're calling at all hours of the night. And this low amount of pay doesn't reflect the amount of expectations, the high expectations that were submitted there. And so in order to support their claims, the prosecution's claims, and really in any charge, in order to support testimony, it would be a very good idea to have black and white evidence, paper trail evidence, receipts, payroll. I do think that if they have information like that, if they have low pay and it's documented somewhere, that of course assumes that it was documented somewhere and that the government got their hands on it, then sure, anything that could buttress the testimony of a witness to help their credibility would be a great exhibit to show to a jury.
By the way, so not only are we taking your questions right now in real time, but also in real time, as soon as they come back, as soon as that testimony continues, I will be relaying to you what is happening in real time. I'll report it in real time, and we will break down the legal significance of this questioning in real time. But we got more questions coming in. This one's from Ashley Glass. I throw it to you, Tyler. I know I have asked recently, but again, D-Rock is mentioned multiple times in this case. Why haven't we seen him on the stand?
Drum roll. We don't know. He could be called sometime next. I think D-Rock will eventually show up in this case. He seems to be intimately involved with Mr. Combs' affairs. You've heard Mia talk about fielding phone calls from him. I wouldn't be surprised if he's called by the government at some point in this case.
Got a Leg 7K, who's been so generous with their questions and always engaging in the conversation, says, no questioning for me today, Jesse. Okay, well, maybe Monday. Serena got a question from Q4554Q. I like what they did there. Why did we know so much about this case, but nothing about Epstein? Okay, throw a little curveball at you.
Okay, I love the curveball. I love, making these kind of assumptions on these cases. I think that, first of all, I mean, it is a really good question. I think maybe there were more people willing to leak information in the Diddy case. Maybe it's spread out to more.
My bad. I was doing some shit. I ain't gonna lie. That was actually low key. That was an update on ooh. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, no, I just got an update on some legal shit. Well, criminal shit, I guess. Remember the whole home invasion shit? So I finally got an update on it. The detectives called me. They're like, niggas is going to jail. I'm like, I told them. I said I had a suit ready. I was ready to tell. I was like, I was trying to get my YSL Woody on. They said the girl snitched on her boyfriend. She's going to be state witness. And the other two dudes signed pleas. So one nigga's down there in Virginia. He going to get, I think they say he about to get like close to 10. And the other bum ass nigga finna get like 5. When they officially put it in. But yeah, so I ain't gonna lie, I'm not that happy about it. I was trying to get them niggas 25. I would have been up on the stand crying. Fuck Cassie. I would have been, oh my God. I would have been up there. They should have had me up there. I would have been on the stand. I would have shown y'all how to handle. I would have shown y'all how to tell. I would have shown y'all how to tell. I would have been up there. Oh my God. I would have been good. Anyway. Okay. All right. Well, my opportunity to really take the stand is gonna have to wait. All right. I'm guessing you guys saw the update. I probably missed a little bit of it. It looks we should be back in court now. I'm gonna continue. Let me continue the reading of these tweets. And let's see. This is a break. Okay, so they had a break then. Okay. Wait. All right. So they had break for lunch here. All right, an hour ago, and then they came back when? What? Why is my time so fucked up? Am I tripping? Or did I not stop at the lunch part? What the fuck? Okay. Good. All right. They're back. So, Judge asked Ms. Smizer if need anything. Smizer says they just gave us a video that they intend to use in violation of a court order. Judge says Mr. Steele. Steele says it's a very short video. It's a happy birthday to Mr. Combs in 2014. It shows her demeanor. So they want to play a video of Mia who's wishing happy birthday to Diddy years after the alleged sexual assault. The judge says it's cumulative. Why wasn't this turned over earlier? Combs Steele says I only got it last night. It's a video and audio. The court should know I gave over impeachment days ago. I don't do that. I know the court doesn't know me. The judge says how long? It's 8 seconds. AUSA says no, it's 20 seconds. And they gave us exhibits before and after this one, 1749 and 1751. I don't know why they withheld this one. The judge is saying I don't understand what you just said. Why? When did you decide to use it? Steele says yesterday. They actually excluded. Shapiro says, I understand it's 30 seconds. So this is the appellate judge, the appellate lawyer really for Diddy. I understand it's 30 seconds. It shows her different than how she's presented herself here. The judge says, when was it marked with a number? Says, I don't know. We had to redact it. The judge says, when did the defense team review it? Yesterday. The judge says, why was it not reviewed? Shapiro says, we didn't think of it until we saw how she presented herself. Judge says, how is that possible? Agnophilia. So like all the Diddy's lawyers are jumping in. They want this video admitted of this woman seeming elated, looking like she loves Puff, because she's on the stand clearly making it seem like Puff's the monster. Agnophilia says, let me try. The judge says the court order said you have to establish good cause. That's why I'm asking. Shapiro says, no. We cannot have multiple lawyers speaking on the same issue. And so you're finally seeing what's happening. Like the multiple lawyers for Diddy, they're almost stepping on each other's toes. It says, you can ask her, did you send this video? If she says yes, It's not impeachment. Agnifilo says, I saw it yesterday. Her effect on the stand might be an act. Agnifilo says, we had our talk with our client. So they're talking about Diddy. They talked to Diddy. We think the witness effect is false. I think someone has determined who she is and sent us the video. Huh? I think someone has determined who she is and said, take 5 minutes to confer. Then answer on why there is good cause. If someone sent it to you at 1 a.m., remember, she's supposed to be private. The judge says, can we just email everyone on our position? The judge said, sure. Okay, cool. Shapiro then says, some people on the internet think they've figured out who Mia is. We got this video from random people on the internet. We don't think this was posted on her social media. It was on some random website. Should we show it to you? So, chat, I ain't gonna lie to you. Us figuring out who she is now into court. Chat, congratulations. We've made it into court. We've actually made it into court, chat. I told y'all were good. So apparently a video that came out, and by the way, we have a video. Somebody just actually sent me a video of her. They said something that we haven't seen before. I guess it's floating around. Maybe this is the video in question. Let me pull it up. Let me pull it up. Got it. Oh, it's the exact same thing. It's exactly what they're talking about in court. Look. It's called D-Brack Sarah Wishing Puff. Yeah, so it's definitely Sarah. Yeah, we figured it out. Look, here we go.
Shameless plug. Gotta put my lip gloss on. Poppin'! Puff Daddy, the living legend himself. You have not only revolutionized the game, but the entire world.
Got her, chat. Come on, man. Ain't nothing bigger than the chat, man. Even the judge gotta pay homage, man. Even the judge gotta pay homage. They in court saying how they figure it out. Yes. Nothing bigger than the chat.
I'm so blessed to call you my friend. Thank you for truly being one of the biggest inspirations in my life. To another 44 years of brilliance. Let's fuck shit up. I love you. Happy birthday.
I see why they would think this is necessary to bring into court. Yeah, her demeanor here, now granted, I'm pretty sure the AUSA is going to be like, yeah, even though she was raped, she still had a little spunk about her. Remember, she's testifying, and this is why I think it's relevant. That's why the prosecutors are not prosecutors, the defense attorneys want to bring it in. They want to bring this in because she's saying, Diddy ruined me. I was done. I was like dead and gone. I'm finished. Basically meaning, she says, yes, PTSD, she can't work. So she can't work because Diddy raped her. But this is her after the rape saying, let's fuck shit up, Diddy. Let's go. This is years after. Come on. So what she's now testifying that she's now depressed. She's been really in her mind about all of this is well, why'd you make this video then? It does make sense. I'll run it again. By the way, this is the video that's being talked about in court.
Shameless plug. Gotta put my lip gloss on. Poppin'! Puff Daddy, the living legend himself. You have not only revolutionized the game, but the entire world. I'm so blessed to call you my friend. Thank you for truly being one of the biggest inspirations in my life. To another 44 years of brilliance. Let's fuck shit up. I love you.
All right. Chat, let me play this real quick.
Day 13.
I gotta grab food. I did order food too.
13 of the Diddy trial, and if you are the state, you're probably very pleased with the way things have been unfolding so far today. I am Joe Neerman, aka Good Logic. I'm a New York litigator who has practiced in this very courthouse. I am attending the Diddy trial every day, so I can come to you and break down with a legal analysis as to what the vibe is in the courtroom, how the different strategies of the defense and the state are proceeding, and give you a feel as to what's going on inside a trial that few people in the world will ever bear witness to. Now, we spent much of yesterday with Mia on the stand. Mia is the pseudonym for a personal assistant who worked for Diddy from the period of 2009-2017, and she alleges that there were multiple forms of abuse that she sustained at Diddy's hand. Those forms of abuse include psychological abuse, emotional abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. She told over many stories of how hard she had to work, that the first day she worked for him, that she worked for more than 24 hours, and that sometimes she had to work up to 5 days straight with no sleep, and that she could never leave his eye line. And the objective of bringing her testimony in here, from the state's perspective, on certainly one hand here, is in support of the RICO claims. Now, under RICO, forced labor is a potential crime that can support a RICO charge, and they want to say that if she felt forced to abide by his onerous demands, that should qualify as being forced labor, and accordingly could be a valid element towards helping support a RICO charge. So we've heard a lot of stories about just how abusive Diddy can be and how he can be a jerk as a boss. And if you're listening to even 10 minutes of the testimony, it's very evident that he can be a jerk of a boss, like a very, very abusive boss. Before he starts getting physical, and then you hear about the physical elements to it, how he slammed the door on her arm multiple times, how he's throwing things at her, from a computer to an ice bucket, throwing her in a pool, chasing her around, taking her phone from her, and then ultimately to the sexual abuse. We closed out the direct testimony with her asking about the last time that Diddy texted her, which was roughly a year ago, around the time that these indictments first came down, and that she said when she saw the text she had to throw her phone because she's been so traumatized by him and terrorized by him and can't even look at a text message from him, even though it was a warm text message, because she was like, I knew that it was a lie and that he just wants something from me. Then finally she was asked, are you able to work? And she said, no, I have PTSD, and that got objected to. And the objection led to a rephrasing of the question so she can give a different answer. And she said, I try to work, but I can't. If I work, if I'm at work and someone asks me, where are you? I get an email saying, where are you? I get flashbacks to what happened with Diddy. If someone calls my name out loud from across the room, I get flashbacks and I start getting triggered and freaking out and terrorized and wondering what I did wrong. And I can't function in a work environment now. And who caused this? Puffy. That's how we closed out the direct testimony. Now, the cross-examination is being conducted by Brian Steele, and his style is rather different from the cross-examinations we've seen of other key witnesses that have come forward so far during this trial. We've seen Tenny Geragos, who handled the cross-examination of Cassie Ventura, and we've seen Agnifilo also cross-examining some of the other key witnesses, and the style that they've employed when they're dealing with someone who comes across as being traumatized, and Mia certainly comes across as being highly traumatized when she's talking about any form of the abuse. Not all the time, sometimes she can be gregarious, but when she's talking about any form of the abuse, she looks broken and small, and she seems like she can't even say words, that she's humiliated to talk about even the abuse, much less the sexual abuse, which she can get out 6 words, and they're very broad, vague words, like he put inside me. She can't describe body parts when she's talking about that. That's how traumatized she comes across as being. It seems to me and many others who are watching this, it seems very sincere when she's talking about it. I'm certainly not passing judgment at all. No one should mistake my portrayal now. I was trying to help convey the tone and nature, which is very different from the other times when she's talking, where she can seem relatively confident. She come across as being relatively confident. Now, I started talking about the cross-examination styles of Geragos and Agnifilo, and how when they would approach these witnesses, who had been victims, who had been terrorized and claimed to be terrorized by Diddy, their style was very conversational, like fact gathering, like police taking down, and then what happened, and then what happened, and why did you go here, and then what did you do? And isn't it weird that you did this? Like a People magazine interview, or like a police taking down information. That has not been the approach of Brian Steele, though, when it comes to Mia. Not at all. No, he came out kind of swinging, where he's like, so Diddy terrorized you? Yeah, and you say that he caused you emotional abuse? Yes. And psychological abuse? Yes. And financial abuse? Yes. And sexual abuse? Yes. And you're traumatized. You think about this every single day, right? Yes. And you're terrorized by him, aren't you? You're just completely terrorized by him. Every day you can't stop thinking about it. Yes. Well, okay. And it was like this throughout the time that you were there? Yeah. Yeah, well, here it is. Here you are 4 years into your employment, and you're writing posts about how you love him, about how he's your close friend forever, and you close it out, and he would have her read off these text messages designed, and he's like, and so let's read this post. You have a picture of you and the man who terrorized you, and what's her response? Her response has been, frankly, excellent from the perspective of the state. She seems very confident to read these posts, which she posted on her personal Instagram, and not at all uncomfortable, embarrassed about it, shy about it, or regretful about what she posted. And he's like, so here he is. He's like, can you read this off? And she's like, you're the king, you're the legend. It's such an honor to be working with you. Every day is a thrill. Love you. And she reads it in that tone, the way people who would be reading the Instagram message would likely read it. And he's like, so that's the man who you're traumatized by. She's like, yes, that's right. That's right. And then she'd show her another post, and she's like, this is Instagram. That's what people do on Instagram. You only write about, you're trying to present a life that's not true. That's better than your actual real life is. That's how people use Instagram. And plus, I know I'm being followed by many of his fans. I know that my family is going to see it. I want everyone to think that I'm having a great life. And yeah, every post here, I'm praising him. And that's how they all read. I also know he's going to see it. And I certainly don't want him upset with me. All of this rings true to those of us those people I discussed it with. It just comes across as, yeah, that's what people do on Instagram. You're not really making any sort of hay, and just because she's writing stuff on Instagram, that, you know, if anyone thinks that that's a genuine reflection of life, well, that just shows their naivete and their lack of internet 101. So in that sense, I feel that so far she's been holding up exceptionally well. She's been tested by Brian. In contrast to the other attorneys who would sort of be dancing around as to how do I get to information that I want to get without potentially crushing this witness or looking like I'm bullying this witness who the jury likely thinks is a victim already. His approach with this witness, who on the direct seemed the most vulnerable of all, his approach of Brian Steele is more direct than anything we've seen from the defense, and frankly, she's handling it without any sort of hesitation or uncomfortability, and presenting herself very well and very, very logically that this is what people do. And she was asked, how do you handle if you're traumatized by this? Do you think about this every day? Well, yeah, you can't get it out of your mind. Well, when you're there, you don't seem to be thinking about it every day. You're posting this your own personal Instagram. She's like, you can't. She goes, you never forget it, but you can't think about it. Otherwise, you get punished. And that was another way of her flipping the question into actually helping support the point that the state wants the jury to take away, which is you have to put up a front. That's part of the compulsory element of working for Diddy. All in all, so far, I would tell you that she seems to be very well prepped by the state. Very well prepped. She said that she met with him, Brian Steele alleges, 25 times, and they seem to have her very well prepped for how to handle and present herself as someone who is working past these issues now. In fact, when she was asked, how do you cope with this on a day-by-day basis if it's so terrorizing that you can't function? So she's like, you try to put it out of your mind. Ask my therapist. I don't know. I'm not an expert on psychologically how people handle these things. I'll just tell you that you try to put it out of your mind. You try to move along. So that's what we got so far. Like I said, she's handling herself very well so far. It'd be interesting to see how she holds up over the rest of the day. We do expect this cross-examination to last through the balance of the afternoon. If you like this type of content, please like, share, subscribe, drop a comment. It really, really helps the algorithm, and it makes me feel good. So I'd appreciate it if you could do that. Until next time, take care, Godspeed.
Interesting.
He hasn't taken a stand yet either to put himself up there. Remind people that he is presumed innocent until he's found guilty by a jury. He does not have to present any evidence. It's up to the prosecution's job to present their case and get these criminal charges proved beyond a reasonable doubt. So if he does get on the stand, yes, they could say that Mr. Combs is acting. Now, there could be you could insinuate that the clothes that he's wearing, that people have described, he looks somewhat like Bill Cosby as Mr. Huxtable, right, in the Cosby Show, versus the mere Sean Puffy Combs that people are used to. I could see that, but he's not on the stand here. He's sitting at the table as the defendant, trying to talk to his counsel about how they can discredit any witness that gets on the stand for the prosecution.
So quick update from court. Judge, you can give it to them. Judge says you can give it to them for a couple of minutes. Bring Mia back in. Then the jury, the witness enters, jury enters. Okay, Combs, Brian Steele asks, what is the Breakfast Club? Mia says, the name of our camp, Puff's friend group, still partying at breakfast. I was invited in once. Okay, really interesting back and forth today. What a development. But man, I had an all-star panel. Serena Townsend, Tyler Bailey, thank you both so much for coming on. Your expertise, second to none. Just amazing having you both here to answer these questions. Thank you both so much, and have a great weekend. We can't wait to have you guys back here on the show.
Thank you, Jesse.
And everybody, thank you so much for the amazing questions. Again, we plan to do this lunchtime show for you every day of this testimony. We'll update you in real time about what's happening in court. We will be taking your questions because this is a complicated case, especially with no cameras or audio equipment. We'll do our best to do it. And by the way, one of the reasons that we can do this, one of the reasons we can put on a show like this, is because we get amazing support, not only from you guys, but our incredible partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan.
Okay.
America's
all right,
largest-
bad. My bad. That was just... Every time I eat pasta, like pasta and chicken, I only eat the chicken and a little bit of the pasta. All right, anyway. Cool. Perfect. We are back. I ate. I'm good. I'm chilling. I'm starting to drink now. We're only 3 hours in. I'm wired off that coffee, though. Damn, still. Okay. Let's see. Let's get back into the tweets. Okay, cool. Okay, so it says it was on some random white websites. Should we show it to you? It's shown, but it's not public. It's already been redacted, they say. So why not on the public screen for blah, blah, blah. I guess that's what Matthew Russell's saying. They said they waited until our direct was over. The judge says, when did the defense see it? Shapiro says, yesterday. The judge says, when was it, March 1750? Shapiro says, I don't know. I said, the video is precluded. Ooh, so they don't allow it. So after the number of social media posts the defense has used is cumulative, the defense theory is dubious, okay? Steele says, can I ask if she sent it? Judge says, yes. Steele says, I'm going to ask about scrapbooks. Prosecutors and I have disagreement. I have 3 copies, one for the jurors to pass around. The honorable prosecutor and I disagree. The judge says, you could give it to them for a couple of minutes, bring Mia back in the jury. Mia gets back on there, okay? Steele says, what is the Breakfast Club? Mia says, that's the name of our camp. Puff's friend group still parties at breakfast. I was once invited in. Steele says, this message is from South Africa. You pounded hashtag this Diddy fan club? Or you hashtagged, right? You hashtagged this Diddy fan club? She said, yes. It was ran by a girl who shamelessly promoted Puff. She was so sweet. Steele says, he supposedly drugged and raped you on his birthday, November 4th. How did you not mark that? Okay. Mia says, I wanted to forget it. I pushed it down or suppressed it. Steele says, are you finished? She says, yes. He says, you put it aside and say you saw Mr. Combs abuse your sister, your best friend. Cassie, and you put it aside and post this? She said, yes. It said, you wrote this? It says, Puff at iHeart. Then Steele says, what are you doing here? Mia says, promoting Puff's appearance on Blackish. It's a comedy show. Steele says, were you aware of the Me Too movement? That was a great movement, right? She said, yes. He said, what were these? He said, me and Puff at Burning Man, then on Blackish. Steele says, you love Miss Ventura, right? You meant every word on your social media account about her, right? She says, I didn't mean every word on my account, but I do love Cass. Steele says, what's this? Mia says, a pop-up shop for D-Rock's brand, Invisible Bully. Steele says, you promoted Mr. Combs? She says, yes. Steele says, you're saying this is not the way you felt. AUSA says, objection, argumentative. Judge says, sustain. Steele says, how about you are the best unicorn rock star alien? Mia says, I was trying to say it unique. Chat, maybe they weren't fucking. I don't know why I thought they were fucking, but this chick does weird. She talks in a very different type of lingo. Steele says, who are the people in this photo? Mia says, Mama Combs, Christian, D-Rock, Fahim, and Tron. It says, during these IDs, Combs is whispering to Agnifilo. Steele says, you worked through March 2017, right? Mia says, yeah, it was confusing. Steele says, on December 6th, you were notified? So December 6th, 2016, you're notified, right? I guess she was notified that she was fired. Okay. This is supposed to be her last day of testimony. So there's Mr. Steele is supposed to be done in an hour or so, and then the cross and the redirect and the recross is supposed to take probably 30 minutes each. So we're gonna see how quickly they get done with that. Okay. Interesting. Okay. All right, we're waiting for more tweets.
Day 13.
Where did that video come from? Yeah, right here.
Hey, yo, I just want to say happy birthday, man, to one of the hardest working brothers, man, that I know in life, man. And this ain't just because he's my man, because at one time he wasn't. This is just because, man.
So now we get to see who was around that time. By the way, this was 2013. Looked like they had made a video that they could probably play at his party or something like that, you know? So this is the video, the culmination. Let's play from the top.
Dear Dad. Y'all, this is Rock Boy Barnes. Salute. Hey, yo, I just want to say happy birthday, man, to one of the hardest working brothers, man, that I know in life, man. And this ain't just because he's my man, because at one time he wasn't. This is just because, man, he's a great inspiration, man. And he's a great father, man. He's a great brother, man. He's a great boss, man. He's a great everything, man. Salute to you, Diddy. May you have many, many more, man. From Swap Boy South, man, Swap Boy Barnes. Love you, brother. Peace.
Yeah, Diddy has to use this video for, let's say Roger Bonds, who's in security, let's say he takes a stand. I think he's going to have to be like, so, hey, you guys recorded videos saying that this guy was a really good guy. Why would you do that?
We come to these places, we take over. We come, we fuck shit up, and we leave. It's the day that you were given life.
I see it's your number one fan here, Makisha, all the way from Jersey. Just wanted to send you some love on your birthday. My wish for you in this new year in life is much joy, much happiness, more success if that's even possible. And I pray that God showers you abundantly with his many blessings. I love you much.
I appreciate everything that you do. Every single day I wish I could spend it with you like it's your birthday. Like it's your birthday. And when you're gone, you're working. We know you gotta hustle. Long as you with us, we make sure you stay out of trouble. It's your birthday. Let's celebrate cause it's your birthday. Oh,
Hey, yo, what's good? It's your boy D Dot here. Just want to wish the big homie Diddy a very special happy birthday. May God bless you with many more. Thanks for being a constant inspiration to not only the younger generation, but to everybody in general. Just letting us know that anything is possible with constant hard work and dedication. Keeping our faith in God. Bad Boy with OTV, Ciroc Boys, Aqua Hydrate all day, every day. Let's work.
Birthday. I love you. I love you. I do. And it's enough.
Yo, it's your boy Dylan Dillinger cooling out right now, and I want to send a very, very special and happy
boss day to the real boss, the boss of Boston. Shout out to Sean Combs, my mentor, the original boss. You already know, Dylan, Bad Boy alumni. That's all day, every day. Revolt to the world! You done know already. You know I go straight. Yeah.
Power of press and record. The power of press and record and bearing your soul is the revolution, you know what I'm saying? Telling the truth. The truth shall set you free. You gotta tell the fucking truth. If that shit is hot, that shit is hot. This shit is whack. Fuck that shit.
Happy birthday.
Shout out to Diddy. Shout out to Club Diddy. Happy birthday, Diddy.
Okay. It's only 2 videos on this page.
Shameless plug. Gotta put my lip gloss on. Poppin'! Puff Daddy, the living legend himself. You have not only revolutionized the game, but the entire world. I'm so blessed to call you my friend. Thank you for truly being one of the biggest inspirations in my life. To another 44 years of brilliance. Let's fuck shit up. I love you. Happy birthday. Revolt.
Okay. Interesting. Let me look around on this account if there's anything else. Fan club. Let's look at fan club. Fan club and favorites.
Parents, the missus out.
Oh, these are music videos.
But today is just like, I mean, this last like 2 weeks, I've just been blown away by all the support, you know what I'm saying, that I've gotten from you guys, you know. You already know I deal with a lot of hate, and I talk about that, but it's also important to talk about when I'm dealing with a lot of love. And the love y'all have shown me and the girls on this project, y'all made this project a success. And I want to say thank you, you know.
Hey, yo, what up, world? It's your boy Diddy. It's been a minute. I had to chill off the blogs.
Yo, somebody says the gayest happy birthday song of all time. Chat, it's a reason why that Quincy nigga just went into acting. I think he tried, he's like, oh, well, my daddy's like a musician. He don't write rhymes, he write checks. I could write some checks. Fuck the rhymes, let me just try to sing. Nah.
Like, a good year and a half, man. Been in the studio making that last Train to Paris album. Album's done. I'm back out.
Wait, who said it? Y'all want to hear the birthday song, yeah? Happy birthday. Y'all want it again?
Y'all, this is Rock Boy Barnes. Salute to you, Diddy. May you have many, many more, man. From Swag Boy South, man.
Oh, this shit hitting?
Barnes. Love you, brother. Peace.
We come to these places.
I love
Day, I wish I could spend it with you like it's your birthday.
Okay.
Like it's your birthday.
God damn it, huh?
And when you're gone, you're working. We know you gotta hustle. Long as you with us, we make sure you stay out of trouble. It's your birthday. Let's celebrate cause it's your birthday.
Okay.
Oh.
Hey, yo, what's good?
Somebody say, I ain't gonna lie, this shit hard as a bitch.
Your boy D out here. Just want to wish the big homie Diddy a very special happy birthday. May God bless you with many more. Thanks for being a constant inspiration to not only the younger generation, but to everybody in general. Just letting us know that anything is possible with constant hard work and dedication. Keeping our faith in God. Bad Boy Revolt TV, Ciroc Boys, Aqua Hydrate all day, every day. Let's work.
Birthday, I love you, I love you, I do, and it's enough.
Yo, it's your boy Dylan Dillinger, cooling out right now, and I want to send a very, very special and happy boss day to the real boss, the boss of Boston. Shout out to Sean Combs.
Yo, y'all niggas fucking with this shit.
My mentor.
So look up the video of Diddy singing happy birthday to French. I look it up too.
Original boss, you already know. Dylan, Bad Boy alumni. That's all day, every day. Revolt to the world. You done know already. You know I ain't go straight. Yeah.
Power of press and record. The power of press and record and bearing your soul is the revolution. You know what I'm saying? Telling the truth. The truth shall set you free. You gotta tell the fucking truth. If that shit is hot, that shit is hot. This shit is whack. Fuck that shit.
Sing hot. This shit hot.
Happy birthday. Shout out to Diddy. Shout out to Club Diddy. Happy birthday, Diddy.
Okay. It said Diddy singing happy birthday to friends. Let's see this.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Good morning, buddy. How are you feeling today? Just Sally, we right here, baby. We gonna make some magic tonight? Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
It's a special birthday for both. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
It's a special birthday for both of us.
Stop. What do you mean by that?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear friend. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
It's a special birthday for both of us.
Stop. What do you mean by that?
Oh, no. All right. All right, people. Got a couple more tweets. Mia says I was getting mixed messages, okay? So, you know, she's explaining why she worked. She got fired in December, but kept working for months afterwards. Steele says, what was this? She said, I was promoting the Bad Boy Reunion Tour. I was doing the documentary on, and Steele says, I'm going to show you something, DX 1700. She says, I remember this. So, did this? And they say, you did this? She says, it was nice of me. Steele says, you made this and gave it to Combs, right? She said, yes. What did you write at the top? Puff, sometimes life goes by at a catastrophic speed. I hope on this day, I hope you can sit back and consider I made this book of articles from 1991 to now. Steele says, did you mean those words? Mia says, yes. He said to me, I used to look up to the world the way you do. But now that I've done everything, it was sad. Ooh, okay. Steele says, this is the man, though, you say has ruined your life. Mia says, I can tell you what my therapist has said. So look like Mia constantly refers to her therapist when she's asked to explain why she wrote good things about the dude after he abused her. Combs says, how could you do this? Mia says it's called psychological abuse. No one did anything. Steele says, what could be more terrible? Ayo says his objection. The judge sustains it. Wow. We got confirmation on that Sarah Snecker thing. Cool. Any more videos of her floating around? Any more videos of her floating around, chat? So it's a birthday and BJ's are Diddy's favorite words. By the way, did you see that Andrew Tate got charged? Him and his brother got charged in the UK for like sexual assault. Apparently he has responded. This is his response. I ain't even watched it yet, so let me watch it.
Friendly reminder to everybody at home. The UK government does not care about women. It allows grooming gangs to groom at length for decades. They don't care. They won't even investigate it. They won't look at it. They open the borders and allow in millions of military-age men, God knows where they're from, without passports, no one knows their criminal record, from questionable countries, which obviously have a misogynistic worldview, because I'm the world's worst misogynist. They allow these people to roam our streets. They pay for them to come, and they pay for them to live for free, which makes women unsafe. They have no time to police any of this. They have no time to investigate any of this, but they have time to drag up allegations on me from 15 years ago for talking about these issues. If they cared about women, they'd fix the issues. They don't care about women. Do not buy it for a second. They don't care about women. They don't care about young girls being safe. They don't care about combating misogyny. They don't care about any of that. They care about control and locking up anyone who highlights the problems inside of the UK. It is so broken. They are not trying to fix the problems. Instead, they're trying to get rid of the people who talk about the problems. The UK government does not give a single fuck about women and girls, or they'd stop the boats. They don't give a single fuck about women and girls, or they'd stop the grooming gangs. Why are they dragging up allegations on me from 15 years ago by promising women money if they lie? And after an extensive investigation, contacting over 1,000 women, they found 3 girls who were prepared to lie. What about the 997 who said I'm a nice guy? This is a setup. This is a stitch up. And do not buy their garbage for a second that they give a single fuck about the young women inside the UK, because they don't care. Our streets run with blood. Women are unsafe. People get stabbed to death. Crime is out of control. Does the media talk about murderers every day? No. Does the media talk about drug dealers every day? No. Does the media talk about the crime committed by the migrants we let in every day? No. The media talks about me every day. Why? Because I highlight the problem. Not because I am a problem, but because I tell you there's a problem. Friendly reminder to everybody.
Interesting. Hey, man, I wonder if Andrew Tate regrets. I was, me and him, we actually were sitting pretty much side to side, commentating the boxing match at Aiden Ross. I believe in March. At that time, he was off of house arrest. He was able to travel from Romania to Florida. The governor of Florida claimed they didn't want him there. He instructed his attorney general to go look up if there's possible charges that could be pending or cases that could be filed against him. And I guess my question here is, I think what I've learned over time is that people with significant power, and maybe you look at it another way. Maybe you're like, no, the people with they say absolute power corrupts absolutely. You know what I mean? Or whatever the saying is. But it's basically saying when someone has too much power, they usually use it for wrong or for bad things. But it is very interesting to me that, and let me first say on the first point, I wonder if he regrets how successful he's gotten. Because I do believe that he's persecuted by governments and entities who have a vested interest in controlling the minds, the society, the way society goes. And I do think he's more persecuted. I'm not saying he's the best person. I'm not saying he's guilty of anything. But I think they have more of a vested interest to get him the fuck out of here and quiet him, rather than they care about maybe whatever crimes they think he did. It's the symptom of becoming too powerful. Nelson Mandela. There's a list of people. I mean, always say the biggest form of power is influence. And anytime you see someone who almost becomes more influential than the government, or they get into things of governmental concerns and they're using their influence for that, usually at a certain point they become persecuted. I believe that Andrew Tate's a political prisoner. I think he's been persecuted politically because of his rhetoric. I don't know the details of any of these cases. I don't know if he did anything he's accused of doing. I don't know anything too much about those cases. What I do know is that it feels like there is a strong attempt by governments to put him in a cell to hopefully waste his years and probably quiet his voice. Again, we've seen this before. I think Vybz Kartel was a political prisoner. I'm not speaking on the case that he was actually charged with, because some people might think it had some merit. There's a lot of holes in that case. The point was that Vybz Kartel had more influence over the youth than the government. At a certain point, it was going to come to a head. So, I don't know. I'm seeing a pattern here, and I'm wondering if Andrew Tate sits back, and yes, he talks about the Bugatti and all these other things, but there is such a thing as flying too close to the sun. And when you're a singular person who could control how the youth think, feel, move, and act, oftentimes, whether there are actual crimes they could pursue, it feels like there is a drudged up attempt to try to make sure they get you. And I think that's what's happening with Andrew Tate. So you're telling me that this guy lived for 30 plus years, or I don't know, 40 plus, I don't know how old he is, and nobody was trying to pursue sex trafficking, human trafficking, whatever charges against him. But in the short period that he's gained insane and immense amount of popularity, Romania has pursued some crazy amount of human trafficking charges against him. And then apparently he hasn't lived in the UK in maybe close to a decade at this point. They have now said they got the same thing. And then he comes to the United States and they want to investigate him. And none of it is for maybe actions he did currently. I don't know. Feels like a little bit of persecution. But I think it's a political thing. I do think so. Okay? I do think so. All right. All right. We're going to get back into the... Oh, did y'all see this? Apparently, Zion Williamson. TMZ is now reporting that a woman, her name is going to be anonymous because she's going by Jane Doe, has filed a lawsuit against Zion Williamson. She's claimed to be one of his exes, and she has filed a lawsuit against the NBA star, claiming he raped her, kidnapped her, and terrorized her on multiple occasions throughout their years-long relationship. According to the suit, the violent incident took place September 23rd, 2020, after the woman had gone to Williams' Beverly Hills home. The accuser said Williamson told her she was tired. He was tired and wanted to go to sleep. No, the accuser told Williamson she supposedly was tired and was trying to go to sleep. But he called her a stuck-up bitch and that she couldn't go to sleep without having sex with him. Williamson then pinned her down on the bed, sexually assaulted her afterwards. The lawsuit stated he took her phone, threw it, and then choked and screamed at her for talking too much. The woman alleges Williamson emitted an odor of alcohol during the encounter. And days later, on October 10, 2020, the accuser alleges Williamson raped her again after he got angry that she wanted to leave to visit friends in San Diego. According to the suit, Williamson then took her phone and laptop following the sexual assault, preventing her from getting medical care. These two incidents were not isolated, according to the lawsuit. Williamson continued to abuse, rape, assault, and batter the plaintiff in California and other states, including Louisiana, Texas, until the relationship ended in 2023. The lawsuit states Williamson strangled the woman with such force that she feared for her life and eventually lost consciousness multiple times between 2020 and 2023 in California and Louisiana. The woman also alleges that Williamson threatened to have a security guard shoot her in the head multiple times. She alleges Williamson threatened to have his security kill her parents as well. And during one 2022 incident in Louisiana, the lawsuit states Williamson pointed a loaded firearm at the woman's head, causing her to reasonably fear for her life. The accuser says in the suit that Williamson often kicked her with his feet and beat her with his hands. She claimed that the 24-year-old NBA star would force her to leave her apartment and intentionally imprison her in a car until he transported her to a different location. She said one time he tried to stop her from escaping the vehicle. He hit her in the head with the door, causing her to lose consciousness. Chat, the fallout of this Diddy stuff is that we're getting more and more anonymous complaints, accusations. And let me guess, the police was not contacted one time. Let me guess. He's probably been behind the scenes dealing with a demand letter asking for probably 8 figures or more. Let me guess. He told them I'm not paying nothing or won't pay the price that they ask. And now they're coming with that. Now, the person in question is a Jane Doe. We don't know who it is. I'm pretty sure a slight Googling, we'll be able to find who that is. There's confusion here, right? We're going to ask the same questions. You said he continued to rape you and you continued to go back. You said sometimes he would force you back, but then did you never go back willingly? You also said that the relationship concluded after all of these sexual these sexual assaults happen. So you basically continued in a relationship with a man that sexually assaulted you, and then let's keep adding on to it. So after the sexual assaults, you would then have consensual sex with him at different times? Weirder stories have been heard, but you see, we're in the time of, and I hope the NBA looks at this and says, yeah, we're not even going to dignify this with a statement. I hope the sponsors look at this and say, we're not going to even indulge and drop this guy. If you don't go to the police and there are no criminal charges, a lot of this stuff could be hearsay. Shit, even if it was settled, rumors of settlement, or even if he ends up having to pay her money, it still don't even mean he did it. Because again, when it comes to civil suits, it's all about the money. So again, I look at this, I'm a little jaded now. I've seen it. Everybody supposedly, it appears that just having a penis is damn near, maybe fodder for civil cases. And for any real victims, I encourage you and I pray that you have the strength to go to the police, get it properly investigated. And I get it, maybe not all those things will result in a possibly conviction. But if you're in a situation with someone that is super rich, super wealthy, trying to get money from them doesn't punish them for what you claim they did to you. Okay? It only tries to enrich and fatten your pocket. If these people are doing these things, you should hold them accountable. Jay-Z's lawyer said that, and Jay-Z said it himself. Jay-Z said, if I did that, why the hell would y'all only be trying to pursue civil charges? Why would you not want to pursue this in a criminal level, right? So, I don't know. Like, at this point, I'm seeing this, and I'm like, I feel like I've seen this a million times. I feel like I've just seen this a million times. I keep telling y'all, this Diddy case, even though no one is standing with Diddy on abuse and on certain other things that just as men, as humans, and as regular traditional people we're not with, but if Diddy actually beats this case, it's going to severely hurt real victims, because I think we're starting to get a general consensus that a lot of these people, they only blow the whistle when they start to see a monetary incentive. They only blow the whistle, and blowing the whistle means a stick up for the cash. Okay? So these cries start to become a little hollow. And it's going to maybe devalue what maybe a real trauma victim of sexual assault really has to say. And maybe their claim doesn't go through for whatever reason, but we're going to look at them and just be like, yeah, we just see this bullshit all the time at this point. Unfortunately, half of this shit, I don't even know what to say. It's just like, okay. I believe this whole believe women shit is out the window. I believe women is out the window. There's too much incentive. How to man says, see what I'm saying? Niggas be over whooping with scallywags. Them hyenas make me uncomfortable. I ain't never a nigga that make money chasing women, but I see a lot of niggas get women chasing money. T says, act, this is a L take. How's this a L take? You think Zion did it? I don't know Zion. I don't know how he acts around women. I'm just trying to tell you, currently, when I see things of this nature, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm in the wait and see crowd now. Like, oh, okay, wait and see. I'm only imploring the sponsors, don't abandon this man until you have some actual proof. Because it takes nothing, and there's no repercussion against a false allegation, against a complete smear campaign. And the way, unfortunately, right now, the new way to do a legal extortion is to make up an erroneous claim, tell the person, I'm going to go public unless you give me this much money. It's legal extortion. It's legal defamation. He has no legal recourse against this woman if she's completely lying. Hey, you just defamed my whole character. My whole reputation is now out the window. Could he sue? No. Because the way you could say anything about someone is to put it in a lawsuit. You just allege it. Yeah, this person did this. Even if it's not proven, it's like, okay, oh well. So, again, not to try to devalue certain particular, maybe true victims of these crimes, but I hope, I remember the Me Too movement at a time where it was like, it was the way that women with no voices had a chance to speak up against people with voices, and then collectively, people who wanted to believe those women and wanted to give them some power, they would do this cancellation. Hey, we're not going to support this guy's business anymore. We're not going to support him for whatever. If he has sponsors, we're going to make sure the sponsors don't rock with him. These days, we don't know what's true and what's not. Now, some of you guys are basketball enthusiasts, and I hope you guys actually go check this out. And when I mean check this out, maybe you can find the lady, and I'm not trying to dox her, but maybe if you guys know who this person is this an ex-girlfriend that's scoring? She got cut out of the picture? Oh, he just got a re-up. He moved on with a new girl. He left her for the side ting. He's no longer attracted to her. She cheated. He doesn't want to be with her anymore. How did the relationship end? She's only bringing this now. I mean, let's go back. She's talking about things that happened in 2020. She claims the relationship ended in 2023. She stayed with him 3 years after the rape. She considered that she was in a relationship with him 3 years after the sexual assault. We're tired. We're tired, bro. Somebody said Mariah Mills. I don't believe that's Mariah Mills. I don't think so. Okay. Here we go. So now we got some more tweets here. Mia says there's a textbook out there. She's talking about now psychological abuse. It says it's called an abusive relationship. Looked like she's getting a little snappy at Steele. She's trying to tell Brian Steele, like, yo, listen, you keep asking me why I'm going back, why is whatever. What I went through was also psychological. Go read some textbooks about it. Stop asking me, right? So Steele says, but you aren't dating Mr. Combs, are you? Because she mentioned it's an abusive relationship. Mia says abusive relationships aren't limited to that. There were no streaming documentaries about this. No one flinched at his behavior. Okay? They have a sidebar. Then they're back. Brian Steele says, where is it that you confronted him and said, you violated me sexually or otherwise, and he said, I needed your help? AOC says, objection. Judge says, overrule. Mia says, after St. Bart's, I confronted him about his behavior, not the other thing. Combs Steele says, you told Cassie she's a superstar and she should get the money? Mia says, I don't remember that. Steele says, aren't you lying about Mr. Combs' misbehavior? Mia says, I have not lied to anyone at all. Steele says, isn't it true that it did not happen as many times as you just said? Mia says, everything I said in this courtroom is true. Steele says, why did you make him a scrapbook then? Mia says, you could talk to an expert about sexual assault. Steele says, could we hand the scrapbook to the jurors? The judge says, take a brief look for a few minutes as he had promised. So they're going to look at it for a few minutes. Really? Okay, I think we played that already. Very, very interesting, chat. Remember this?
Tell you the real from the front line. You know what I'm saying? It's wicked, wicked, wicked. So you be careful.
Yeah.
We can't do nothing if they, you know what I'm saying? I need you out there, you feel me?
Yeah. I hear you. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Man, have some fucking fun.
Yeah.
Not having no fun and then get behind the mic, have some fun, chop up them samples, get back on your headband vibe.
Yeah.
Have some fun, get back to smiling.
Yeah.
These other motherfuckers, they'll waste your time, big.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
Waste your
understand.
motherfucking time. You know what I'm saying? So put that love in your heart, man, and enjoy yourself, man. When I get out there, man, I'm gonna see you tear down the stadiums. I need to see you back on that stage and actually rapping and performing and everything. I be dreaming of that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's time. It's time for me to just grab the mic and get back on. It's like I love music again. It was a time when it's just like everything was so frustrating. I can't explain it, but
Jump into your bag, man. Jump into your bag. We're gonna have years and decades to fight these motherfuckers. Right now, enjoy your life. This is coming from me, from God to you.
Right.
Enjoy your life. Fall back in love, like when you was making the beats in the shop, and coming up to Daddy's house and motherfucking rock studio and just chop them shits up, bring that SP 1200 out, nigga, the MPC, nigga, and have a good time and say the world and all the bullshit, man.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man. So I love you, man. I appreciate you. And thanks again. And you know, I'm gonna see you soon, man.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's how it's gonna be. You gonna definitely beat this shit. Yeah.
Yes,
sir. And that's it.
That's it, and that's all, baby. But I'm gonna make sure I call you back or something. It'd be good to.
Okay, so while we're waiting for some more tweets, I see another issue, or not issue, but I seen another thing people were talking about. I don't know, what's this? So this is Meg detailing how Tory shot her from in the car.
It's like he was standing on the thing that you could stand on.
Like a step rail or
Yeah.
something of the car? Because it was an SUV, that the car
Right.
you guys were in, right? So as the door is open and he's
It's like
kind
he
of
has to have like 1 foot inside of the car.
Yeah.
And he's like shooting over the door.
over the door, and he's leaning over. And then when he's shooting over the door, you have a clear line of sight, and you see it's Tory, and he's holding the gun shooting.
It's like he was standing on the thing that you could stand on.
Like a step. You actually saw him holding the
Yes.
gun? Was anybody else standing next to him, or how was his positioning on that?
So it's the security guard driving, me and the passenger. Kelsey is behind me, and Tory is behind the driver. So, like, he had to get over her to even shoot at me.
So is he out of the vehicle, or is it from
So you
inside?
know how you can like stand out of the car, like you're
Yeah.
like standing over the door. That's how he
Okay,
was
so
shooting.
like the door's open,
Yes.
and then he would be standing in the threshold, kind of almost.
But like over the window.
Okay, but leaning over the window. So he's actually still
in the car.
In the car, but
Yeah.
kind of. Gotcha. Okay, so you
Saw
actually
him
saw him
holding
holding
the
the
gun, yes.
gun?
Okay. Don't know why this is relevant, but I'll play it nonetheless. So I don't know why this is relevant. Okay, they're saying that Desiree Perez of Rock Nation is involved in, I don't know what the hell, bro. Like, I really want no smoke with Desiree and them, low key. Nigga, the way they violate Tory, man, I want no smoke.
Florida woman is taking legal action after she says she spent nearly 2 weeks in mental health institutions for no legitimate reason.
She claims in a recently filed lawsuit that it was orchestrated by her own mother and others who should have protected her failed her.
NBC6 investigative reporter Amy Viteri has her story.
So legally, I can go home.
No, you cannot.
Why?
Because you're being Baker acted.
Body camera video shows the moments Broward deputies encouraged Demore Hadley to get into this pickup truck with people she says she didn't know.
I can't ride with you and you guys take me?
You're going to be in handcuffs, so dog's not going to be able to come?
I don't want to be handcuffed. That's
Okay.
fine.
Demore says they took her to a hospital for a mental health evaluation after this doctor signed paperwork saying she was a risk to herself.
What he told me was, we received a call from your family that you tried to OD the night before.
A doctor she says she'd never met before. And according to Demore, it's her own mother who's behind it. In this lawsuit, she claims her mother, Desiree Perez, used unlawful means to have Demore falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act.
So she's the CEO of Rock Nation, a company that she owns along with Sean Carter, the famous rapper Jay-Z.
The complaint alleges a conspiracy, saying Perez used her money, power, and influence to...
For the record, I don't believe that Rock Nation would be capable of doing such things. I think Rock Nation is a great place, a good business company, and the mere even hint that Rock Nation would be behind having someone freedom stripped from them that's asinine to me. I don't, I really find this reprehensible that they would even bring in Rock Nation or even Rock Nation CEO Desiree Perez in this. I think Desiree is an outstanding person. I don't think Rock Nation is even capable of this type of shit, much less against her own daughter. No way.
Perez used unlawful means to have Demore falsely detained under Florida's Baker Act and Marchman Act.
So she's the CEO of Rock Nation, a company that she owns along with Sean Carter, the famous rapper Jay-Z.
The complaint alleges a conspiracy, saying Perez used her money, power, and influence to tear apart Demore and her husband, Javon Hadley.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this is cap. Desiree Perez, she's a woman that's by the book, by the law. Her showing up to Tory's trial was just mere, coincidence. I can't see her using power, money, and influence to try to take somebody's freedom. Nah, I can't see it. Nah, especially her daughter. Nah.
And created an enterprise of individuals to effectuate her plot.
To essentially try to separate me from my husband and to falsely accuse him of domestic violence.
Perez has repeatedly denied these allegations in court filings. A month before Demore filed her complaint, we found her mother filed her own lawsuit against Demore's husband, Javon, citing evidence Perez says he has abused her daughter for years, something the couple has denied in court records. In that lawsuit, Desiree Perez says she moved to Baker Act her daughter, fearing she was at risk of suicide and abusing prescription drugs.
I haven't seen anything in my entire 20 years of practicing law that it is so clear that someone did something wrong.
Attorney Hilton Napoleon is representing Demore in the lawsuit, which claims Perez harassed the couple for years, including making unfounded claims to get Javon arrested on multiple occasions for battery and domestic violence, charges prosecutors did not pursue.
The state attorney's office wrote a 11-page scathing closeout memoranda, which basically said that her mother made false allegations to the police.
In this closeout memo, a prosecutor with the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office cites DeMore's lack of cooperation and raises concerns about some of the evidence and how it was obtained. The prosecutor also wrote DeMore was wrongfully Baker Acted last year, something her mother's attorney disputes in this letter, challenging many of the memo's other conclusions.
I have 3 different collateral sources.
Their conclusions.
I have 3 different collateral sources of information that say that she's been acting psychotic, that she threatened to overdose yesterday.
DeMore's lawsuit alleges her mother conspired with prominent psychiatrist Dr. Daniel Bober, seen here in body camera video, and others to have DeMore committed for a mental health evaluation. Bober cites supporting evidence from her family and diagnosed DeMore with an unspecified psychosis. He ordered she be taken to Memorial Regional Hospital, where he is chief of psychiatry, and where results from drug tests taken upon admission were negative, according to records DeMore shared with us.
They told me your tox screens came out negative, and I go, I know. I don't do drugs.
In a statement, Dr. Bober's attorney said DeMore was placed under the Baker Act for 38 hours due to the potential risk of imminent harm she posed to herself, adding failing to take appropriate action would have been a breach of Dr. Bober's ethical and professional obligations. While DeMore was at Memorial, her mother further petitioned to have her transported to a different facility under Florida's Marchman Act, claiming again in court records that DeMore suffered from severe drug abuse. A judge granted that petition.
They ran the test. They knew that she had no drugs in her system and she was not abusing drugs. And the fact that you can't do anything about it is scary.
DeMore was sent to this treatment center in Deerfield Beach, where Dr. Bober serves as medical director.
Where are the people that are supposed to protect me from this happening?
According to her lawsuit, DeMore requested a hair follicle test at that facility called Life Skills, which detects drug use for at least the past 3 months, and which showed no drugs had been in DeMore. DeMore was held at Life Skills until April 8th. She shared discharge paperwork that lists a diagnosis of persistent depressive disorder, which she disputes. No medication was prescribed. Court records show DeMore was able to leave that day after her mother voluntarily dismissed the case. But DeMore says the damage has been done, and she feels a system designed to keep people safe failed to protect her.
Money, influence, and power should not be something that's used, right, or abused to hurt innocent people.
Perez has filed a motion to dismiss DeMore's complaint, asserting that the Baker Act and other legal proceedings she has undertaken were rooted in legitimate concern for her daughter's safety.
The Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office tells us they stand by their memo. Memorial Healthcare says they can't speak about DeMore's case because of the pending lawsuit. We also contacted Life Skills South Florida and have not yet heard back. BSO told us the incident involving DeMore is now internally under review. Amy Viteri, NBC6 News.
Yeah, I don't see no wrongdoing on Desiree Perez's part. I think the daughter was tripping. I think she was tripping. Okay, so I stand with him. All right, let's see. Got some more tweets here. Steele says, Mia, let me ask you, how'd you make the scrapbook? She said, I researched and reached out for archives. She said, archives in the library? He says, in his company. But did you do all the work? She says, I did. Steele then says, did you make Combs a happy birthday video? Mia says, I put one together. I asked people if they wanted to send in a video. I want to ask you about it. Last 4 digits, blah, blah, blah. AUSA says, objection. The updates are coming in a little bit slower today. Not going to lie. Combs. When was Cassie South Africa? When was she in South Africa? In 2015. Diddy.
But sometimes I get the urge to respond to them, and I respond in a very classy, loving way, you know, kill them with kindness. And they literally switch up every time when you like reply messages with love. It's weird. But last night I was in the studio, I took a picture, someone replied to my story and said, "Girl, bye, you just want to be a city girl so bad."
Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe.
So bad, okay? I don't want to be a city girl. I want real love. This is what I said to her. And she was like, "I'm sorry, no disrespect. Keep going." I said all that to say, when I read these mean comments and messages, I just know that it's just a projection of themselves onto me, because I ain't do nothing to you, okay? But me understanding that, I just laugh it off. Sometimes the comments are really funny, and I know that.
About her past relationship.
Want to go get it right then and there. Vietnamese, and then my second favorite type of food is Mexican. This place I'm at right now. Okay. Cash at me.
Imagine being a billionaire side chick and telling random niggas to cash at you, bro.
This bitch about to get blocked right here. And I love it. I think it's a vibe. So another way would help is to like write it down. But I guess.
Watch this already.
Why the hell so many people are trying to tell
little 20 pain pill.
But
I can't watch that shit, bro. I can't watch her talk. The Gina girl is going quite missing.
And then he like mushed my face and like really hard and made my nose
stupid B, and added the text, "When she beefing with you over." Oh, it looks like Cassie's lawsuit just opened the can for a whole lot of disturbing information to come out. The lawsuit that Cassie filed contained very graphic details about how he exploited, abused, and forced Cassie into having multiple encounters with other men while he filmed it. Of course, Diddy and his team denied these allegations and accused Cassie of just trying to get a payday. However, he settled the lawsuit in less than 24 hours, and word on the street is Diddy paid Cassie much more than what she was asking for because she had some very major dirt on him that he did not want exposed to the public. But the lawsuit being dismissed from court doesn't mean this is the end of it. See, people started digging up some receipts from the past about Diddy's very long track record of being abusive to women. In fact, they even found some old photos that Diddy posted years ago of Cassie clearly looking miserable. But at the time, no one was really suspecting of him of doing anything, so nobody took it serious. However, what really got people talking was an interview with Gina back in 2018 with Tasha K. In the interview, she detailed how Diddy manipulated her into a relationship while she was still very young and started mistreating her then. She said Diddy used to hit her, stomp on her, and even forced her to have abortions every single time she got pregnant. He also offered her $50K as hush money, so she wouldn't tell anybody what he was putting her through.
In the beginning, like the first 3.5 years, the first 3-4 months, he was really nice, but then after that, he started being an ass. So he was like always belittling me and always like, he was like mentally, emotionally, and physically me. He took one of my heels and tried to throw it at me, and then he like mushed my face and like really hard and made my nose bleed.
And you mind telling me what happened with that pregnancy?
I told him, and he was like, you're gonna get it right. And then I was like, I don't know. I don't know yet. And then he offered me $50,000 to get rid of it, but I turned it down because I just loved him, and and I was like trying to prove that I wasn't the girl that wanted him for money.
Okay.
I just care about him.
But what most people don't know is that after this interview, Diddy actually forced Gina back into a relationship with him again. He even forced her to do a whole press run to say nice things about him and their very toxic relationship so he could clear up his name and people would forget everything she said in the interview with Tasha K. In fact, back in 2021, Gina had an interview with the Jasmine brand where she said, "At the end of the day, I really value the friendship that him and I have. He did bless me in a lot of ways. I am going to be forever grateful and respect him." However, things got real messy when Diddy started hooking up with Miami. So that drama started when news hit the internet that Diddy had gotten another woman pregnant while he was still in a relationship with Miami. Gina posted a clip with her lip syncing to the lyrics, "You doing all this extra shit, you stupid B," and added the text, "When she beefing with you over a guy, but whole time he got somebody else pregnant." She also said in the caption, "City girls down by 1,000.
Hey, you doing all this extra shit, you stupid.
Now, after Miami saw this, she went off on Gina and made fun of her for allowing Diddy to manipulate her back into a relationship, even though he physically abused her in the past. Miami went as far as to bringing up the interview with Tasha K and making fun of the abortions that Diddy forced Gina to have. She said, "Gina, you've been down bad ever since I came into the picture. You've been crying for a baby for 10 years. You've been used around as that B that eat P and D when he feel like it. You a eater. You the same B that was crying on Tasha K cause you wanted a baby. Poor sushi. You want a baby B. I have a career. You a certified freak. You haven't heard from Diddy since the awards, reminiscing on abortions. Let that hurt go, Chun-Li." Oh, but it gets worse, y'all, because the streets are saying that Miami knew everything about what Gina was going through at the hands of Diddy. Miami actually slipped up and confirmed this during her back and forth with Gina. There was a tweet where she basically implied that she could make Gina eat her out, whether Gina wanted to or not, simply by telling Diddy to give her the order. She said, "If I wanted you to eat my pussy, Diddy would have you on your knees. You a eater." Chill. I mean, we all knew Miami has been Diddy's ride or die for a while now, but I definitely didn't expect her to be an accomplice torturing his victims. This is just crazy. This also explains why Miami has been very quiet ever since the allegations came out. Most people thought she wasn't saying anything because she was scared of Diddy coming for her, but it looks like she was allegedly Diddy's accomplice the whole time because she knew everything about him and chose to stay quiet. Miami was also caught going off on a fan who left a comment about Cassie's lawsuit under a picture of her and Diddy. But once again, she didn't care and told the fan to get off her page. The person commented, "You ain't learning from Cassie's sister," to which Miami replied, "I think you under the wrong page, LMAO. Jaguar Wright also hinted at Miami being Diddy's accomplice when she blasted her for leaving Diddy after he cut her allowance from $500K to $250K a month. According to Jaguar, the reason why Miami felt offended when Diddy cut her allowance was because she was the one keeping all his dark secrets, and she was expecting him to compensate her for keeping said secrets.
What the is going on that 250,000 ain't enough?
Ladies?
Like the fact that he, I'm just saying, the fact that he cut from 500 to 200. Who the gives a shit? 200K? Who 250K? Who turning down 250K a month? What the is going on in that relationship that 250K ain't enough?
Could see some things.
That ain't worth 250K. That's got to be some dark. Like, people are not understanding that girl quit 250K. 4 million every quarter. Well, I'm sorry, $1 million every quarter.
Shit.
Now, she was getting $2 million a quarter, but then she got, you got going on. That's so deep that it ain't worth $1 million a quarter.
People immediately rushed to social media and dragged Miami to filth for sticking with Diddy despite all of the things that she knows he's done to Gina and countless other victims. One person said, "The Cassie and Diddy situation is why I will always look at Young Miami weird as F. Like, girl, you know he's a disgusting creature." Another person said, "Young Miami came to an award show with a big sign for that man, standing out, being Diddy's biggest cheerleader. Trust and believe she's doing everything he's asking/telling her to, and then some. LOL. Ain't no grooming. That woman is okay with everything going on in his house." But now I want to know your thoughts. Do you think Gina is gonna file a lawsuit and press charges against Diddy? Maybe even Miami too? Y'all know what to do. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section down below, and don't forget to click here to watch this other very messy video.
All right. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. Hold up. Sorry, sir. Okay. All right. By the way, no, let's get back to the tweets. Okay. They're kind of moving a little slow. All right, the judge says, "Hey, just ask her if she recognizes this number." Mia says, "I do." So let's read these messages. "I'll be KK." So now this is a message between KK and Mia. Mia says, "My life is over. I might as well." And KK says, "Call me back or I'm calling your parents." Mia says, "Fuck, I'm so sorry. I'm with Laura Gomez." KK says, "I'm not going to. I'm not going to say it. Fucking tell you you are." Mia says, "The pain hurts so fucking bad." Steele says, "Who's Laura Gomez?" Mia says, "She was in HR at Combs Enterprise." Steele says, "You're going to go kill yourself. Your life is over." She says, "Yes." Steele says, "You could have quit." Mia says, "I didn't see it that way." Steele says, "Why?" Mia says, "There was a pretty long psychological explanation. I was around them 24 hours a day. That's all I knew." I said, "Well, weren't you happy to be severed? Isn't this great?" She says, "Not then." Okay. Yeah, it looks like Mia's testimony is going to go into absolutely tomorrow, unless Inner City Press is just kind of slow with the tweets today. It's been kind of dragging. Okay. All right. Anyway. By the way, the Making a Band people are actually, they're like beefing with each other. So it looked like, Choppa from Making a Band, and his story he's been kind of like really neutral. He's like, yeah, Diddy was bad, but a lot of the other people were with it too. He's been kind of keeping it like that. And it appears that Sarah, if you don't remember her from the band, she's also chiming in, but she's mad at Choppa because she feels that Choppa is now picking up for Diddy and trying to make him look like less of a monster. Okay, let me see if I can figure out what the hell did Sarah Stokes Chopper. Okay, I guess this is it.
Honest, you heard me? I can't be a person that, I can't do that. I just can't be fake, bro. So I'm gonna keep it G. It's all respect and love for Sarah, you know. But at the end of the day, I would say I don't think that's true. And the reason why I would say that there is because at the end of the day, Diddy used to come down. We had the making the band Penthouse. This when we already made the band. You dig? Diddy used to come downstairs like 3, 4 in the morning, bruh, and tell Sarah, like, come on. And she'll get up and she'll go with him. And then she'll come back down about 4 hours later, hair messy, makeup all smeared up, drunk, and look like she got period. And she did that at least 3 to 4 times, multiple times. So I don't think that that's true that that man violated her. I think that she was ecstatic, she was bucked up, and she couldn't wait to fuck him. And that's just my opinion. And everybody used to talk about Sarah fucking Diddy anyway around the bad boy office. So I don't think that's true. And there's no disrespect to Sarah, but 100 is 100. And you got to keep it real, yeah. And I just don't feel like Sarah was telling the truth because I seen it with my own eyes, you know. Diddy fucking on that girl buku times, and she was not feeling violated or nothing. She was happy, facts. And she thought that, you heard me, courtesy of her fucking on him, that she was going to get privileges, and Diddy drew it to the side like she was nothing.
Damn.
And no offense to Sarah, but that's just my opinion and that's my truth. And I'm keeping it real. I don't think Diddy violated her. Facts. Because Sarah used to get drunk, and Sarah used to get drunk on her own. Like on Making the Band, that was, and Sarah, and shout out to Sarah though, but that's the first time I had alcohol in my life with Sarah. And I had a Long Island iced tea. That was my first drink in my life. I hated weed smoke. I hated alcohol. I hated all that shit growing up. And I grew up in the ghetto and I hated all that shit. But when I got around Sarah, I started drinking, and to this day, I still drink. Bad habit, but I kind of like it. But yeah, bro, Sarah used to get drunk, and she tend to do things she shouldn't be doing as a married woman. And
what?
I'm just gonna say at the end of the day, that's what I seen, that's what I know, and it is what it is. Sarah used to get drunk, get freaky, and do things she shouldn't have been doing. So Diddy violating her, that's cap. She was excited to do it. Facts.
Shit.
And I don't know if this is true or not, but somebody told me behind the scenes that she was messing around with Genuine. You know anything about that?
All right, so I'm gonna say this here. And like, you see how you asked me about Diddy and Sarah? I 100% confirmed that because I used to see her come down looking like she got and then word around Bad Boy was she was getting by him. With the Genuine situation, we was in Mobile, Alabama, you dig? And Genuine stayed a couple doors down from me. And Genuine knocked on my door. And when he knocked on my door, he was like, "What's down, Chop?" I'm like, "What's down, bruh?" He was like, "Say, where's Sarah at?" Like, I don't understand how that went that way. Why would he say that there? But he knocked on my door and said, "Where's Sarah at?" I'm like, in my mind, because back in the G, you know, Sarah was married. And in my mind, I thought Sarah was like the goodest, goody two-shoe, look, you know, pretty woman ever, innocent. And when he said that to me, I'm like, "Nick, what?" And he was like, "Nick, I got 2 girls in here." He said, "I got 2 girls in here. You know, tell me what room Sarah in. You heard me? And you can come in here and f these bitches." And I'm young and dumb. So I kind of took him up on that offer, and I went into the room. Crazy, but I went into the room and knocked both of the bitches down. Paused, but that low-key was like in that motherfucker watching and playing 50 Cent on a laptop. That shit was wild. But I'm young and dumb, and I'm
Oh, shit. That was a freak off, the Genuine freak off. Oh, holy shit. Nah, Chopper giving it up.
You know, back in the G, you know, fucking bitches with your partners and all that shit, that used to be cool back in the G. You dig? So I didn't look at it like a bad thing. I looked at it like I'm living rapper heaven. I'm fucking 2 hoes, you heard me? And after that shit was over with, you dig, I told him what room Sarah was in. And I'm just gonna say at the end of the day, he left out of his room And he came back in his room hours later, so I don't know what happened. He could have been walking in the park, but I doubt it. That's just my opinion about it. Facts.
Facts. Nah, Chopper. Chopper giving it up. Chopper giving it up, bro.
And I don't know if this is true. This is something I heard behind the scenes. But I heard Sarah, she was messing around with Freddie P.
Yeah, she did. Fred definitely knocked it down for sure. But that's how it all started, though. You heard me? That's how it all started, bro. It started with Fred knocking it down. That's when I looked at Sarah like a totally different type of woman. Because in my mind, growing up, you heard me? I thought like the married people were like 100 forever together, you dig? And Sarah, low key, high key, triple key, changed my perception of how I see women. You dig? And I hate to say that, yeah, but changed my whole perception, you know, because I remember Fred, you dig? And Fred, don't judge me, baby. You're not a liar, but you know, Chop gonna keep it real. You know, and that was a wild life we had at that moment. So keeping it real and, you know, telling the history of our life, our journey is dope to me. So I'm going to say it. Fred was like, Chop. He's like, sit it. I fucked Sarah. I said, no, you didn't, bitch. He said, yes, I did. I said, no, you didn't. He was like, I did. I fucked Sarah. I said, how much you want to bet you ain't fucked Sarah? He said, I'll bet my show money. And that's how me and Fred used to get down. Our bets used to be the show money with each other. So he was like, let's bet the show money. So I was like, all right, cool. So the next city we went to, you heard me, the deal was this here. Fred was going to leave a latch. He leave a latch so it could be compatible with the door so I can be able to walk in, you know. And if I walk in and see it, I lost the bet. And basically that's exactly what happened. We went to another city. We was actually in New York City. And we was standing in a hotel. And Fred texted me, and back in the G, it used to be sidekicks. Remember sidekicks?
Yeah, I remember them, yeah.
Yeah. Fred hit me on my, that was the you hear me? But Fred hit me on the sidekick and was like, Nick, I'm in the room. Come on, I left the latch open for you. So I'm excited. I ain't gonna count with you, brother. I'm excited, you did, because I always wanted to see Sarah naked. I'm sorry, I did. So I'm coming over there. I'm creeping, you dig? I'm creeping and excited. I can't wait. I open the door. I come creeping through the door. I turn right. You dig? I pass the bathroom, you heard me? I go right. Sarah tearing this nigga up, son. I'm talking about fucking the shit out of Fred. And Fred, she riding Fred, and Fred looking at me, and he's sucking his dumb as shit. I was joked out, son. You heard me? And
You're lying, Chopper. This nigga wasn't sucking his thumb while getting some pussy. Hell nah.
And then Sarah, I made a mistake and walked backwards, you dig? And when I walked backwards, it was probably some M&Ms, you heard me? Or some Skittles, you dig?
M&Ms or Skittles? No way.
And I made a mistake and stepped on it, and Sarah looked back and jumped off Fred. It was like, oh my God, you know, and crying by the wall and I'm like, Sarah, say, bro, it's all gravy. I don't care. I was like, I already know.
It's all gravy, baby.
She said, you already knew? I said, yes. Fred said he already done it before. Fred, you running your mouth and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, Fred used to knock Sarah down for sure. Yeah, Fred used to shot at Sarah. No doubt about it. Tell her what's up. Fred loves Sarah, dog. He used to love Sarah. Facts.
Why they didn't make it official?
Because Sarah was married. How you gonna make something official and you got a family to go home to? You dig? And her husband would have gone and tried to kill her. He would have found that out. But we kept that a secret a long time around there. We did as long as we could. You heard me? But everybody know Fred was knocking it down. Believe that.
So Diddy was fucking her and Fred?
But Fred, what really happened though, Fred started feeling the way. You know, when Diddy started knocking it down, Fred wasn't feeling that shit. He gonna say he don't remember when Diddy knocking it down and started feeling the way, but he was knocking it down and Fred started feeling the way. So that was enough. That was the end of the Fred and Sarah era, you know, when Diddy started just fucking her. Facts.
So when Sarah and Freddie P was messing around, I remember on Making a Band, her husband, he used to come on the show. Was they messing around at that time too?
No, absolutely not. I think in my opinion, I think her husband knew what was down with Sarah as a person. So I think that he was trying to protect her. You dig? Protect her from embarrassing herself. And that's just my opinion. You dig? He was trying to protect her from embarrassing herself, which eventually ended up happening anyway, because the more that he wasn't around is the more she started doing her. Because I'm starting to feel like, nah, she was probably trying to run from him. You dig? So when he wasn't able to be in control on making the band, like how he's normally in control, obviously in her life, you know, she was running like a free slave, and she was cutting the fuck up because obviously she must hate.
Hilarious. Anyway, Sarah responded to that.
Ask anybody that is really speaking out. A lot of them be like, I was afraid to. Or if I did, I didn't think nobody was going to believe me. No way. You know what I'm saying? And some of them have and was shut up. Yep. What up, Nikki? Hey! What's up? Thank you. Thank you, honey. I be trying. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate all y'all for loving me and showing so much support. Y'all have no idea, especially from what I have just been. Thank you so much. Is it Julius? Julius? I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Guys, like, oh my God, see, that's the thing. There's so many lies. Like, man, y'all don't understand. I was about to say something real crazy, but I have to tell myself no, Sarah, because God is going to, he's going to fix all of those lies. He's going to turn that stuff around, because yes, they are lies. They are lies. And it's really
Diddy was cracking.
Sad that it's coming from somebody that you would think would be supportive of you. And which is what I heard him say, is he supported me and was proud of me and was going to stand up for me. And then he went on there and he completely did the opposite and lied on top of it. And so now you got everybody looking at it like, oh my God, she did. And I'm just sitting there looking at this interviews and stuff like, what is wrong with you?
Yo, this nigga Chopper said this chick slept with everybody. Wait, there's another one. Chopper exposes Sarah for sleeping with Kobe. Even Kobe, bro. Nah, this is crazy.
Sarah, how you feel about that lawsuit she filed against Puffy?
Sarah is Sarahing, if that makes any sense. I feel like it was coming. I felt like, you heard me. Sarah felt like I was sabotaging her for her getting the suit. Now, on one behalf, Mighty Brad, I feel like she's right on the terms of, you know, Diddy making us sleep in the same bed together. You know, the things that Diddy was making us do, I don't think a female was, you know, supposed to be in that situation. That I do believe and that I do feel. And you know me, bruh, I'm not biased. I'm unbiased to bull crap. You heard me? I just believe that on one point she's right. On another point, she's trying to money grab. And I felt like Sarah's doing exactly what everybody else feel like. You know, we got done dirty. We didn't get our just due. We didn't get what we deserved from the hard work and the you know, safe. And luckily and fortunately, you know, I'm a hustler. So it's towards it. It was actually like the realest thing that was happening. Made the band. But when cameras, well, sorry about that, you heard me. We got so used to the cameras that it became normal. So we really quite didn't realize how much of history we were making. Yet and still how much of trauma we was going through as well. You know, that makes sense. So it's a bittersweet situation with Sarah. And then, you know, from the interview that I did last time, you dig, some people felt like I was putting Sarah on blast and it wasn't my business to put her business out there with Fred. And I thought long and hard on it. And I said to myself, maybe they right. But at the end of the day, I'm not here to please people's opinions. I'm here to speak my truth. And I kept it real for the culture. At the end of the day, I'm unbiased to everything I'm talking about. I kept it real. I even put myself out there. You heard me? That's how unbiased I am. So, but I couldn't let Sarah lay back there, get on the documentaries and speak false about Diddy, because that's not what happened. And that's just the real. I'm going to keep it real. You know, if you don't want the real, you heard me, don't be around me. You dig? Whatever you say, you heard me, to my face, or whatever you do, be able to take it on every outlet as well. Be 100 about everything that you do. You know, maybe it wasn't my business to put it out there, but at the end of the day, you know, it was my business. Period. It was and it wasn't. You did take it how you wanna. Believe that. That's how I felt about that. And like I say, I feel like it's a bittersweet situation. It's because
All right, what about Kobe?
I don't think Diddy owe us anything, yet he owe us what we worked hard for. So, you know, Sarah doing whatever she do, I think it's a bittersweet situation of whatever she's doing. I don't think 100%, you know, that it's coming from a malice situation, yet it's coming from a malice situation. It's kind of like a take it how you want to outcome, if that makes sense, bruh. It's a take it how you want to outcome. Because she's doing it maliciously, and then Ash could have been the first one. You know, it didn't have to be Cassie taking the initiative to start it. If he sexually harassed you, you should have been the first one. And the show has been 20 years ago. It should be no reason in the world, you heard me, that you ain't been the first person to put it out there. Because honestly, I felt like that would have been a better outcome for you than trying to do it now. If that makes sense, bruh?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. How you feel about her sending out cease and desist? She sent me one, you one. How you feel about that, man?
Oh, when it comes to us, I say, bruh, I didn't care. It's because at the end of the day, you got to have proof, you know, and you got to go to court. You heard me? And I knew in my mind that Sarah was going to lose that case, because at the end of the day, I was keeping it real. And then Fred doubled back, and Fred basically, he didn't want to say it, but you know, he had to say it because it was the truth. You know, Sarah tried to put the cease and desist out there to make it seem like I was lying, but I wasn't lying. I was keeping it real. You dig? Everything I say on here is 100%. And that's why I love this platform, is because you bring people on here and people be brutally honest. And I'm one of those people. So I guess the people respect honesty. So I didn't feel no way about the cease and desist. How did you feel about the cease and desist? Damn, that's crazy, huh? How you feel about it, a situation? Did it sound like I was Jaguar writing? Did it sound like I was exaggerating it? Or did it sound like I was keeping it real? From what you thought at the moment towards when it finally happened, towards you knew I was keeping it real, you know?
Nah, it sounded like you was keeping it real.
Thank you, because I was. Yeah. Shout out to Sarah, though.
But speaking of Sarah, right, before we get off of her, and you already know I get a whole lot of emails and DMs from people giving me information. So, you know, I want to ask you and see if you know. I heard she was messing around with Kobe.
Who told you that?
Hey, somebody emailed me that. You know, somebody told me the next time I interview you, you know, ask you about that.
I would 100% say that was actual factual. Rest in peace to the greatest of all time. You heard me? And I don't want to say anything to disrespect his
this chick done fucked everybody, bro.
family, but I got to keep it real. Yeah, she had a little rapport with Kobe too. Yeah.
Yo, everybody was cracking. Kobe, Freddie P.
Sure, I ain't gonna cap about that.
Tell me that. You know, somebody told me the next time I interview you, you know, ask you about that.
I would 100% say that was actual factual. Rest in peace to the greatest of all time. You heard me? And I don't want to say anything to disrespect his family, but I got to keep it real. Yeah, she had a little rapport with Kobe too. Yeah, for sure. I ain't gonna cap about that. You did, but I don't really know the story with Sarah and Kobe of like seeing them encounter and leaving with each other. But I know for sure that Sarah has spoke on dealing with Kobe Bryant, 100%. And I know the people gonna be like, oh, he talking about the mom, but you heard me. But look, I'm Chopper City. Chopper City gonna keep it real, and that's facts because it came out of her mouth. Big old facts. Sarah definitely spoke on having a situationship with Kobe Bryant. But rest in peace to to the best. You did. Sarah crazy, huh, bro? Promiscuous girl.
Hilarious.
I can't say.
Okay. All right. I don't know if we got more tweets. Like it's been like slow today on the updates. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Steele then says, all right, so this is after they're saying, why weren't you happy that, you got fired? Like, why were you so upset? Then Steele says, Your Honor, the judge says, we'll let the jury go for the weekend. Don't read anything about the case. Just have notifications turned off. They rise. They said, Mia, we will see you on Monday. AUSA says, what's the authenticity of the last exhibit? So we got it from the government. AUSA says it's in a different form with an unknown number. Mrs. Steele suggests that the green boxes are Mrs. Karam, but there is an unknown person. Defense says it's KK. Defense says we spoke with Karam's counsel. We had to put it in another format. Theirs crashes our computer. Okay, so that's interesting. So it appears that Karam is not going to be testifying against Diddy because the defense said we spoke with Miss Karam's lawyer. Okay? So we had to put in another format. Theirs crashed our computer. Mia says, oh, so you know what happens? Christina Karam turned over her emails. No, not her emails, her phone to Diddy's team. And I think, interesting. I got to think about that. Because I seen the prosecutor have it. Anyway, you can explore on redirect. Combs Agnephilo says, Mia's affected yesterday. Maybe it was real. Maybe it wasn't. We have a right. So remember, Mia was crying a lot yesterday. They said, if you're going to use the exhibit as impeachment, tell me. I can't read your mind. It says, yes, we're trying to be courteous and move the trial along. But she says she has PTSD. AUSA says we have an objection to 4032. Agnephilo says, we can write a letter over this weekend. The judge says, it's a 20-second happy birthday video. For the good of the order, may the parties come up with an order, please. Okay, so he's asking them to figure it out, bro. I got the weekend. Figure it out, okay? So I think they're going to try to use that video to show that Shorty was, still. It wasn't only Instagram that she was, like, fake happy about Sean Combs. There's a video, too, to show that she was fake. Not fake happy, but she was cool as hell with Diddy, okay? The diddler. All right, then. Okay. Now, remember Mia Clark that had taken a stand? So Mia Clark took the stand. And the News Nation. What happened is that, remember Capricorn Clark. The interesting thing about Capricorn Clark was the, like, Suge's brother or relative's, like, baby mom, like, something like that. She had relations to Suge, also Diddy, okay? Suge Knight recently spoke about Capricorn Clark. Here's this.
I definitely can hear you. What's good with you, man? Well,
all right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking the opportunity, Suge. Co-founder Death Row Records. For everybody at home, of course, you know who Suge Knight is. So you keep coming up.
There's only one founder.
All right, the one and only, the OAO, the OAO, Suge Knight. Yeah. So tell us about Capricorn Clark and whether you believe she is a credible witness for the prosecution to make a racketeering case against Sean Diddy Combs.
Well, look, I say this all the time. Puffy and I are not friends, but Puffy should definitely walk. At the end of the day, how I know Capricorn and when I first heard about Capricorn, it was back when I was doing prison time. When I was doing prison time, it was a guy that didn't work for Death Row, but he was over the security company. This guy, Capricorn, broke his windshield in the back of his truck. He wanted her to pay for it. She couldn't pay for it. A guy named Reggie White Jr. told her, well, you got to have sex with me or you pay for it. So she couldn't pay for it, so he forced her to have sex with him, but they were still talking after that, right? But the most important thing is that it was other executives that was involved in Puffy's life. And for Puffy to be the only guy that gets on the stand is a sad day for hip-hop. Because once Capricorn had got beaten up allegedly, and everybody said, well, she got her ass whooped. And when she was approached by an executive from Interscope, and you got to remember, Capricorn wasn't the artist on Interscope. Puffy wasn't doing business with the guy in Interscope. If you guys want his name, I'll tell you. And when they talked to him, Interscope gave Capricorn $1 million, a check, for don't say nothing about the incident with her and Puffy.
Now, he's giving a little bit of context here to what we heard Capricorn testify to. Remember, Capricorn had left Diddy's, enterprise, and then she said she went to Interscope, but then she came back afterwards, and that was a little bit confusing, but apparently it's now obvious that she wasn't doing anything over at Interscope. So we then get to find out that supposedly Jimmy Iovine gives her $1 million just to stay away from Diddy. Now, it's kind of unclear, and not stay away from Diddy, because it feels like it was like, because it's not like they hated Diddy, right? Jimmy Iovine has a good relationship with Diddy. So it looked like they were probably like giving her that money to be like, okay, just don't go back and fuck shit up. Don't say nothing about Diddy, blah, 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 blah. It was almost like hush money in a sense. That's what she kind of was alluding to, right? All right, let's see if we can find a little bit on that. Capricorn Clark Interscope $1 million. All right. And that was after Diddy pushed her, supposedly, right? Here we go.
That summer of 2006 way. He said, "You hate it here? Get the out of my house. You hate that." And in listening to Bigot, there are reasons.
So again, she had left to work at Interscope, and then she came back.
Puffy's life. And for Puffy to be the only guy that gets on the stand is a sad day for hip-hop. Because once Capricorn had got beaten up allegedly, and everybody said, well, she got her ass whooped. And when she was approached by an executive from Interscope, and you got to remember, Capricorn wasn't the artist on Interscope. Puffy wasn't doing business with the guy in Interscope. If you guys want his name, I'll tell you. And when they talked to him, Interscope gave Capricorn $1 million, a check, for don't say nothing about the incident with her and Puffy. She got mad because she had to pay taxes on it. And she thought it was a settlement where she didn't have to pay taxes on it. So when Jimmy Iovine gave her that check, that's when all hell broke off. But at the same time, I don't think this is a case where Puffy should be going to prison. And
do you believe Capricorn is Capricorn believable with this story with Diddy?
This is what I do know. I was in New York. And when I was in New York, it was me and a limo driver. That's it. I'm in different spots, eating just by myself. I walks out, I see Capricorn, and I see another. So those two hung out with me in New York, from restaurants to running around to doing whatever. So I don't know if the part that she was so scared of Puffy that they wouldn't talk to me, because I'm hanging out with them in New York, just us three. And I'm not here to badger nobody, but at the same time, when Reggie Wright Jr. basically made Capricorn, she said it over and over and over, I don't want to have sex with this fat I don't know if I can cuss on here. I just have sex with the fat man.
Too late.
But, okay, but they did. And she continued to be around, right? But when it's all said and done, how could every person who's involved with Puffy is not on the stand? Except for Puffy.
I get
at some point, the law got to be blind.
I get it. Shug,
and
thank you very much for giving us.
Hey, for sure.
Go
One
ahead.
last thing before I go, you got to remember, Death Row and the Employees and Bad Boy was really good friends. A lot of them. Reggie Wright Jr. and the other guy that be with Puffy, I forgot his name, the other fat dude, right? But they called Reggie Wright Jr. to do security for Puffy and Biggie the night Biggie got shot. So I can't see that they will look at Capricorn affiliation with Death Row that bad and that type of threats. I'll be surprised. Gene, that's his name. Gene and Reggie Wright Jr. is great friends. So that's got to be understanding that something's there. And we just can't jump to conclusions and say, throw Puffy under the bus. Like I said, him and I are not friends, but Puffy definitely should walk. What's right is right, wrong is wrong. You guys enjoy your day. Nice talking to you.
Sugar, I appreciate it. We'll speak again. Thank you for your...
By the way, the homeboy, the Punisher, is still on the press
Well,
run.
his stage name, website, and at their first, knowing that this is such a high-profile case, and here you are in the spotlight in this way.
Yeah, it's been like a whirlwind. You know, a constant outreach from media outlets like this, and just friends and family, people from junior high school actually reaching out just randomly, you know, to check in and speak up. It's been a very interesting, trying week.
You've reflected, I think, in some time about what your testimony said and what it was like in that courtroom. Can you tell me a little bit what it was like to be on that stand a few feet away from Sean Diddy Combs, who you obviously had
that it was
a dancer, and this was an interaction that would have resulted in sexual intercourse?
Exactly. So, yeah, so this is nuance. It's not something that happens. You know, I've done thousands of parties. This is the only time I was propositioned with something like this, and it was in such magnitude. Like we're in the Trump Hotel, it's like these huge suites, and you can tell this is a very high-profile couple. So I just wanted to be as professional for the scenario as I would assume was required.
Did you ever travel outside of New York with them?
I did not.
When you were engaged in this encounter and intimate with Cassie Ventura, as you've said on the stand, you were asked about whether you had any notice or any idea how she felt about the interaction, whether she was consenting, whether she was uncomfortable in any way. You testified you did not feel as though she was uncomfortable at all. Can you explain?
Yeah, so there was always, like, before the sexual activity, there was always, like, downtime. So I would be greeted by Cassie, kind of put in a room, and we would have casual conversation. You know?
About how long did that last?
10, 15 minutes, you know, and it would be, you know, consistent. How's work going? How's the parties? How's things? So it seemed like a very cordial, laid-back situation, and I actually believed that the scenario was real. It was like her birthday. This was something they were doing as a couple that wasn't normal. I mean, that wasn't their norm, and I honestly thought I was the only person they were engaging with. So I had almost a belief that I was, wow, like this is a cool thing. Like I'm the person they're choosing for this kind of fetish type of environment. And
nothing seemed illegal to you or anything out of sorts?
Not even close. Like I didn't even get any thought of anybody being like under the influence of any drugs or anything. It seems like a very, for the circumstance, everybody was just normally in their right state of mind, and this was just something they did for sexual pleasure.
You never saw any violence?
Nothing close.
You know, interestingly, you say you haven't seen any violence, you didn't see anyone under the influence of drugs, and you didn't have any idea that she was not consenting in some way. Why do you think you were called to testify?
I'm still trying to figure that out. Like it's after the fact. I'm the only thing that I can kind of maybe think is, you know, there was directions, right? It was in my testimony. It was clear that it was him, I guess, somewhat in control. You know, not overbearingly. I mean, it was said to me this scene we were creating was for her husband, aka him. So the only thing I can say is maybe they were trying to show another element of control. And even though in my case it wasn't forceful or aggressive, but it's still another dynamic that maybe they were trying to establish.
Did you ever see cameras or anything being filmed?
I did not. The rooms were always extremely dim and dark, just candlelit. So it was, if there were cameras, it would have to be some sort of infrared, low light scenario because.
Yeah, I seen y'all say it, and yeah, I just posted on Instagram. Big 45, aka Big 47 as well. His name is Donald Trump. Dress him with caution. He was asked if he would think about potentially pardoning Diddy if Diddy was actually convicted, and this is what he said.
You mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening, and I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken.
Yo, one thing with this nigga Trump, Trump is such a TV guy. He's always aware of what's getting the most attention. He's like a reality TV president. Like he knows viral. He like most of his biggest moments. It's like he's trying to not necessarily like doing too much crazy shit to go viral because he's still the president. But one thing about him, people have always said, he knows what is the hottest topic of the day, even if it's just pop culture. It could be a divorce. He would know because he cared. Like he comes from The Apprentice, where he used to care so much about motherfucking like TV ratings. So you hear him. He's getting a lot of attention.
Spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up. From what I read, I don't know. He didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. You know, it's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know. I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Mr. President. Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He is since.
Okay. We'll see how that goes. Anyway.
Because it was very dark in there.
Who paid you?
Always Cassie.
Did you ever see where the money came from?
I did not. Only one time, like I said in my testimony, we were actually engaging in sexual activity, and he threw a stack of $100 bills on the bed. Cassie turned to him and asked him if everything was fine. And he just said, I'm enjoying it, in so many words. And I know that money was collected after the fact and given to me. So that would be the only scenario where I guess money came directly from him by way of slamming it on the bed, like almost like how somebody would do at like at a strip club.
How, when you've reflected back on your testimony, do you think that your testimony was helpful to the prosecution or the defense in any way?
I mean, going into it, I always thought that because I saw no violence or any outward aggression, I always wondered if this was more beneficial to the defense, but I don't understand the angle of how they're trying to take my testimony and connect it to what.
I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the most credible witness to me. Like, everyone has like a little angle. He clearly, he's doing these media interviews because he wants to sell a book. He has a book that's, supposedly Diddy and Cassie are mentioned in it, but they're mentioned in a way where, if it wasn't for this trial, you would never know. He doesn't use them by name. He actually refers to them as a married couple, and he kind of doesn't really say he just says high profile couple. When he's telling the story, he puts no sauce on it. He ain't sassy, no sauce on it. He tells us like it is. It seems pretty boring. Like, yeah, they propositioned me. I did it. You never said him and Cassie. It felt like it was just business as usual. And it feels like I'm the type of person, I believe the person who, when you're telling the story, you tell a little bit that favors both sides. If your story only favors one, I'm like, all right, you starting to cap a bit. You feel what I'm saying?
What they're trying to prove, it's very nuanced what constitutes a RICO and racketeering. And I don't know enough yet. I haven't heard enough to see if my testimony.
Because he admits, he's like, yeah, I didn't really, for the stuff I'm hearing other people wanted to say or they thought they were going to hear, I didn't know how my testimony would benefit the prosecutor. And they must have prepped with him.
Testimony aligns with what they're trying to prove.
One thing that Cassie said on the stand was that she wanted Diddy to know that people were not disposable. And it almost sounded like she was talking collectively about everyone involved in these sexual encounters and these so-called freak-offs. Did you yourself ever feel as though you were either disposable or that you yourself were being trafficked in some way or prostituted?
No, not trafficked in some way or whatever. There was always pressure in terms of being disposable because obviously I'm there to create something, like a scene, to create an environment. So at times where there was sexual pressure, you know, because it's out of my norm, I did have a feeling of, okay, I'm one, you know, scenario where if I don't perform the right way, if I don't create the right ambiance, then maybe I won't get called back. But that's the most pressure that I had. There was no indication of I really believe they were just a happy couple, and this was a sexual fetish that they had.
Do you ever see them be affectionate during these freak-offs together?
I did not. They would never actually interact in front of me. There was like a kind of a cue where if he needed to speak to her or have some sort of direction with her, he would just stand up and leave the room. And if she saw that, she would follow him out. They would be gone 5-10 minutes. Then she'll come back and we'll resume for the most part. But no interaction in front of me. No even conversation other than his directions, which were subtle: move the light, turn your body, maybe put more oil. Those type of gestures in communication.
You said you wanted to, after your testimony, feel at peace with what you've said. Knowing what you do now about what Cassie Ventura has said about how she's felt about these freak-offs, what would you say to her if you could?
I would apologize. I would apologize because I had no idea, no indication what she was going through. And if, you know, obviously my involvement kind of furthered her suffering, you know, so just me knowing that as a man, you know, being raised by a single mom and a grandma, you know, just the thought of partaking in a scenario where a woman is possibly being abused is tough to hear. So, you know, I would just apologize to her and, you know, tell her that I was really remorseful and regret if I contributed to a bad experience for her.
Wow. You know, this guy's a straight shooter. I rock with him. I ain't gonna cap with you.
Your perspective.
Hey, remember one thing. Don't live reverse.
That nigga shook.
I'm not saying Puffy not guilty on majority stuff. He probably be more happy in prison than in the streets. Because at least in prison, he can get all the baby all he wants. Puffy did have sex with too many higher up people in the industry. Now I'm not talking about women. It's the big world, but it's a well, number one is this. To say he's part of a racketeering and make a case, they would have to put other executives in custody also, which they would never do. It's a guy named Jimmy Iovine.
What?
We was, you know, I consider him family. Been known him forever. Jimmy Iovine used to be a second engineer, and then he started working for Interscope, and I made that company. I built that company, me personally. And Puffy beat up a girl named Capricorn. Beat the shit out of her. Jimmy Iovine, one of Puffy guys, and Puffy approached Capricorn. And Jimmy told Capricorn, you're going to take this money and you're going to shut your mouth and leave it alone. And I'm going to give you $1 million. Puffy didn't give Capricorn $1 million. Jimmy Iovine gave Capricorn a check from Interscope. And Universal should be ashamed of their fucking self that this big old publicly traded company will allow Interscope to give this girl $1 million check.
And this woman
should, just
to be clear, Capricorn Clark, she's actually been giving evidence in the case. She was your former assistant, and she...
No, she wasn't my assistant, but she did hang around death row. She was Puffy's assistant. After she hung around death row. But what I'm trying to say is...
She worked for death row.
Jimmy gave her that $1 million check. She got mad because she thought that's a settlement check, and the settlement check, you don't supposed to take taxes out of it. So when they told her she had to pay taxes on it, she'd get pissed. But I feel bad for Capricorn, not because she's just lying, but I feel bad for Capricorn on the simple fact she went through a lot. But the other part about all this, if you're not going to say nothing to Jimmy and Interscope for doing something illegal, why would you just put Puffy in prison? The other thing is that Yeah, do Puffy do weird stuff? If Puffy got on the stand and told the truth, I know he'll walk. If he got on the stand and say, look, I'm gay and straight. I mess with guys. I mess with women. I do it all. Puffy not guilty for the things he did to these people. He's guilty for being a cold, freaky man that want freaky things done to him. But in the Cassie situation, they could not say he was having sex with the men also, because that'll make him like it's an orgy. It won't be like sex trafficking. It won't be like forcing stuff to do. But at the end of the day, there's no way Puffy should go to prison for the rest of his life. He should have. I think that. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Sugar, you talked about Capricorn Clark, that he beat her very badly. He beat Cassie Ventura very badly. He was clearly very violent towards women. That's not a nice man, somebody who does that, clearly. But what you're saying is you don't.
My point is this. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's like this. I'm not saying Puffy not guilty on majority stuff. He should go to, and he's done, right? Because even if he went to prison, it'd probably be a better thing. He'd probably be more happy in prison than the streets. Because at least in prison, he can get all the baby oil he wants. He can have all the men he wants, anyway, anyhow, and all day and all night. But what I'm trying to say is that some of the things, the charges is not true. But I know they're not going to let Puffy go to prison. You know Puffy not going to go to prison. They been knew that Puffy was beating these women. They been knew what Puffy was doing with these men. They been knew. I told people before that in Hollywood, and by the way, they never tried it with me. In Hollywood, we go out there with Andre Young, we go out there with Puffy, we go out with any of these people that used to be in that building. They go talk to Jimmy and all these other guys. Russell Simmons, Andre Arell, they had the thing where they take a hard-boiled egg. And it sounds nasty, but if the egg can go in these guys' rectum and it don't bust, they think they're doing a great job. And if you look at the pictures, you'll see Puffy and another actor. The guy was married to Katy Perry. After I said this, people start finding pictures of these guys holding up the hard-boiled egg. Only thing I'm saying is, the bottom line is this. That because Suge Knight don't wear a shiny suit and dance in the videos, I'm in prison illegally. I'm kidnapped. If it was anyone else, they'd give me a warrant and I'd be free. But since that is the other way around, they can get Puffy telling people they want to kill me. They can say they come in with guns to kill me. They can say they come in and do this. They can have a people who shot me in One Oak do songs about shooting me. If you look at those people, who is those people in bed with? That's the question. It comes back to Puffy. If the FBI can tell me that they're trying to kill me, if authorities can say they're trying to kill me, and I've been shot different occasions, and the very first time that they try to kill me and I get away and somebody happens to die and I get to go to prison, when you really look at it, Puffy didn't have sex with too many higher up people in the industry. Now, I'm not talking about women that get convicted. That's what I believe.
You're talking about senior male record company executives.
Exactly.
Extraordinary. Let me just finish, Shug, by asking you this. You were there when one of the all-time most famous music icons was killed. You were sitting next to him. What was the last thing that Tupac said to you?
Well, the crazy thing about it, nobody followed us, nobody came, nobody come to help. And as we sitting there, I looking at him, he looking at me. I said, man, look, we ain't gonna go straight ahead this way to the hospital. I'm gonna do a U-turn, and we gonna go to the hospital off of Las Vegas Boulevard. He said, why? I said, because it's more lights and more people. And he said, well, let me drive. I said, I'm driving. He said, man, you bleeding all through your head. You can't see, I can see. And we was listening to oldies at first, but on the way towards the strip, he put in a song that says he did it about me. And I said, I never had a situation to have a conversation with Puffy.
Now, I think he's gonna address this idea because they keep mentioning it in the trial that Diddy pulled up on Suge.
Majority of the time, Puffy see me, he going out the back door or going down the street somewhere. Only time that I ever had a conversation with Puffy, and it wasn't even a real conversation, I was at the Roosevelt Hotel having dinner. Somebody came over to my table and said, Prince wants you to come watch his show right now. I said, Prince performing? I said, yeah. And Prince a real gangster. Prince, he liked the bullshit. So I go in, and they set me at a table with Puffy, Nas, a few other people. Prince playing his guitar, and he walked to the table and looked at me, looked at Puffy, and started laughing. You could tell he planned the whole thing. Next thing I know, I lean over and tell Puffy a few words, and before I could finish my sentence, Puffy gets up, his people gets up, and they cover him with coats and run him out the hotel.
And what were the words you said to him before he ran?
You got a lot of explaining to do, rat motherfucker. Well, I ain't gonna curse on your show. I said, you got a lot of explaining to convince me that you didn't have nothing to do what they said you did. So that's that. But you got to remember one thing.
Oh, yeah, I said, what's the egg test? Y'all never hear about that? Here's the egg
Hey,
test.
Suge, thank you.
One of the things is this. I don't care who you are. Prison and jail is a negative environment. If somebody can do something to them and get a name for themselves, they're going to actually do it. Or if they can do whatever they feel they got to take the money from you, they can't pay for help. God bless us to have a voice. Let's use our voice. I had told Puffy a while back. I told T.D. Jakes a while back. Come on, collect calls. We can politic. Because one thing...
Fuck that. I didn't listen to this.
They used to have a joke. They never played this joke with me. And they used to walk in the Interscope office. They'd go back there and they'd be like, hey, we passed the test. I said, we haven't did the test. One dude said, well, don't say that in front of Mr. Knight because he's going to take it offensive and hurt somebody. I said, well, whatever it is, I probably will take it offensive when somebody will get their ass whooped. You know, that was me in those days. They used to have these guys, they used to call it the boiled egg test. They could take a boiled egg, a raw boiled egg, and have those guys put their pants down and bend over and they stick it up their ass. The eggs break, they say they're not ready yet. They ain't put enough work in. This is Hollywood. So everybody want to go act like they don't know what's going on.
Hold on a second,
but
Suge.
you just look. That's all you got to do is watch.
I have never heard of anything like that.
I'm not here to bring a person down in hip-hop. The culture of hip-hop is so important, and it was so powerful. It could have been done so great. But I still stand behind what I stand behind.
All right. All right. It looked like it was a pretty quick day in court, man. Like it wasn't that too crazy. It wasn't too crazy. I don't even know if we're gonna get a recap anytime soon. Are we? They supposedly just walked out of court. Okay, any more tweets that we missed? No, but they're coming back on Monday. A lot of people are saying Diddy should walk. We will see. All right, let me just look on the blog, see what's going on. D-Baby saying, addressing people telling him not to go on YB's tour.
Concert, walk on stage, and whatever comes with that consequence is just what comes with it. I don't see that no consequence. There's just something that somebody feels towards me because of that, and just stop fucking with me. I ain't gonna lie to you. You gonna stop fucking with me because I go on YB tour and I'm following me.
Wait, people told him to not go on the tour? Why?
Stop talking to me, bro. I don't give a fuck. Really, we can leave the music and the business out the situation, out this conversation. And I can tell you this. I fuck with Montana so heavy, we don't even gotta bring up YB in the tour, none of that. I don't even want y'all bringing that up. Let's just say, Montana don't rap. Me and Montana been locked in so long, about maybe 5.
Yeah, rap politics are whack, man. Let that nigga go on tour. First of all, it's an arena tour, NBA Youngboy arena tour. He's bringing smaller artists. I don't really know too many songs about this guy. He's going to be performing on an arena tour. Why the fuck would there be politics that would prevent him from, you know? Somebody said Lotto explains about why her body count is so low in songs. She said everybody ain't touched this. She says it's not necessarily like a number that I'm proud of. It's more like everybody ain't touched this. Everybody ain't had their hands on this motherfucker. You feel me? Okay. Okay.
I fucked up my kids.
Okay, we already listened to Cardi B go off. What else is going on? Meg details how she did it. I guess there must be. Is there new stuff on the Tory site? 36 hours later, because where did that Meg footage come from just now? Where did that come from? Let's try to find that. Meg Thee Stallion interrogation footage? Where's that shit from? Today, let's see. Okay, whatever. Let's try to get... Yeah, court is dead today. Holy shit. Zion going through it. I wonder if... Oh, he has a Nike deal? Hopefully don't lose it. Compton teenager went viral for crashing stolen car, released from juvenile hall. Damn, is this considered a YN? Yeah, I could damn well just go over there and go grab the kid up, man. Why do they do this goofy shit? They did the same thing with Tory Lanez and them. Walk back, walk frontwards, walk to the side, lift your leg up. Like, come on, bro. What's wrong up, gang? Oh, that nigga, oh, he did throw some gangster. Why the hell did they need so many cops for a kid? Nigga still throwing up gang signs. He's throwing up gang sign right now. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. This is like an audition for No Jumper. This nigga needed a No Jumper interview. Facts. Oh, we just got
Tap in with my boy Rascal. You already know, fresh out.
Oh shit.
Fresh out with it. What you gotta say? What you gotta say?
Nigga on hood, Compton, BOP gang, homie. Fuck all them guys.
Oh, you already know. Damn.
That's a real
Look, tap in with my boy Rascal. You already know, fresh
What gang sign is that?
out. Fresh out with it. What you gotta say? What you gotta say?
Nigga on hood, Compton, BOP gang, homie. Fuck all them guys.
Okay, all right, man. Get this boy a No Jumper interview. That's what we should do. Okay. Larry Hoover.
Larry, explain to them how Trump has freed him from the feds, but what's going on with the state?
Okay. Trump has freed my father from federal custody. But as I told people plenty times before, it's been a dual jurisdiction. So now the state has the opportunity to go get him. And what we're trying to do right now is we're trying to reach out to Governor Pritzker to let him know that my father would be a blessing to this city. And he could also leave the city if he needs him to leave. But we dealing with Pritzker, and he can go into state custody. And all he has to do is strike his pen and say that we don't need this geriatric old man. He served his time. Like he's not worried about leading any type of gang organization or running the streets. If he does anything for the streets,
Larry, explain to them
it would be telling the YNs that you're going to live the life that he lived if you don't change your life. He would be an asset and a blessing to this community. All the people that stuck on some other stuff, like your understanding is just kind of weak. Your understanding of life, your understanding of manhood, your understanding of being a woman. We not with that. We're all about peace and love. And we need Pritzker to understand that he will be a blessing to this community. And we want him to give this man a second chance. Pritzker believes in redemption and believe that he should be redeemed. Everybody else in this situation has been able to have redemption and have a second chance in life. And I would love to actually be able to hold my father. I'm close, but I'm not all the way there yet. I know it don't sound right, but I want to hug and kiss a man. My kids, it would be telling the YNs that you're going to live the life they want to hug and kiss their grandfather. My mother wants to hug and kiss her husband. Like, it's a whole family out here. This is a man in a man's life. This has nothing to do with any nonsense. We need for everybody to let Pritzker know that Larry Hoover will be a blessing to this community, an asset, no type of threats. If anything, it may be even more peaceful. Want to hug and kiss their grandfather.
Okay, all right, bet. I gotta go get my dog some water. I ain't gonna cap with you still. What Gene Deal got going on?
What's going on, y'all?
Him on my YouTube last night. What do you have to say about that, Gene? What about Ryan Pittman? What about what you did to Ryan Pittman? What about Ryan Pittman, Gene Deal? I interviewed him last night. He said he was at a puppy party. You gave him e-pills, and he held 2 minors down, as well as him, Gene. I interviewed him on my YouTube last night, Gene. He filed the lawsuit, right?
You when you get inside. That's right. You coming back in, right? Yeah. I'll see you when you get inside.
Okay, so listen, let me get back on
Like a fucking pelican. You a loser. You smell like you sitting on an old period.
That's the dude that Gene Deal supposed to knocked out? It's a little scally.
You need to hold her accountable. That is a black woman. The only way that I can clock her.
Okay, anyway. All right, y'all gonna have to give me a second, man.
By the way, interesting update from court. Sean Combs' counsel, Alexandra Shapiro, says some people on the internet think they figured out who Mia is. We got this video, again, that might be used to impeach her credibility. We got this video also from random people on the internet. We don't think this was ever posted on her social media. It was on some random website. Should we show it to you? I got to ask you, I have to move on to this question, Serena. This is quite alarming. How is this possible?
I have no idea how it's possible, and I'm sure Mia is probably, panicking in this moment in time. Like, are people stalking her on the internet, trying to figure out her identity? She testified that she was a rape victim, essentially. There's rape shield laws that exist to try to protect people in her position. And so this is really getting very nerve-wracking probably for her and just absurd for the courtroom.
If someone revealed her identity, is that a crime, Tyler?
No, it's not a crime if somebody revealed her identity, especially if they're not a part of this case. The reason they have these confidentiality orders and protective orders is for the parties involved to do their best to protect a Jane Doe or anybody proceeding under a pseudonym's identity. It is possible for the public to learn their identity, but it's really the people who are part of the case who are agreeing to protect her confidentiality. Once she got on that stand, it's very possible that somebody knew her identity. What I find more troubling and less likely is if this video is being sent by random people on the internet, and that's what they want to proffer as evidence in this criminal trial, I find that hard to be admitted. If they could track the video from one person who could confirm the identity of the person, and then it could be used for impeachment evidence, that's different. But random people on the internet sending videos, that opens the door to a can of worms.
Well, I mean, Tyler, they would have to authenticate it, make sure it's real, and couldn't they theoretically be able to use it?
They could theoretically be able to use it, but it seems like they're trying to use it right now when Mia's going to get put back on the stand. I haven't heard of any witness to authenticate this video yet. They're just talking about displaying this video. That's what seems to be a little odd to me.
Apparently the video is being shown, not on the public screen in the gallery. I think it's already been redacted. And then the prosecutor says they waited until the direct was over. This is a kind of a change of circumstances. Does it become a question if her identity has been revealed and her security or her testimony is going to be affected in some way? And I'm sure this happens in trials all the time where there's a change in circumstance. Could she stop being questioned? She testified. The defense has a right to cross-examine her. But if there is a change in circumstances, could she, in any way, the court say, hey, listen, she's done with her testimony. You got what you needed out of her, Serena?
I don't think so. I think that would be like the best appeal point ever on the side of the defense. I think the case gets overturned because you're violating the confrontation clause. You're taking away Diddy's right to confront his accuser, especially because she's already given all of the testimony that was apparently positive for the prosecution, and then cutting her off before even one question could be asked by or maybe not one, but the full cross-examination be completed. I think it gets overturned.
What do you think the judge is going to do here? I mean, do you think the judge first of all, can the judge order an investigation into this? And also, Tyler, do you think the judge is going to allow this piece of evidence in? If we're reading this correctly through the transcript, that this is a situation where she might be faking the way she's speaking on the stand, feels like relevant evidence for cross-examination, but at the same time, the way they're getting it and the issue of her identity being revealed, A, can the judge order some sort of investigation here? And B, you think he's going to allow this video in?
Well, it's probably 3 o'clock right now or close to 2 o'clock. If I was the judge, which I'm not, I think this would be a good time to let's see what this video looks like. Let's see what the testimony would be given, what examination questions will be asked by a defense. Let's break for the day, and he'll make his ruling and start on Monday fresh, whether this video is going to be allowed in or not allowed in. I think that would be a good way for the court to explore, the potential pitfalls here, see how the defense is going to authenticate this video. Now, regarding any additional protections for Mia, I think that the court and the parties involved in this case have appeared to do everything possible to protect her identity. But the fact of the matter is, this is a high-profile case. People are watching this all across the country. And if you were to think that she would be on the stand giving facts about pictures with Cassie and being in South Africa, that people weren't looking on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, anywhere else on social media to try to put two and two together, that's hard to believe. So I'm not shocked that people have identified her, because I'm pretty sure people are on their phones right now trying to look into her.
This we got a question about this. Serena, this is from Enlin DK. Wouldn't they have to prove where they got the video? Sneaky.
Yeah, it's just as the two of you were saying, that there needs to be a witness to authenticate that video, meaning to set a foundation to show that it hasn't been tampered with, that it's not AI. You know what I mean? It's especially in today's day and age, you have to be able to have the appropriate witness say this is a fair and accurate depiction of who this person is, and who that witness is going to be. Who knows? Maybe Mia herself. We don't know, but I do agree that this is a good time for the court to send the jury home and have this kind of mooted in front of him to see kind of whether the relevance is there, whether the foundation is there, and whether the prejudicial value outweighs that.
I think we have an answer about this video. The judge just said, when did the defense see it? Combs counsel Alexandra Shapiro says yesterday. Judge says, when was it marked at 1750? Shapiro says, I don't know. Judge says the video is precluded after the number of social media posts the defense has used. It is cumulative. The defense's theory dubious. What does that mean? Tyler, I'll start with you.
Yeah, they're not going to allow the video in. They were saying that there's been substantial social media posts already admitted into evidence showing that Mia has been in communications and contact with Mr. Combs, and that she said things like, I love you, you're a mentor, and things of that nature. But it sounds like this video, the defense believes this is going to be some strong evidence. I'm pretty sure they're going to want their objections noted for the record. So this could be an issue on appeal if this is highly prejudicial for Mr. Combs' case.
Well, Serena, I mean, it seems like they're saying we're using it for a different purpose. We're not trying to suggest, hey, she's making up the story because look at, positive posts she's making about Sean Combs. But no, this video shows she's not talking the same affect that she is on the stand. So it seems, if I'm understanding correctly, they're trying to use this video for a different kind of impeachment.
I totally agree with you. And I think, not to assume too many things, but to me, this feels like the judge saying, you know what? I'm just going to say it's cumulative because we got to keep this trial going. We have Mia on the stand who's probably falling apart. I'm not going to want to bring her back on Monday. Finish her testimony, get her off the stand. Let's keep this trial moving at the right pace. And I do agree with you. I think that the judge is just making that decision to make that decision. I don't think it's actually cumulative.
It's a great question. By the way, another update in court. Brian Steele, this is Sean Combs' defense counsel, one of them, can I ask if she sent it? Can I ask if she sent it? The judge says yes. I'm going to ask about scrapbooks. The prosecutor and I have a disagreement. I have 3 copies, one for the jurors to pass around. The honorable prosecutor and I disagree. So it looks like a separate question. Here's a great question from Michelle LaBelle. Tyler, how does the public know how she's acting in court, which is different than usual if they're not allowed in court? So that makes me think now, the only people to know how she's actually testifying and the way that she's speaking are those who are in the courtroom. Now, I'm not making any conspiracy theories here, but that's a good question, right? Why would this video be circulating? Unless of course, someone found out her identity from the outside, just was circulating the video, and defense counsel said, wait a minute. The way she's talking in this video is very different than the way she's talking on the stand. Or the more ominous conspiracy theory is, did someone in the court who knew the way she was speaking start circulating the video online? I mean, I don't want to be engaging in conspiracy theories here, but it's a great question from Michelle LaBelle, no?
Yeah, it's a great question. But one thing that Mr. Combs' defense lawyer just said is, can I ask her if she sent it? Now, if they're referencing the video that he wants to ask her if she sent it, they must know who she sent the video to. They said random people earlier. They may not be trying to show their whole hand here. If Mr. Combs knows Mia clearly, so he knows how she acted when she was with him versus how she's acting now. The defense has offices, and they have associates and other people who are on the outside who could be investigating, trying to collect evidence that could be used to help Mr. Combs in real time. Now, do I think somebody there is a plant who's a reporter or something helping the defense? No, but this is a high-profile case. She's testifying. To think that there aren't people on the outside who have interest in this case. Well,
all right, man. Let's see. Is Lauren Collin gonna pop on or not, man? I don't think she finna pop on. Yo, chat. If y'all all watching me, yo, everybody slide over to Kick, man. We about to just be on Kick vibing right now. Everybody slide to Kick. Kick.com/academics. Y'all slide over there. I'm about to gamble for like an hour or two. I don't want to cut the stream yet. I've been getting mad calls today. That's why I've just been. Y'all see me. I just been all over the fucking place. Please slide to Kick. Okay? I apologize. I gotta set this shit up. Holy. All right, chat. I'm finna cut the stream. I'm gonna catch y'all on Kick. Trust. If you don't come to Kick, you'll see me tomorrow morning. Okay? Here we go. How do I even cut this shit?